Naruto. Naruto was walking through the streets of the village with his hands tucked in his pockets. He had just finished a delicious bowl of ramen at Ichiraku's. The warm broth and noodles filled his stomach in a way that made the world feel a little less heavy, at least for a while. But as he walked, an unsettling feeling washed over him, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Naruto didn't need to look behind him to see who it was, because they were all around. The villagers were giving him the usual look of hatred, anger, and disgust. It was the same thing every day for as long as he could remember. If looks could kill, he would have died 1,000 times over by now. He kept walking, not sparing them a glance, and while he didn't let it show, he hated it. He hated how they treated him like he wasn't human, but instead some monster or a wild animal. He had done nothing to deserve this treatment. So why? Why is it always me? Why do they look at me with those eyes? Still, he forced himself to keep moving with a huge grin on his face. It was the same grin he'd practiced for years, a mask carefully crafted to shield the pain gnawing at his chest. But to the villagers it seemed like he was showing that he didn't care at all, like he was mocking them. It only made them hate him more. Demon brat, someone muttered. Misfit, another sneered. Bastard, a man growled. I can't believe the Hokage still lets that thing live here, let alone walk around. An older villager complained. Yeah, if I was him, I'd gotten rid of the thing a long time ago, another villager agreed. Naruto's grin faltered for a fraction of a second, just long enough for the cracks to show, before he forced it back into place. Again, what had he done to deserve this? What could a small child have possibly done to make an entire village hate him so much? The adults glared at him with cold disdain, and the other kids avoided him at best. Or, worse, joined in their parents' cruelty. Whenever he had summoned the courage to ask why, the answers had always been the same. You know damn well what you did, you damn monster. If it wasn't for you, my wife and daughter would still be alive. You exist. That's what's wrong. Sometimes, the words came with a shove or a kick for good measure. He heard it all, over and over again, but the words never made sense. They only deepened his confusion. What could they possibly mean? It made Naruto wonder even more who his parents were. Perhaps they'd done something so terrible that it had earned him this punishment, because he was their son. All he knew was that no matter how much he smiled, no matter how many jokes he cracked or pranks he pulled, nothing ever changed. Their hatred remained cold and unyielding, a wall he couldn't break through. He once asked the Hokage directly. It was late one evening after another day of whispered insults and cold glares, and the old man had come by to check on him as usual. Naruto had stared down at his hands, clenched into small fists on the table, before finally finding the courage to speak. Old man, he said quietly, his voice trembling. Why do the villagers hate me? What did I do to them? Hiruzen's expression tightened for a moment before he quickly replaced it with a kind smile. People fear what they don't understand, Naruto, he said gently, his tone filled with an almost paternal sadness. Sometimes, that fear turns into anger, and that anger becomes hatred. But I didn't do anything. Naruto blurted out frustrated, his small fists pounding lightly against the table. I don't understand. What don't they understand about me? I'm just me. Hiruzen's eyes softened. He reached across the table and placed a hand on Naruto's to comfort the boy. You must have faith, he said softly. One day, the people of this village will see you for who you really are, Naruto. They will see your strength, your kindness, and they will respect you. You just have to be patient. Naruto looked up at him, searching the old man's face for answers he knew he wouldn't find. Do you really think that'll happen? He asked. Hiruzen smiled, his hand giving Naruto's hand a reassuring squeeze. I do. You are destined for great things, Naruto. I believe in you. Naruto nodded slowly, forcing himself to smile in return. But as the Hokage excused himself and left for the night, the question still lingered in his mind, unanswered. If people feared what they didn't understand, then why didn't anyone try to understand him? Why did they look at him like he wasn't even human? And how was he supposed to have faith when he didn't even know what he was waiting for? Faith. It was a nice idea, but faith couldn't quiet the whispers, stop the glares, or fill the emptiness that lingered in his chest. It didn't change the fact that he had to hunt for his own food some nights or eat cheap instant ramen because it was all he could afford. He'd spend hours in the woods hunting small animals, rabbits, squirrels, and sometimes he'd fish in the streams in the forest. Most nights, all he had to eat was instant ramen, cheap and easy to make, but hardly enough to keep him full. Still, ramen was better than nothing, and it was all he could afford. Thankfully, there was one place in the entire village where Naruto didn't feel the weight of scorn: Ichiraku Ramen. Tucci, the owner, and his daughter, Ayam, were the only people who treated him with genuine kindness. Tucci never overcharged Naruto for a bowl of ramen, and their prices were already fair compared to the rest of the village. Sometimes, when Naruto looked especially thin or hadn't eaten in a while, Tucci would give him a bowl for free. "You're growing, kid. You need to eat," Tucci would say, ruffling Naruto's red and golden-tipped hair with a fatherly grin. Ayam would nod in agreement, sliding him an extra portion of pork or sneaking an egg into his bowl when her father wasn't looking. Ichiraku Ramen wasn't just food to Naruto. It was a rare sanctuary, a place where he could eat without fear of judgment or scorn. Tucci had been the first person in the village to truly see him as Naruto Uzumaki, not that thing or the demon brat. For Naruto, that small act of acknowledgement meant the world. It wasn't just about the ramen. It was about being treated like a human being, like he mattered to someone. For that, Naruto would always be grateful. Now, as he walked through the streets with his hands tucked into his pockets, the warm broth and noodles still lingering in his belly, he thought about how much worse things would be without Tucci and Ayam. The thought gave him a flicker of warmth, a fleeting moment of solace. But even that warmth couldn't shield him from the weight of the villagers' glares or the whispers that followed him everywhere he went. Naruto finally reached his destination, his apartment complex. But as he approached, for some inexplicable reason, something felt off. There was a sickening feeling in his gut. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, deep inside, an unexpected presence had awakened. Inside Naruto. Deep within Naruto was the reason for why he was hated and ostracized by the village. The Nine Tails. It was sealed inside him by the fourth Hokage on the night that it attacked the village 9 years ago. On that tragic night, a lot of lives were lost. Shinobi, civilians, husbands, wives, children, mothers. And as for those who survived, some of them had become paralyzed or lost a limb. Nearly everyone lost something or someone that night. However, the biggest hit to the village was the death of the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to defeat the nine-tailed fox. Or rather, that's how it was told. But in reality, half of the beast was sealed in a young boy named Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto had just been born when the nine-tailed fox was sealed within him, a secret kept from the young boy. Though the general public was unaware of this, most of the adults in the village knew the truth. As a result, Naruto suffered mistreatment, starvation, and ostracized from the villagers. And that wasn't all. Fate had already been cruel to Naruto by snatching away his parents, leaving him an orphan and knowing nothing of them, not even their deaths. Deep in the confines of the fourth Hokage's seal, the nine-tailed fox lay asleep within a colossal cage. It was large enough to keep the nine tails contained and still have room. The nine tails had its massive head resting on its front paws with 9 long and massive tails swaying behind it. For years, the beast had spent most of its time asleep, with the seal keeping its immense power in check. There was nothing for it to do but pass time. Yet even in its slumber, the beast's chakra radiated a cold, predatory, and overwhelming malice. However, today, something had changed. One of the nine tails' crimson eyes snapped wide open, and its ears twitched as it picked up a faint yet strange presence within the seal. "What is this?" it muttered, both curious and irritated. It lifted its head slightly, as its eyes scanned the outside of the cage. This presence. For some reason it feels familiar. But why? It wasn't the boy's usual turmoil of emotions that had caught its attention. No, this was different. There was another presence, faint yet ominous, lingering just beyond the edge of the nine tails' perception. FYI, major spoiler for those who haven't read the end of the Jujutsu Kaisen manga. Deeper inside of the seal. Far within another part of the seal, he awakened. A man once feared by all and worshipped by some as a god. In his prime, he rose to unparalleled heights and crushed the strongest of his era. Yet even he, the king of curses, met his end in battle. He was defeated not by betrayal, but by the combined strength of those who came after him. Now, Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses, awakened once more. Sukuna opened his eyes and found himself lying face up in some kind of liquid. He sat up slowly, groggy at first, then alert. He looked around, taking in his surroundings. Where am I? Sukuna muttered, his crimson eyes scanning his surroundings. The space around him seemed to stretch endlessly. It was dim, and the air was heavy, stale, and devoid of life. There were also pipes and a constant dripping sound. Drip, 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 drip. The hell is this place? Is it a sewer? Sukuna frowned. The last thing I remember doing was walking alongside Uram after my brief exchange with that brat Mojito after dying. So is this the afterlife or something to do with rebirth? He paused. If so, perhaps this is a strange path to either. And where is Uram? After sitting there for a moment, Sukuna stood up and began walking. Standing idle wouldn't give him the answers he sought, and he wasn't one to indulge in pointless waiting. His footsteps echoed softly in the stillness, each splash of water rippling outward in the silence. The sewer-like environment felt unnaturally quiet, and not only that, something felt off. Not just this strange place he was in, but himself as well. He then stopped mid-stride, narrowing his eyes. I can't feel my cursed energy. Don't tell me. Sukuna checked himself, and sure enough, it was as he suspected. He had no cursed energy. Then he extended his senses, searching his surroundings more. It's not just me, but also this strange place that I'm in. He checked again. Perhaps he was mistaken. But he wasn't. There was no cursed energy flowing within him, not even the faintest trace. It was an odd feeling he never experienced before. Even in his battle against Satoru Gojo and his students, he hadn't felt this empty. No cursed energy, which means no cursed techniques. So I'm left with only my wits and physical strength, he said as he analyzed his current situation. How amusing. Despite being stripped of his arsenal, Sukuna couldn't help but feel intrigued, excited even. For all I know, this could very well be a death trap. Though if it is, whoever said it clearly doesn't understand what they've invited. His smirk deepened slightly, though his gaze remained sharp. No matter, it's not like I haven't danced with death and entered its domain before. He continued walking at a steady pace, as his mind worked through the possibilities of what happened and how he ended up here. It clearly had something to do with the fact that he died, but beyond that, there was nothing. He had no memories of what could have caused him to end up in this place. As he moved deeper into this strange space, he scanned every inch, memorizing it just in case. But slowly, he began to notice the details that only served to reinforce how unnatural it all felt. The walls were a sickly shade of yellow, casting an eerie glow that illuminated the corridor just enough to reveal its twists and turns. The yellow wasn't bright or warm, it was dull, also devoid of anything. Then the pathway twisted sharply ahead, forcing Sukuna to turn. Each bend in the path looked nearly identical to the last, the same yellow hue stretching endlessly in both directions. The water beneath his feet deepened as he moved further in, ripples widening with each step. Each twist and turn of the corridor looked the same, endlessly monotonous, but Sukuna continued without pause. He rounded another corner, and his steps halted abruptly. In front of him stood a massive cage, its bars stretching high into the shadowed ceiling, faintly illuminated by the eerie glow of the walls. A tag hung at the center of the cage, its bold characters stark against the dim light. Seal. A cage. Sukuna paused before stepping closer. His gaze swept over the structure, analyzing every inch of it. Interesting. I wonder what's in there. Or perhaps, who? I sense a massive presence in there. He moved even closer, but then he suddenly stopped. His body refused to move forward. He couldn't move a single muscle. Then he was hit with a sudden surge of massive energy from within the cage. It was suffocating, filled with raw malevolence and hatred that seemed to dig into Sukuna's very core. He tried to push forward, or will his body to move, but it was no use. What is this? Feeling? Is it fear? Is that what this is? Sukuna looked down, and to his surprise, both his hands and legs were shaking. He felt his instincts screaming at him to retreat, but he couldn't even if he wanted to. He hadn't felt anything remotely like this since his battle with Satoru Gojo. I feel like I'll die if I take another step, or even breathe wrong. There was no doubt in his mind that whatever was sealed inside cage wasn't just powerful. It was overwhelming, something entirely beyond the ordinary. Then he saw movement. From the darkness within the cage, a crimson eye snapped open. Sukuna's body stiffened even further as the weight of the energy grew heavier. The eye was locked onto him with a cold, predatory focus. Slowly, the creature stepped forward, and Sukuna heard what sounded like claws clicking against the ground. As it drew closer to the bars, Sukuna could finally see what this thing was. A massive fox with dark orange fur and 9 tails easily the size of a skyscraper, swaying ominously behind it. Each step exuded power, and Sukuna felt his instincts scream louder than ever. What exactly is that thing? Sukuna had fought legends, crushed countless foes beneath his feet, dominated the Heian era, tamed Maharaga, and defeated Satoru Gojo, the strongest Six Eyes user to date. Yet this presence was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It wasn't just the power, it was the sheer malevolence, an unrelenting force of hatred and destruction. It's not just strong, it's vile. Pure hatred given form, he realized. The fox made no movement. It just stared at him seemingly in thought. Then finally it spoke. To think you'd make it this far. Its voice reverberated throughout the space. Who are you? Such ominous chakra, but a mere fraction compared to my own. Sukuna didn't respond. Rather, he couldn't. His jaw refused to move. No matter how Sukuna tried, he was unable to formulate a single sentence. He couldn't even breathe. The 9 tails tilted its head slightly, then sensing Sukuna's plight, it slightly lessened its overwhelming killing intent just enough for Sukuna to breathe. Pathetic human. That should be enough. Now answer me. The 9 tails demanded as Sukuna stood before him. Sukuna knew better than to make the first move without understanding the full scope of the power before him. This power, it's overwhelmingly evil. I've never felt anything like it before. Even with the slight reprieve it's given me, breathing feels like lifting a mountain. I better keep my distance and play this carefully. If I had to scale this thing, it'd exceed mine, Satoru Gojo's, and Yuta Okatsu's cursed energy combined. Easily. And even then, that wouldn't be its full strength, I would guess. For now, observation and patience were his only weapons. How long are you going to just stand there? The 9 tails growled, narrowing its crimson eyes. I asked you a question. Now answer me. Who are you? Why not give me your name first? It's rude to give your name before asking for someone else's, Sukuna responded. You've got some nerve, human. I am the 9-tailed fox, the strongest of all tailed beasts, hatred itself. I could easily kill you in an instant. Choose your words carefully. They may very well be your last. Is that so? Then why haven't you done it? Why am I still here, fox? Perhaps it's because that cage is holding you back. Sukuna said. You dare mock me? The 9 tails growl deepened, reverberating through the space like distant thunder. This cage is a temporary inconvenience, nothing more. You're alive only because I've chosen to let you breathe. Human, tell me who you are, or I will find a way to rip it from your broken spirit. The tension between the two of them thickened. Neither moved one or said a word. Their gazes locked onto each other in a silent battle of wills. After a bit, Sukuna sighed, scratching the back of his head. Look, this is obviously getting nowhere. And frankly, I've got questions of my own. So fine, I'll answer your question. My name is Ryaman Sukuna, the king of curses. The 9 tails narrowed its crimson eyes, its tail swaying behind it. I've never heard of you. And neither have I heard of you. Sukuna shot back. But here we are. So let's skip the formalities, shall we? Very well. Now tell me, why are you here? And what is your goal? What are your intentions? The 9 tails asked. To be honest, I don't know, Sukuna admitted. Where am I? Is this some part of the afterlife? Or perhaps a trial for rebirth? And more importantly, there's no cursed energy here. None at all. I know not of this energy that you speak of, but are you seriously unaware of your situation or as to why you are here? The 9 tails asked skeptically. Yes, like I just explained, I don't know. The fox regarded him for a moment, its gaze unrelenting, as if trying to pierce through Sukuna's calm facade. I see. Well then, allow me to enlighten you. You are within a seal, a prison created by a human who feared my power. A wretched fool who dared to confine me. The 9 tails inside the body of a mere infant. This is no afterlife, nor is it some trial for rebirth. It is a cage, designed to bind my strength and keep me trapped. A human child? You're telling me I'm inside someone else's mindscape? Again, Sukuna frowned. Just when I thought I'd be free. So, this is the inside of the seal? He asked, irritated, scanning the space around him once more. Yes, so to speak. But this space we are in also reflects the mind of the brat, a representation of his weak, disjointed mental state. Sukuna took a moment to process the information before speaking. A seal, huh? So, you're bound here, and I just happened to end up in your prison? Not quite. The Ninetales corrected. You are here because you are sealed within the same vessel as I am. How this came to be, I cannot say, but it is the reality we now share. You are as much a mystery to me as you are to yourself. And you feel strangely familiar, but I cannot place why. Well, this just got interesting. Interesting, perhaps, but do not mistake this for equality. This is my domain, my cage. You may be a guest here, but do not forget who holds the greater power. The Ninetales' eyes narrowed further, watching Sukuna closer. We'll see about that, but it seems we're both stuck here for now. So, tell me, what exactly do you want from me? Sukuna asked. What I want is of no concern to you. What matters is why you are here, and what you intend to do now that you know. The Ninetales stepped closer to the cage. Well, isn't that the question of the hour? And one I'll answer in due time. But first I want to know more about this seal and the boy who keeps us both confined. Sukuna said. The boy who dares to keep us both imprisoned. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. A foolish, insignificant brat. He is nothing more than a vessel, chosen by circumstance rather than worth. Naruto Uzumaki, Sukuna repeated, the name rolling off his tongue, testing it. And what makes this child so special that he could hold you, let alone both of us? You say he's insignificant, but he must be somewhat special in order to hold you. Special? The Ninetales snarled as if insulted. He is far from it. A failure and weakling, barely worth the effort it takes to acknowledge him. The humans chose him because he was expendable. No one would care if he broke under the strain. And yet, he hasn't. If he were as fragile as you claim, you wouldn't be in that cage. So what's keeping him from shattering? Foolishness and blind determination. A refusal to bend, even when crushed. He is stubborn, nothing more. A trait as irritating as it is baffling. The Ninetales paused for a moment. Were it not for this damned seal, I would have torn free long ago. Ah, so you admit it. The seal is what holds you back. Without it, you'd already be free. Yet, here you are trapped while I'm out here, walking freely. And since I'm not in the cage with you, Sukuna paused before smirking. You can't lay a finger, my bad, a claw on me. Do not get comfortable, human. The cage may hold me back, but do not think it makes me powerless. I have other ways to deal with parasites like you, the Ninetales said. Sukuna was unfazed. Other ways? Now that sounds interesting. Do tell, how exactly do you intend to touch me without your precious claws? The fox could flex its power all it wanted, but as long as he didn't step in the cage, the fox couldn't harm him. You misunderstand your position here. The boy's mind is my playground, and my reach is far greater than you imagine. Cross me, and you will find that out the hard way, the Ninetales warned. Ah, I see. Threats. Typical. Sukuna chuckled softly, shaking his head. But I'll bite. You stay in your cage, and I'll do what I want. Deal. The Ninetales didn't reply. It huffed and turned around and retreated deeper into the cage. Meanwhile, with Naruto. Naruto sat in his small, run-down apartment. The dim light flickered above him, barely illuminating the peeling walls and cracked floor. He tried to focus as he ate the last bite of bread he had left, but a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. His vision blurred, and the room began to tilt and spin. What the heck? He grimaced, using the edge of the rickety table to steady himself. Maybe I just need some water, he muttered as he stumbled toward the kitchen. Naruto poured a glass from the faucet, gulping it down quickly, but the dizziness didn't subside. If anything, it worsened. His breathing began to slow, becoming heavier, and he felt legs grow weak. Ugh, why isn't this working? He moaned, leaning heavily against the counter. Desperate for something else, he grabbed the milk carton sitting on the counter and poured himself a glass. He drank it in hopes of relief, and immediately spit out what he could. Great. Expired milk? Seriously? Could this day get any worse? Naruto groaned, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Apparently, it could. A sharp, searing pain shot through his head. What the hell? Naruto cried, holding his head as he bent over. The pain wasn't just physical. It felt like something was tearing at his very mind, pulling and clawing at the edges of his consciousness. Black spots formed in Naruto's vision as he slid down the wall, his breathing ragged and shallow. Make it stop. Just stop, he pleaded. Tears formed in his eyes, but he didn't care. His body convulsed. Every nerve screamed in protest as he arched against the unrelenting pain. Why is this happening to me? Another sharp wave of pain slammed into him, forcing a guttural scream from his throat. His body jerked violently, his head snapping back as his vision blurred. It felt like something inside him had snapped, like a dam breaking under the crushing force of a flood. He couldn't move, breathe, or think. The pain consumed everything. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the pain stopped. Naruto collapsed against the floor, his chest heaving as the silence pressed down on him. The room was spinning, fading in and out of focus before his mind finally slipped into unconsciousness. The Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat at his desk battling his greatest enemy, the bane of all Kage, paperwork. It always found a way to pile up, and no matter how much he chipped away at it, it returned with a vengeance. There were times when he considered tossing it all out the window or just setting it ablaze. He had the jutsu for it, after all. But no, that would only make things worse. Reality had a way of biting back. Sighing, he took a long puff of his pipe, the scent of tobacco swirling around him as he stared at the stacks of documents on his desk. Paperwork was bad enough on its own, but with the village still recovering from the Nine-Tails attack 10 years ago, it had become unbearable. Konoha was still limping back to full strength, and rebuilding wasn't cheap financially or emotionally. His desk was buried under towering stacks of papers, each one demanding his attention. Mission approvals, maintenance reports, academy funding requests, budget allocations for the orphanage, petitions from clans for more resources, trade disputes, complaints from merchants about rogue shinobi, and civilian grievances about property lines. And those were just the urgent ones. Half of this should have been the council's responsibility, but they always found ways to shove the real work onto him. Hokage should lead by example, they'd say. Hiruzen had stopped believing that excuse years ago. He leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples as the beginnings of a headache crept in. It wasn't just village matters he had to handle. There were border disputes with other nations, requests for alliances, and endless correspondence with the daimyo's office, which seemed to take delight in reminding him how much funding Konoha received from the Fire Country. As if that wasn't enough, there were nobles demanding shinobi for private assignments and merchants whining about taxes. Then, of course, there were the complaints about Naruto Uzumaki. Those came in like clockwork, dressed up as concerns for the village's safety. Hiruzen wasn't fooled. They weren't concerned about the village, they just wanted the boy gone. It always left a bitter taste in his mouth, but he dealt with it. He had to. A child who carries the burden of their survival, Hiruzen thought grimly, taking another puff of his pipe. They hate him because they fear him, and they fear him because they're too blind to see the truth. He sighed again, setting his pipe down as he scanned the stacks of papers. Kami, Minato, what a mess you left me, he muttered. If Minato were here, Hiruzen had no doubt he'd have found a way to handle the paperwork and still keep his ever-present smile and have time for other things. Thinking of his now-dead successor brought a deep sadness to Hiruzen's heart. Minato had been a good man, kind, selfless, and fiercely loyal to the village. He loved Konoha and his wife, Kushina, with all his being. Yet, both their lives had been stripped away from them far too soon, at the young age of just 24. And they left behind their only child, Naruto, alone in the world, never knowing the love of a father or mother. Minato and Kushina had entrusted Naruto to Hiruzen's care. Minato thought the village would honor their son as a hero for bearing the burden of the Nine-Tails. But reality, as it so often was, proved to be cruel. Instead of gratitude, Naruto faced hatred, scorn, and isolation from the very people his parents had sacrificed everything to protect. It was a real slap in the face, as if fate itself had conspired against Naruto's happiness. The boy had already been robbed of so much, his parents, and any sense of a normal life or childhood. As Hiruzen sat there, his thoughts were interrupted when the phone rang. He picked up the phone, adjusting his pipe as he spoke. This is Hiruzen. Yeah, this is Naruto's landlord. The voice on the other end was blunt and irritated. What's this about? Hiruzen asked. Look, I don't care what that brat gets up to, but the other tenants are complaining, the landlord said, not even attempting to hide his annoyance. They're saying they've been hearing crying coming from his apartment, like the kid's in pain or something. Hiruzen immediately sat up in his chair. Crying? In pain? How long has this been going on? Don't know. Don't care, the landlord said bluntly. It started a little while ago, and now everyone's at my door or calling complaining. You're the one who gave him the apartment, so deal with it. Hiruzen closed his eyes briefly, suppressing his irritation and anger at the man's callousness. "Thank you for informing me. I'll handle it." He hung up the phone and he rose from his chair. Grabbing his hat, Hiruzen hurried out the door, heading straight for Naruto's place. He didn't know what was wrong, but he couldn't ignore this. Naruto had never done anything like this before. Sure, the boy pulled pranks, caused mischief here and there, but this didn't feel like one of those times. Something about it sat heavy in Hiruzen's chest, a gnawing unease that told him this wasn't just another stunt. Whatever was happening, he needed to find out, and fast. Naruto apartment. Hiruzen moved as quickly as his legs would carry him, the unease in his chest growing with every step. Reaching the building where Naruto lived, he hurried up the stairs to Naruto apartment and knocked firmly 3 times. "Naruto, Naruto, if you're there, open this door," he shouted. A second passed, then another. Nothing. His frown deepened, and he knocked again, harder this time. "Naruto, answer me." Still no response. When the silence stretched on, a cold dread began creeping up his spine. His heart pounded in his chest, feeling as though it might stop entirely. Without another second of hesitation, Hiruzen pushed forward, with the vigor of a man half his age forcing the door open. The lock gave way under the strength of his urgency. His breathing stopped at the sight before him. Naruto was sprawled on the floor, motionless, blood pooling on the worn wooden floorboards beneath him. Hiruzen's stomach twisted as he hurried inside, kneeling beside the boy. "Naruto," he shouted, as he placed 2 fingers on the boy's neck, feeling for a pulse. It was there, weak but steady. Relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. Something was very wrong. He placed a hand on Naruto's forehead, feeling for a fever or any sign of illness, and his eyes widened. The boy's skin was burning hot, radiating an unnatural heat. Hiruzen's mind scrambled for answers as he tried to make sense of it. The weak pulse he had already checked was still there, but this heat, it wasn't normal. It felt wrong, unnatural in every sense of the word. "Come on, Naruto," he muttered, shaking the boy's shoulder lightly. "Wake up." Still nothing. Naruto's shallow breathing and pale complexion only worsened the unease clawing at Hiruzen. The metallic tang of blood filled the air, mixing with the faint sour scent of spoiled milk lingering on the counter. Hiruzen's sharp eyes caught sight of the glass on the sink, but it didn't account for the blood or the strange ripple of chakra he could now feel emanating faintly from the boy. His gaze shifted to Naruto's stomach as a thought struck him. Without hesitation, he brushed the hem of the boy's shirt aside, exposing the intricate swirl of the seal that bound the 9 tails. It glowed faintly in the dim light, and Hiruzen's frown deepened. The seal looked intact, but there it was again, a faint ripple of chakra, subtle, yet unmistakable. Something was off. "Is the 9 tails stirring?" he said to himself, his tone heavy with dread. He couldn't be sure, but the possibility sent a chill down his spine. If something was interfering with the seal or the fox was trying to break free, it would spell disaster for both Naruto and the village. "This is bad," Hiruzen said as he stood up quickly and turned to the door. "Umbu, I need assistance immediately." 2 masked figures appeared at the doorway within seconds. "Hokage-sama," one of them said, stepping forward. "What are your orders?" "Have a medical team ready for us at the hospital," Hiruzen instructed. The ANBU nodded and vanished without a word. Hiruzen knelt once more, carefully lifting Naruto into his arms. The boy was far too light, another painful reminder of the hardships he endured. As he held Naruto close, the faint pulse of the seal seemed to press against his chest, a subtle reminder of the dangerous power contained within the boy. "Stay with me, Naruto," Hiruzen said quietly, his voice strained. "You're more important than you know. We can't lose you." Without another moment's hesitation, he carried the boy out of the apartment. His mind churned with possibilities as he moved swiftly through the streets toward the hospital. Whatever this was, whether the 9 tails or something else, he would get to the bottom of it. Inside the seal, Sukuna's crimson eyes narrowed as the oppressive silence of the mindscape was broken. He had been observing the 9 tails, its massive form coiled within its cage, when he felt it. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift. He muttered, "Something's off. What's going on?" The 9 tails stirred, its massive form shifting within the cage. "It seems that our presence here is having unintended consequences." "TCH, what are you getting at, Fox?" "Explain," Sukuna said. My chakra has been unleashed in greater measure than usual, and your presence here has placed undue strain on the boy's mind. The boy's mind was already fragile, but now, with the strain of all this, it paused. His condition has become unstable. He won't die, but this instability, it will linger. For how long? Even I cannot say. Sukuna crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. So, you're saying this is out of our hands? That there's nothing either of us can do? It would seem so, the Ninetales replied. Konoha Hospital. Naruto lay unconscious on a bed, his small frame looking even frilier beneath the stark white sheets. The steady beep of the heart monitor echoed in the room. His condition remained uncertain. Hiruzen stood near the bed with arms crossed, and his face displayed worry as he watched the medical team work. He had brought Naruto to the hospital himself, carrying the boy while his AMBU operatives arrived ahead of him to secure the area. He knew better than to leave the boy vulnerable, especially not here. The hatred and prejudice Naruto faced every day extended even to the hospital staff. The nurses and doctors moved around Naruto's bed with the precision their duties required, but their faces betrayed their true feelings. The doctors and nurses did their duty only because Hiruzen was standing there watching. His presence forced them to act professionally. His vitals are stable, one of the nurses reported, barely sparing a glance at Naruto as she adjusted the 4-line in his arm. But his chakra levels are fluctuating erratically. It's strange. Strange how? Hiruzen asked. The nurse hesitated, clearly reluctant to explain. Then another nurse, older and less cautious, spoke. It's almost like something's interfering with it. Though who knows what with him? She muttered under her breath. Her hatred was poorly concealed. Hiruzen's sharp gaze snapped to her, and she immediately stiffened, looking away. Speak clearly, he said coldly, and keep your personal feelings out of this. The nurse nodded quickly, muttering an apology, and stepped back. The head doctor, sensing the tension, stepped forward with a clipboard in his hand. Hokage-sama, he began, flipping through a clipboard. The preliminary scans are inconclusive. Physically, the boy has no significant injuries aside from the nosebleed, which stopped before you arrived with him. Internally, however, his chakra network shows severe strain, similar to what we might see in someone pushing their limits during a high-level jutsu. There's no permanent damage, but whatever caused this pushed him to his limit. His tone was carefully calm, but the irritation in his voice was obvious. If he had it his way, he wouldn't help Naruto at all. And yet, Naruto was alone in his apartment. There was no one and nothing to cause such strain. Can you explain? Hiruzen said. The doctor adjusted his glasses, avoiding Hiruzen's gaze. I can't, Hokage-sama. There's no logical explanation. It's unusual, to say the least. But as I stated, there is no permanent damage to his pathways, for now. Another nurse glanced nervously at the Hokage before speaking. The seal on his stomach was glowing faintly earlier. Whatever triggered it has stopped, but it's still troubling. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze to the seal on Naruto's exposed stomach. He had inspected it himself at Naruto's apartment when he found him, and again upon arriving at the hospital, this time more thoroughly. While it remained intact, the fact that it had reacted at all was alarming. The fourth Hokage's seal was extremely powerful, designed to withstand even the Ninetales' immense power. For it to activate without reason. His thoughts churned as he stared at the intricate swirl. Minato placed this seal himself. He poured everything into it, his very life, and it was Kushina who had taught it to him. It shouldn't just react like this without provocation. What could have triggered it? The Ninetales is still contained. I would have felt if its chakra were breaking free. Everyone would have felt it. And yet nothing. The ripple I felt when the seal glowed, was it a warning? An anomaly? Or something worse? For a moment, Hiruzen contemplated contacting Jiraiya. The Toad Sage had a wealth of knowledge about seals, and his involvement in Naruto's life would be invaluable. But Hiruzen quickly dismissed the idea. Jiraiya was in the middle of an important mission. Besides, it would take a while to even find him. Distracting him now was a risk he couldn't afford to take. Still, I can't ignore this. Something happened to that seal, and I need to understand why before it happens again. Hiruzen said. The steady beeping of the heart monitor was a stark contrast to the turmoil in Hiruzen's mind. He turned to the head doctor. Has the chakra network stabilized? The doctor hesitated, glancing at the monitor before replying. For now, yes. But the fluctuations earlier were unlike anything we've recorded before. If it happens again. He trailed off, but the implications were clear. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. "It won't happen again," he said firmly, though the unease in his chest betrayed his confidence. There wasn't much of anything he could do for the boy now. "Keep monitoring him closely. Any changes, no matter how minor, are to be reported to me immediately. If he so much as sneezes, I want to know. And do not let personal feelings interfere with your duty, or there will be consequences." Hiruzen's piercing gaze sweeping over the rest of the medical staff. "That goes for all of you," he said. A wave of unease rippled through the room. The nurses and doctors exchanged nervous glances, their earlier contempt replaced by a growing sense of dread. The air itself seemed heavier, charged with an invisible pressure that prickled at the edges of their consciousness. One of the younger nurses, standing by the monitor, felt her knees weaken slightly. Though the Hokage's tone remained calm, there was an unspoken force behind his words, a silent reminder of who he was. This wasn't just the kind old man they whispered about behind closed doors. This was the third Hokage, the professor, a man who had lived through wars and commanded respect not just through his title, but through his actions. The pressure emanating from Hiruzen was subtle yet undeniable, like a blade pressed lightly against their throats. The head doctor clenched the clipboard in his hands, his palms damp with sweat. "Yes, Hokage-sama," the head doctor repeated, bowing a little lower this time. The medical staff busied themselves in silence, and none of them dared to meet Hiruzen's eyes again, their earlier disdain buried beneath the oppressive reality of his authority. Satisfied, Hiruzen turned back to Naruto, the intensity in his gaze softening just slightly as he looked at the boy. He knelt beside Naruto and placed a hand over the seal, feeling the faint ripple of chakra beneath his palm. The glowing had been stopped, but it left behind more questions than answers. His gaze lingered on Naruto as his mind raced through possibilities. If the seal is intact, then this must be external. But who or what could have caused such a disturbance? There hasn't been any sign of tampering, not from within or without. And Naruto himself, he frowned. Even if his chakra network is strained, he doesn't have the capacity to disrupt the seal on his own. Whatever caused this disturbance, I must find the source. Otherwise, I fear we could all perish, and this could very well lead to another war. Hiruzen let out a deep sigh as his hand lingering on Naruto's small frame for a moment before he stood and turned to leave the room. The moment the Hokage exited, the two EMBU operatives entered the room. Their masks revealed nothing, but their presence spoke volumes. They were more than just guards, they were there as enforcers, a reminder to the doctors and nurses of what would happen if they dared to let their personal prejudices interfere with their duties. Hiruzen wasn't naive. He knew that leaving Naruto in the care of these individuals was a risk. Their glares and muttered remarks had made their feelings all too clear. Despite the fear he had instilled in them, it could only suppress their hatred, but it wouldn't erase it. That was precisely why the ENBU were there. Should anyone be foolish enough to act on their prejudice and harm the boy, they'd be met with a swift and brutal end. One of the ENBU moved to the corner of the room, standing silently like a shadow, their masked gaze fixed on the staff. The other remained stationed by the door, their presence suffocating in its quiet intensity. The medical staff exchanged uneasy glances. Their earlier contempt simmered just beneath the surface, but the fear of retribution kept their hands steady and their mouths shut. Whatever thoughts they harbored, they knew better than to act on them now. Inside the seal, Naruto was unconscious as he laid there, his body limp and his breathing steady. He was completely unaware of the two beings watching him, and that they were responsible for the excruciating pain he had felt and the state he was in. "So this is the boy, huh?" Sukuna crouched and examined Naruto from head to toe, noting the boy's small frame. The child looked to be about 9 years old, perhaps a couple of years older. He had red hair with golden blonde tips, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek that stood out subtly against his pale skin. Sukuna's gaze then shifted to the boy's closed eyes. His curiosity got the better of him, and he reached out. Using 2 fingers, he carefully lifted one of Naruto's eyelids. The boy's cerulean blue iris caught the faint light of the mindscape, its brilliance momentarily holding Sukuna's attention. The only person he'd seen with eyes as blue as these was Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo's eyes had been a reflection of his mastery and understanding of cursed energy and cursed techniques. But this boy's eyes, they felt unrefined. The potential was there, buried beneath weakness and inexperience. Yet the thought intrigued Sukuna. What would these eyes become under the right circumstances? Feeling intrigued, Sukuna decided to delve deeper. He placed a hand on Naruto's chest in the center, and he began to examine Naruto's soul. Almost immediately, Sukuna's eyes widened in surprise. There it was again, that strange energy. It was similar to the malevolent force that radiated from the fox in the cage, but at the same time it was different. It lacked that malevolent feeling. And this strange energy that both the fox and this posse's felt similar to cursed energy, but it wasn't the same. This energy felt more alive, vibrant even. It lacked the negative feelings and bitterness that typically accompanied cursed energy. Instead, it pulsed with a vitality that was both fascinating as though it were tied intrinsically to life itself. And what he found surprising was that this boy, he seemed to have a large amount of it. Sukuna's hand lingered on Naruto's chest as he assessed the scale of the energy. The sheer volume was staggering, easily equal to 20% of his cursed energy reserves. How could a child possess this much power? It's impressive. For someone so small, you're carrying quite the burden, aren't you, brat? Sukuna said as he removed his hand from Naruto's chest, but his gaze remained fixed on his unconscious form. This energy wasn't just abundant. It was volatile, raw and untamed, swirling through the boy's body like a storm. The gears in Sukuna's mind turned as he considered the implications. What kind of child could handle such immense power without being torn apart? Who were his parents that had given birth to him? Perhaps the answer lies there. But it's no wonder the fox is in a cage. This energy, if left unchecked, it would devour the boy from the inside out. But who sealed the fox in him and why? Sukuna wondered. Then he turned and looked at the nine tails. I don't suppose you'd be willing to answer my questions, right, fox? I've already given you more than enough answers, human. I am not obliged to give you more. Now, leave me alone. I have no further interest in you or that brat. You're both powerless against me, especially you. The nine tails said. Then it again retreated deeper into the cage. To it, Sukuna was nothing more than a parasite that he couldn't quite figure out, and happened to be sealed into the boy. Whatever Sukuna did, as long as he didn't interfere with the nine tails' plans, then it didn't care. Sukuna watched the beast retreat further into the recess of its cage before turning back to Naruto, who was still unconscious. I expected as much. Well, it looks like I'll have to go through the boy's memories. But first, Sukuna walked forward for a little bit before stopping. The fox said that it and I are sealed in the boy, and that this is a reflection of his mind. If so then, he raised his right leg and stomped on the ground, causing a large cascading effect as ripples moved out and the mindscape shook a bit. He waited for a few moments, then it happened. The water that once looked yellow was dyed red, and in a domain similar to the one he had when he was inside of Yuji Itadori, wasn't created. Sukuna walked up to the throne that had formed and sat down on it. Ah, that's a lot better. Now to see what's in this boy's mind and what I can learn from it. Sukuna leaned forward on his knuckles and tapped into Naruto's memories, watching Naruto's life unfold. The first thing he saw was Naruto sitting somewhere, and there were other children around. At this time, Naruto looked to be about 3 years old. Then a woman walked up giving them food, and Naruto watched. But when she got him, her face twisted in disgust. She seemed like she was debating even feeding him. Naruto's stomach growled as he waited, and then she gave him some scraps, the last of the food, but that was it. After that, she walked away, not saying a word or being kind to him like she was to all the other children. On other days, different staff members worked at what Sukuna figured was an orphanage, and they were just as bad, if not worse. Naruto was often starved, going hungry at night, and depending on the season, freezing or hot as well. He wasn't allowed to sleep with the other children. He was given a worn-out cot that smelled like someone puked and wet themselves, and the blanket he was given, counting they didn't take it away, was threadbare, barely holding together. And his clothes were the same, but slightly better. The orphanage staff didn't bother locking the door of the room he was in. They knew he wouldn't dare try to leave. The room was cold and dark. The only sound was the occasional scurry of rats and mice along the walls. Another instance was he had to wait till all the children were done bathing, and he barely had any soap. All the hot water was used up, and the water was dirty. Yet they made him get in anyways. Despite his age, even he could tell this water wasn't good for him, but he didn't have a choice. If he didn't, he'd be punished, and he knew very well what that entailed. He was also abused by some of the staff members. He'd be pushed around, shoved, or beat under the guise of punishing him. They didn't want the demon to fight back, so what better way to make him feel like he deserved it? It got worse as Naruto's life spiraled deeper into a living nightmare. Each day at the orphanage blurred into a relentless cycle of neglect and cruelty that would have broken anyone else, let alone a 3-year-old. The staff made it a point to remind him in subtle and overt ways that he was nothing, less than nothing. A monster, a burden, a mistake that should have never been born. When mealtime came, he wasn't allowed to eat with the others at the table. Instead, he was forced to sit on the cold, dirty floor in the corner of the dining hall, away from their laughter and warmth. The staff would toss him whatever remained, often bruised fruit, stale bread, or gristle that even stray dogs would reject. If he dared complain, he wouldn't eat at all. One particularly cruel staff member once spat in his bowl of watery porridge before handing it to him, sneering as she muttered, "Eat up, demon. It's more than you deserve." Winter was the worst. The orphanage barely heated the building, and Naruto's corner room might as well have been outside. The windows were cracked, letting in freezing drafts that bit into his skin. His thin blanket provided no comfort, and his threadbare clothes did little to shield him from the cold. Nights were a torment of shivering and huddling in the fetal position, desperately trying to conserve what little warmth his small body could generate. But the worst part, the most soul-crushing agony, wasn't the physical abuse or the starvation. It was the isolation. Naruto didn't understand why everyone hated him. He didn't know why the staff sneered at him, why the other children avoided him like a plague. He didn't know why the villagers outside the orphanage glared at him with such venom when he accompanied the staff on errands. All he wanted was what he saw other children receiving so easily: a kind word, a warm touch, a smile meant for him. Instead, he got cold stares and cruel laughter. He once tried to make a friend. A new boy, about his age, had arrived at the orphanage. Naruto thought, maybe, just maybe, this boy wouldn't hate him. He offered the boy one of his few possessions, a small wooden carving he had found in the trash and cleaned up. The boy hesitated, his eyes wide with curiosity, but before he could accept, one of the staff members swooped in, snatching the carving from Naruto's hands. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded, glaring at him. "You don't get to bribe people into liking you, demon." She smashed the carving against the wall, splintering it into pieces, and dragged Naruto away by his ear as he sobbed. The boy never spoke to Naruto again. Sukuna watched as this all unfolded, and he had the same question as Naruto. Why do they hate this boy? To treat him like this, and he's just a child, and they keep calling him a demon. Is it something his parents did? Or perhaps do they know of the fox and fear his power? But if that's the case, why nor just outright kill him? Sukuna speculated a bit more, but seeing he was getting nowhere, he continued going through Naruto memories. The next thing he saw was that when Naruto turned 4, the matron had shoved him out, not even bothering to give him a coat or shoes to protect him from the biting chill of the autumn air. He stumbled down the orphanage steps, his small frame swaying as he tried to balance on his frail legs. Her words, "You're nothing but a curse, a demon that should never have been born," echoed in the air behind him as the heavy door slammed shut. Naruto stood there for a moment, his breath visible in the frosty air. His tiny hands clenched at the frayed ends of his shirt as he looked around, and his blue eyes wide with confusion and fear. He didn't understand why he had been thrown out. What had he done this time? The orphanage had been cold and cruel, but at least it was somewhere to sleep, somewhere to be. Now, even that had been taken from him. Sukuna observed as Naruto began wandering aimlessly, his steps hesitant and uneven. The streets of Konoha were eerily quiet that night, but the few villagers who passed him didn't spare him a glance. And if they did, it was only to sneer or mutter curses under their breath. A shopkeeper carrying a sack of goods deliberately swerved into Naruto's path, knocking him over without so much as an apology. The boy hit the ground with a soft cry, his hands scraping against the rough stone road. Naruto didn't cry. He sat there for a moment, staring at his scrapped palms, before slowly pushing himself back to his feet. His knees wobbled, but he managed to stand. The boy kept moving, his small, bare feet slapping against the cold, damp ground. The wind picked up, tugging at his tattered shirt and chilling him to the bone. He wrapped his arms around himself, his breath coming out in trembling puffs. His stomach growled loudly, but there was nothing he could do about it. He hadn't eaten that day again. As Sukuna continued watching, it left an odd, bitter taste in his mouth. A child like this, stripped of everything, even the most basic human kindness. Sukuna had seen cruelty in his own time, but this was an entire community united in their hatred for one child. It was disgusting. Naruto continued wandering until his legs gave out, collapsing in an alleyway between two closed shops. He curled up into a ball, pressing his back against the cold wall and tucking his knees under his chin. His body shook violently as the cold seeped into his bones. The only sounds were the distant murmurs of the villagers and the occasional barking of stray dogs. Hours passed. Sukuna could feel the boy's body growing weaker, his breathing shallow. A lesser child would have succumbed to the cold by now, but Naruto's small frame clung stubbornly to life. A defiant spark in him that refused to extinguish even as his young body was reaching its limits. Sukuna couldn't help but be impressed by the boy's resilience. Despite all that was happening, he still clung to life and didn't get sick while having no protection from the elements. This lasted for days. Then one night, as Naruto lay in an alley asleep, an Anbu with a dog mask found him shivering in the streets. The next day, the Hokage had taken him in, giving him a small apartment and enough money to survive. The old man had been kind, and Naruto appreciated it, but it couldn't fill the void in Naruto's heart. The next memory unfolded as Sukuna watched Naruto's life shift after the Hokage intervened, but the improvement was only superficial, a plaster over a gaping wound. Sukuna observed as the old man, Hiruzen Sarutobi, handed Naruto a key to a modest apartment. It was more space than Naruto had ever had, but it was cold, empty, and bare. No decorations, no personal touches, just a single bed, a small kitchen, and a small living room. Hiruzen had tried to smile and reassure the boy that this was his new home, but even Sukuna could see the weight of the old man's guilt. He knew this wasn't enough, and yet it was all he could give. Naruto's first night in the apartment was painfully quiet. Sukuna watched as the boy wandered the small space, his bare feet padding softly against the wooden floor. He sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the cracked walls, his blue eyes wide with uncertainty. The next day, Naruto ventured out into the village. Sukuna followed the boy's memories as he wandered through the bustling streets, his small figure weaving between villagers who barely noticed him, or if they did, they glared with open hostility. The whispers followed him wherever he went. Why is he still here? That brat should have died with the fox. Don't let him near the kids. Naruto pretended not to hear, but Sukuna could see the way his shoulders hunched and the way his pace quickened as he tried to escape their stares. The boy found a small market stall selling cheap bowls of noodles and handed over a few crumpled bills from the allowance Hiruzen had given him. The shopkeeper's face twisted with disgust as he accepted the money, slamming the bowl down on the counter with unnecessary force. Naruto flinched but said nothing, taking his food and retreating to a corner where he could eat in peace, or at least where he could pretend to. Sukuna continued to observe, but he still couldn't understand why the boy was treated this way. He was just a child with no family, no support, no understanding of why the world seemed to despise him. Sukuna back during the Heian era, strength dictated worth, and the weak were cast aside. But this boy wasn't weak. He had survived more in his few years than most adults could endure, and still, he stood. Naruto's resilience became even more apparent as he grew older. Sukuna watched as the boy learned to fend for himself, scrounging for food when his meager allowance ran out, and repairing his own clothes when they tore. He made do with what little he had, finding creative solutions to problems that no child should have to face. Yet, despite his resourcefulness, the loneliness never left him. One day, Naruto tried to join a group of children playing in the streets. Sukuna observed as the boy approached cautiously, his steps hesitant but hopeful. He offered them a small, awkward smile, his blue eyes bright with anticipation. But the other children stopped playing the moment they noticed him. One of them sneered, pointing at Naruto with a cruel laugh. Why would we play with a monster like you? I'm not a monster. Naruto's smile faltered, but he didn't give up. I just want to play. The oldest of the group stepped forward. Get lost, he said, shoving Naruto backward. The boy stumbled but didn't fall. His fists clenched at his sides as he stood his ground, his determination shining through despite the tears welling in his eyes. I'm not going anywhere, Naruto said. The other children laughed, and the oldest boy shoved him again, harder this time. Naruto hit the ground with a thud, but he didn't cry. He pushed himself back up, his small frame trembling with anger and frustration. The group of children scattered, laughing as they ran off, leaving Naruto alone in the street. He stood there for a moment, his fists clenched, his head bowed. Then, slowly, He turned and walked away, his steps heavy with defeat. Sukuna couldn't look away. The boy's pain was raw and unfiltered, his emotions laid bare for anyone to see. And yet, no one did. No one cared. The world seemed determined to break him, but Naruto refused to shatter. There was something about that defiance, that stubborn refusal to give up, that struck a chord with Sukuna. He continued watching as Naruto's life progressed into the next chapter of his hardships, the Konoha Ninja Academy. The memories shifted, showing Naruto entering the academy for the first time. He was smaller than the other children, his bright red and golden-tipped hair messy, and his clothes slightly oversized. Despite the harsh treatment he had endured up to this point, there was an undeniable spark in his blue eyes, a bit of hope and excitement at the prospect of becoming a shinobi. But the academy was no haven for Naruto. It was yet another battlefield. From the very beginning, the instructors made it clear that they wanted nothing to do with him. They ignored his questions, overlooked his raised hand during lessons, and barely offered him the bare minimum of instruction. When Naruto struggled with a particular technique, they offered no guidance, no advice to help him improve. If anything, they seemed to take pleasure in watching him fail. "Pay attention, Uzumaki," one instructor barked during a kunai throwing exercise, his tone harsh and unforgiving. "Maybe if you stopped fooling around, you'd actually hit the target for once." Naruto flinched at the reprimand, but didn't argue. He bit his lip, forcing himself to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. He knew by now that crying wouldn't get him anywhere. It never had. Instead, he gritted his teeth and picked up another kunai, his small hands trembling slightly as he aimed. The kunai missed the target by a wide margin, and the instructor snorted in disdain. "Hopeless," the man muttered under his breath, loud enough for Naruto to hear. The other students weren't much better. They whispered and snickered behind his back, their laughter cutting through the air like knives. "Did you see that? He couldn't even hit the target. No wonder everyone calls him a failure." Naruto pretended not to hear, his face carefully blank as he retrieved his kunai and tried again. He threw with all his strength, his movements fueled by frustration and determination, but the result was the same. The blade landed nowhere near the target. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, his nails digging into his palms as he fought to keep his emotions in check. Despite the constant ridicule and neglect, Naruto refused to give up. After each lesson, he stayed behind, practicing long after the other students had left. He threw kunai until his arms ached, ran laps around the training grounds until his legs felt like they would give out, and practiced the basic hand seals over and over again until his fingers felt numb. One particularly harsh memory stood out. It was a written exam day, and Naruto had struggled to answer the questions on the test. He wasn't stupid, far from it, but the lack of guidance and the cruel remarks from the instructors had worn down his confidence. When the results were announced, Naruto's name was at the very bottom of the list. The instructor didn't bother to hide his disdain as he handed Naruto his paper. "Fail again, Uzumaki," the man sneered. "You'll never make it as a ninja at this rate." Naruto stared at the paper in his hands, his vision blurring as tears welled up in his eyes. He clenched the sheet tightly, his knuckles white, and forced himself to swallow the lump in his throat. He wouldn't cry, not here and in front of them. He shoved the paper into his bag and left the classroom without a word, his steps quick and purposeful as he made his way to the training grounds. That night, Sukuna watched as Naruto stood alone in the moonlit clearing, his breath visible in the chilly air. The boy practiced the clone jutsu over and over again, despite his exhaustion. Each attempt left him more drained than the last, but he didn't stop. He refused to stop. "I'll show them," Naruto muttered. "I'll prove them wrong. I'll get stronger, no matter what." Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against him, the boy kept going. He failed, and he failed again, but he never stopped trying. That stubborn resilience was a trait Sukuna recognized well. It was the same unyielding spirit that had driven him to become the king of curses. The memories continued to unfold, revealing the years of relentless effort that defined Naruto's time at the academy. He studied late into the night, using worn-out textbooks that Hiruzen had given him. He practiced jutsu in the woods, using trees as makeshift targets. He trained his body, running laps around the village and doing push-ups until his arms gave out. But no matter how hard he worked, it was never enough. The academy instructors continued to dismiss him, their disdain for him as blatant as ever. And when Naruto failed the graduation exam for the second time, Sukuna felt an unfamiliar twinge of anger. Not at Naruto, but at the village that had set him up to fail. This village, they've done everything they can to break you. And yet, here you are, still standing, still fighting. You're either a fool or the strongest brat I've ever seen. Sukuna said. Sukuna then turned his attention inward, focusing on the strange energy within the boy. Chakra, they called it. He had observed the villagers and academy instructors use it during demonstrations. Chakra was a fusion of mental and physical energy, a concept foreign to Sukuna, yet fascinating in its potential. Unlike cursed energy, which was born of negative emotions, hatred, fear, and sorrow, Chakra felt more balanced, almost alive, and just as potent. Naruto, despite his lack of formal instruction, was brimming with the stuff. He watched the way the boy trained relentlessly, his chakra flaring with each failed attempt to perform what they called a jutsu. The hand signs, or hand seals as they were called, were used to mold chakra into specific techniques, the same way cursed techniques shaped cursed energy. The similarities were undeniable, and Sukuna found himself intrigued by the system's complexity. Jutsu, Jujitsu, Sukuna mused, a dry chuckle escaping his lips. The names are too close to be a coincidence. What kind of world have I ended up in? The memories revealed more than just the mechanics of chakra. They also painted a grim picture of Naruto's suffering. Sukuna had finally pieced together why the boy was hated. It started with the story of the nine-tailed fox. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had sealed the beast within Naruto on the night of its rampage. The villagers hailed Minato as a hero for his sacrifice, but they despised the boy who bore the burden of the fox's imprisonment. Hypocrites. They praised the man who caged the beast but condemned the child who keeps it locked away and keeps your dumb asses alive. Disgusting, he said. And what the fox hadn't mentioned, but Sukuna had deduced, was that only half of it was sealed within Naruto. The rest was gone, likely consumed in some ritual or scattered into the ether. The fractured nature of the nine-tailed spirit was unmistakable, a glaring imperfection in an otherwise overwhelming presence. The beast might have been hatred incarnate, but even it wasn't whole. Sukuna's experience and knowledge of the soul and energy was unparalleled, which allowed him to sense it immediately. And the boy didn't even know. He didn't understand the power within him, the potential to reshape the world or destroy it. Naruto could have lashed out, could have unleashed the fox's rage upon the village that tormented him. Yet he didn't. Sukuna watched as the boy endured insult after insult, his head held high despite the tears that threatened to spill. What a fool, Sukuna said, though he wasn't mocking the boy. To seek their acceptance when you could crush them underfoot. To long for love when all they've given you is nothing but hate. He continued to observe as Naruto pulled pranks, his mischievous grin hiding the loneliness that ate away at him. The boy painted the Hokage monument, dyed the village fountains bright orange, and swapped signs on the market stalls, all for an inch of attention. Sukuna saw through it immediately. The pranks weren't about causing chaos. They were about being noticed, being acknowledged. He wanted someone to acknowledge his existence. Bad publicity was better than no publicity at all. The memories shifted again, showing Naruto sitting alone in his apartment after another failed exam. The boy stared at the cracked walls, his knees pulled to his chest as he hugged them tightly. He wasn't crying, not anymore. Sukuna could see the determination in his eyes, the fire that refused to be extinguished. They'll notice me, Naruto whispered to himself, his voice trembling but resolute. One day, they'll see I'm not a monster. I'll prove them wrong. I'll become Hokage, and then they'll have to respect me. Sukuna tilted his head, his expression unreadable as he watched the boy. There was a strange sense of familiarity in those words, a reflection of his own rise to power. He, too, had been scorned and feared in his time. He, too, had sought acknowledgement not through love, but through domination. And yet, this boy chose a different path. You're an idiot, Sukuna said, his voice tinged with amusement. But maybe that's what makes you strong. You don't let their hatred consume you. You fight it, even if it breaks you. The king of curses fell silent, his gaze lingering on the boy who had somehow endured a lifetime of suffering in just a few short years. As Sukuna sat there, reviewing everything he had learned from the boy's memories and about this strange new world, he couldn't help but feel something unexpected stirring within him. It was faint at first, but it grew stronger the more he dwelled on the boy's life. He leaned forward slightly, crossing his forearms in thought, as he tried to identify the unfamiliar sensation. It wasn't admiration, though there was something about Naruto's resilience that commanded a degree of respect. Nor was it disdain, though Sukuna often found himself scoffing at the boy's naive optimism. No, this was different, something he hadn't felt in centuries. Pity. The realization struck him hard, and for a moment, Sukuna sat frozen. Pity was not an emotion he was accustomed to. It was foreign, unwelcome, and yet undeniable. He hadn't felt anything like this since. Urom. Sukuna could still see it clearly, the boy sitting amidst the frozen corpses of his family and neighbors. The bodies were twisted in grotesque poses of agony, their faces contorted in fear. Yet the boy sat there, untouched by the frost, his small frame huddled in the center of the carnage. He wasn't crying. His eyes were dry and hollow, as if the horrors around him had drained him of all emotion. Sukuna had stumbled upon the scene and questioned Urom, but even he didn't understand what happened. And so the King of Curses had taken this strange boy with him, and things went from there. Sukuna had felt it then, this same gnawing sensation in his chest, this pity for someone so wretchedly alone and abandoned. He of all people, back then had shown compassion. Now, as he looked at Naruto, that same feeling had returned. Sukuna frowned, his forearms tightening across his chest as he leaned on one, his sharp mind grappling with the why. Why did this boy, this insignificant brat, evoke such a reaction? He thought of Naruto's memories. They played in his mind in a loop. The boy's suffering was undeniable, but so was his resilience. Sukuna had always despised weakness, yet he couldn't bring himself to hate the boy. And it wasn't just the boy's suffering that stood out. No, it was something deeper. The more Sukuna thought about it, the more he began to see the parallels between the boy and himself. Naruto was an unloved and unwanted child cast aside by the world. Sukuna knew what that was like. He, too, was an unloved, unwanted wretched brat no one cared for, born into a life of scorn and isolation. He too had been called a monster, shunned and scorned, cast out like trash to fend for himself. The memories of his own childhood rose unbidden, sharp and raw despite the centuries that had passed. Both of them had been rejected, ridiculed, and left to fend for themselves. Yet, their paths had diverged in the most profound way. Naruto, despite the hatred he carried within him, kept his bitterness buried deep within him. He refused to let it define him. He sought love, acceptance, and acknowledgement, desperately clinging to the hope that if he worked hard enough, he'd be accepted like everyone else. He chose to endure the pain rather than inflict it on others. Sukuna, on the other hand, had chosen the opposite path. He had embraced his hatred, allowed it to consume him, and used it to carve his name into history. He had struck back at the world that had scorned him, carving a bloody path to the top out of spite and bitterness. His power had grown, but so had his loneliness. Even in his prime, surrounded by fear and reverence, Sukuna had been alone. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. As he looked at the unconscious boy, "You're nothing like me, brat," Sukuna said, his voice carrying a strange mix of bitterness and respect. "I burned the world for the way it treated me. You're trying to save it, even when it doesn't deserve it. Why didn't you lash out? Why didn't you crush them underfoot like the insects they are? You have the power, even if you don't know it yet. That fox inside you, it's more than enough to wipe this village off the map." The boy's memories revealed moments when Naruto had come close. Times when the darkness in his heart whispered temptations to strike back, to give in to the anger and pain. But Naruto had always stopped himself, always pulled back. Not because he lacked the will, but because he chose not to. Sukuna thought back to his own childhood, the jeers, the beatings, the endless nights of hunger and loneliness. Sukuna had risen above it all, not through kindness or hope, but through sheer, unrelenting hatred. His strength had been forged in the fires of vengeance, his name whispered in fear by those who had once scorned him. But even at the height of his power, surrounded by legions who worshipped him, Sukuna had felt the same emptiness he had known as a child. And now, here was this boy, this insignificant child who had every reason to lash out, to destroy, and yet, he didn't. Naruto's anger was there, simmering beneath the surface, but it didn't consume him. He sought connection, not destruction. He wanted to be loved, not feared. Naruto had something Sukuna hadn't, an indomitable will that defied all logic. Even in the face of rejection, even when it would have been easier to give up or strike back, the boy clung to the belief that things could get better. He pulled pranks not out of malice, but because he wanted to be seen, to be acknowledged. Publicity, no matter how negative, was better than being invisible. It baffled Sukuna, but he couldn't help but smile. This boy was interesting, different. You're either the biggest fool I've ever seen, or you're something else entirely. Either way, you're starting to amuse me, Naruto Uzumaki. Root. Root headquarters was completely hidden from the public eye. It lay deep beneath Konoha. It was a covert organization founded by a man twisted by his selfish and evil ambitions. His name was Danzo Shimura. Root carried out morally questionable missions under his orders. If he felt someone or something was a threat to the village, or his plans, they were either manipulated or killed, even if they were once a part of the clan. The facility had labyrinth tunnels intended to confuse and trap those who entered without authorization. It also had seals and mineralized dust which prevented the Byakugan from being used to locate or find one's way through the facility. At the heart of it, in a dimly lit room, sat Danzo Shimura. His one visible eye stared into the distance, unblinking and calculating, as though dissecting a plan only he could see. In front of him, an agent materialized from the shadows, kneeling in submission. The Root operatives were ghosts, unseen and unheard until summoned, and this one was no exception. He spoke in a tone completely devoid of emotion. Danzo-sama, I bring a report regarding the Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo's visible eye narrowed slightly, the only sign of his interest. Speak. The Jinchuriki was discovered unconscious in his apartment. The agent began. According to reports, he was found on the floor with blood pooling from his nose. The third Hokage received a complaint from the Jinchuriki's landlord and personally investigated the matter. He then transported the boy to the hospital. Danzo's fingers tapped once on the armrest of his chair, the faint sound echoing in the oppressive silence. The Hokage, Danzo said slowly, is far too sentimental. He continues to coddle the boy despite his potential. The agent waited for a moment, then continued. There are concerns regarding the seal. The Hokage has stationed ANBU to guard the hospital room, and the staff is under strict orders to monitor any abnormalities. However, the specifics of the seal's condition remain unclear. The seal, of course, Hiruzen would prioritize maintaining the boy's containment over leveraging his potential, a critical weakness of his leadership. If he had the boy under proper surveillance, there wouldn't be an issue. Danzo began processing the implications of this information. The seal crafted by the fourth Hokage was a masterpiece of Fuinjutsu designed to contain the immense power of the Nine Tails. If there were signs of instability, it could mean any number of things: tampering, an external threat, or even an unknown reaction within the boy himself. Do we have any insight into what caused the Jinchuriki's collapse? Danzo asked. Not yet, Danzo-sama, the agent replied. The hospital staff reported fluctuating chakra levels and strain on his chakra network, but the Hokage has restricted access to the boy's medical records. No one outside his trusted circle knows more. Danzo's expression darkened, his fingers tightening slightly on the armrests. The secrecy surrounding the Jinchuriki was a constant thorn in his side. Hiruzen's insistence on shielding the boy from scrutiny only compounded the risk he posed. Foolish sentimentality. The boy is a weapon, not a child. To waste time protecting him instead of preparing him is to jeopardize the future of this village, Danzo said, his disdain for Hiruzen clear in his tone. If the seal were to fail, the Nine Tails' power could destabilize, posing an existential threat to Konoha like 8 years ago. But if the boy's condition could be leveraged, if Root could gain control over the Jinchuriki, it would be a boon of unimaginable magnitude. Continue monitoring the situation. The moment the Hokage's vigilance falters, I want every detail of the boy's condition brought to me. I will not allow this to slip through our grasp. Danzo commanded. Yes, Danzo-sama. The agent bowed deeply before vanishing into the shadows, leaving Danzo alone with his thoughts. The silence in the room deepened as Danzo considered his next move. The Jinchuriki represented an untapped well of power that, if harnessed correctly, could ensure Konoha's dominance for generations. But the boy was also a liability. His lack of discipline, his emotional fragility, and the Hokage's incessant meddling were obstacles that needed to be addressed. Danzo's visible eye narrowed as his lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. Soon, the boy will understand his purpose. And when that time comes, Konoha will no longer rely on the weak will of Hiruzen Sarutobi. For the sake of the village, sacrifices must be made, he said to himself, as he rose from his chair and turned to leave the room. For now, he would wait. But his patience was not limitless. The Jinchuriki was a key, one that Danzo intended to use, no matter the cost. With Naruto. Naruto was still laying in the hospital bed. It had been 2 days since he collapsed in his apartment. The faint hum of machines and the occasional beeping of a heart monitor filled the otherwise silent room. His hand twitched, and he let out a small groan as he regained consciousness. Then slowly he opened his eyes. His vision was a bit blurry. He squinted, turning his head to take in his surroundings when a sudden burning sensation made him flinch. Ugh! Naruto let out a groan, swatting at the source of discomfort. "Stay still, boy," a male voice said. Naruto blinked as his eyelids were held open and a light shone directly into his pupils. The man inspected him without much care before finally turning off the light and stepping back. Naruto blinked again as his vision slowly cleared up. He glanced around the room, taking in his surroundings. He saw an unfamiliar ceiling, 2 ENBU stationed near the door. Then, feeling something in his arm, he looked down and saw the 4 needle taped in place. Naruto realized he was in the hospital. "What happened?" Naruto asked as he sat up in bed. 2 days ago, Lord Third found you collapsed on the floor of your apartment and brought you here. He'll be on his way shortly." It wasn't the medic who answered. He had already turned away, jotting down notes on a clipboard with disinterest. Instead, one of the ANBU stepped forward and answered. Naruto nodded slowly as he took in the information. He noticed the way the nurses and doctors in the room moved, their gazes not once meeting his as though he were invisible. One nurse visibly stiffened when their eyes briefly met, quickly turning away as though she hadn't seen him at all. Naruto felt a familiar pain in his chest, but said nothing, lowering his gaze to his lap. Minutes passed in silence. Then Naruto heard the door open and looked up. Hiruzen entered the room and rushed over to him. "Naruto, my boy, how are you feeling?" Hiruzen asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I'm fine, I think, old man. A little stiff, but that's it," Naruto responded, scratching the back of his head. Hiruzen smiled gently, though his eyes betrayed a deeper worry. "I'm glad to hear that, Naruto. I was worried when I found you unconscious in your apartment. I received a call from the landlord. Apparently, some tenants heard you crying as though you were in pain. When I got there, your door was locked, so I knocked and called your name, but you didn't answer. When I found you collapsed on the floor with your nose, you remember what happened? Anything suspicious?" Naruto sat there for a moment, and he tried his hardest to remember what happened that day. But he couldn't remember much. "Sorry, old man, I don't remember much. I think my head felt fuzzy when I got home. I tried drinking some water, but it didn't help, so I drank some milk instead, but it was spoiled. I spit most of it out, but after that, everything went dark," he said. "I see. Does your head hurt now? Or do you recall your stomach hurting all that day, even for a moment?" Hiruzen asked, stroking his beard. Naruto shook his head. "No, not really. Sorry, old man." Hiruzen sighed, but gave him a reassuring smile. "It's fine, Naruto. What matters is that you're all right now." "Okay, so does this mean I can go home?" "I don't really like hospitals, especially the food," Naruto said, looking at Hiruzen. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'd like you to stay here for at least another day so the medics can keep an eye on you. However, I'll arrange for one of the ANBU to bring you some ramen from Ichiraku's." "How does that sound?" Hiruzen asked, his voice warm and steady. "Yeah, sure. That sounds great, old man." Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his head. To anyone else, Naruto's request might have seemed perfectly normal, just a kid excited about his favorite meal and disliking hospital food. But Hiruzen saw past the boy's smile, past the surface-level cheerfulness. He knew what Naruto was really asking. "Do I have to stay here, with people who ignore me, who act like I don't exist, or worse, like I shouldn't exist at all?" The thought made Hiruzen's heart ache, though he kept his expression composed. He placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Don't worry, my boy. You'll be home soon enough. Just rest for now, all right?" Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded, the small smile still on his face, but Hiruzen could feel the faint tension in the boy's posture. As Hiruzen stood up, he made a mental note to speak with the medical staff again. He'd given them strict instructions to treat Naruto like any other patient, but the lingering hostility of some villagers was a difficult tide to turn. A few hours later, A few hours later, Naruto sat up in his hospital bed, the aroma of freshly made ramen filling the small room. A bowl from Ichiraku's rested in his hands, steam curling upward and warming his face. He took a deep breath, his stomach growling loudly before he dug in, slurping the noodles eagerly. Man, this is way better than hospital food, Naruto said between bites, his voice muffled by the mouthful of noodles. Hiruzen chuckled softly, watching the boy with a faint smile. I thought you'd appreciate it. You've been through a lot these past few days, Naruto. You deserve this. Naruto paused for a moment, his chopsticks hovering over the bowl. Thanks, old man. For everything. Hiruzen's expression softened. You don't have to thank me, Naruto. Just focus on getting better. I have some matters to attend to, but I'll check on you tomorrow. Rest well, Naruto, he said as he stood up. Yeah, sure. See you later, old man, Naruto replied, flashing a grin as he returned to his ramen. Hiruzen lingered for a moment on the boy before he turned and left the room, the door closing softly behind him. Naruto finished the bowl quickly and set it aside as he leaned back against the pillows. The room was quiet again, save for the faint hum of the monitors. He stared at the ceiling and put his hands behind his head, swirling as his eyelids grew heavy. Within moments, sleep claimed him, and the room fell silent once more. Next day, the faint glow of morning sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting soft patterns on the hospital walls. Naruto stirred, shifting beneath the thin blanket as his eyes blinked open groggily. Ugh, hospitals, Naruto mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. His stomach grumbled loudly, and he frowned. Man, I'm already hungry again. Then the door opened, and Hiruzen entered with 2 medics in tow. The ANBU stationed in the room straightened silently. Good morning, Naruto, Hiruzen said warmly. How are you feeling? I'm fine, old man. Just stiff, that's all, Naruto replied, flashing a grin. Hiruzen chuckled softly. Let the medics finish checking you over, and you'll be free to go. Just don't overdo it today, all right? Once the medics cleared him and left the room, Naruto quickly changed out of the hospital gown and into his clothes. Minutes later, he was leaping across rooftops, the crisp morning air whipping through his hair as he made his way home to grab his bag before heading to the academy. As Naruto landed on the roof of his apartment, he took a deep breath, letting the morning breeze fill his lungs. He hurried inside and grabbed his backpack, then headed back out without wasting a second. But as he took his first leap toward the academy, his stomach growled loudly, reminding him he hadn't eaten since the ramen Hiruzen had brought him. Naruto groaned, clutching his stomach. Man, I need to fuel up before class. Guess there's time for a quick stop. Ichiraku Ramen wasn't far, and Naruto made it there in record time. Dropping down into the alley behind the stand, Naruto slipped around to the front, where Tucci was already preparing for the day. Yo, old man Tucci, can I get some ramen to go? Naruto called, entering with a grin. Tucci looked up from the pot, his face lighting up. Naruto, it's been a couple of days. Good to see you. And I see you're up early today. Sure thing. You want miso, right? You know it. Thanks, Tucci, Naruto said, already digging into his pocket for coins. Within minutes, Tucci handed him a small, steaming container wrapped neatly for travel. There you go. Don't spill it while you're running, all right? And eat it before it gets cold, Tucci said with a wink. Thanks, old man. You're the best, Naruto said as he dashed out of the stand, the container in his hands. Naruto hopped back onto the rooftops. He began eating on the move as he made his way toward the academy. At the academy. By the time the academy came into view, the bowl was empty, and Naruto's energy was back in full force. He tossed the container into a bin near the entrance, and wiped his hands on his pants, then strode toward the gates with his usual confidence. Inside the gates, the other students who had arrived earlier were busy chatting in small groups. Laughter and conversation could be heard. Those entering alongside Naruto moved in pairs or clusters, their voices overlapping as they headed to their classrooms. But the moment Naruto passed through the gates, the lively chatter faltered. Students turned their heads, their conversations turning to whispers as they stole glances at him out of the corner of their eyes. Some glared openly, their expressions filled with irritation or disdain. Others avoided his gaze altogether, choosing instead to walk away as though his very presence was a curse. Naruto felt the sting of their reactions, the familiar ache settling in his chest. What's their problem? He wondered. It's not like I did anything today. But he buried the feeling quickly, plastering a wide grin on his face as he raised a hand in greeting. "Morning, everyone," he shouted, his voice echoing through the courtyard. The response was immediate. Students rolled their eyes, muttered to each other, or turned their backs completely. A girl near the gates crossed her arms with an annoyed huff, while another boy whispered something to his friend that made them both snicker. "Why is he even here?" one boy muttered, loud enough for Naruto to hear. "Don't make eye contact," a girl whispered. "Damn demon," another boy said. Naruto's grin faltered for half a second before he forced it back into place, ignored the sting in his chest as he stuffed his hands into his pockets, and walked toward the building with exaggerated nonchalance. "They don't matter," he told himself, his grin widening despite the lump forming in his throat. Naruto walked through the building until he reached his classroom. He pushed open the door with his usual enthusiasm, his grin wide as he stepped inside. As Naruto entered, the room fell into a brief, uncomfortable silence. A few students glanced up, their expressions ranging from mild annoyance to outright disdain. Others avoided looking at him altogether, pretending to stay absorbed in their conversations. Naruto ignored the looks, his focus landing on their sensei, Irika Yumino, who was busy organizing papers at his desk near the front of the room. "Yo, Irika-sensei," Naruto called out, waving enthusiastically as he approached the desk. "Morning, Naruto. How are you feeling? I heard about what happened from Lord Hokage," Irika said. Naruto scratched the back of his head, his grin turning sheepish. "Oh, that? I'm fine, sensei. Just needed a little nap, that's all." Irika's expression turned a bit stern as he said, "That little nap? Had the Hokage himself bringing you to the hospital, Naruto? You weren't home when I stopped by to check on you yesterday." Naruto blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "Wait, you came by my place?" Irika nodded, crossing his arms. "I wanted to drop off the notes you missed last week. When I saw the Hokage, he told me you'd collapsed. You're sure you're all right?" "Totally. No big deal. I'm tougher than I look, you know." Naruto waved dismissively. Irika chuckled lightly, though the concern in his eyes lingered. "If you say so, just make sure you're taking care of yourself, all right? We can't have you passing out in class." Naruto gave him a thumbs up. "You got it, sensei." Turning toward the class, Naruto made his way to his seat in the back of the classroom, his footsteps echoing slightly in the quiet room. As he walked past, a few students shot glares at him or whispered under their breath. Kiba was the first to speak up. Well, look who finally decided to show up. What's the matter, Naruto? Too weak to make it through a day without collapsing?" Naruto stopped in his tracks, turning to face Kiba. "What's your problem, Kiba? At least I don't smell like a wet dog every day," he said with a smirk. Several students burst into laughter at the jab, while Kiba's smirk vanished in an instant. "What did you say, you idiot?" Kiba growled as he stood up from his chair. "Just telling it like it is. Maybe if you spent more time training and less time barking, you'd actually be good at something," Naruto mocked. "You want to say that again, Naruto?" Kiba stood up from his seat. "Oh, you heard me. You can't even hit a target without Akamaru doing all the work," Naruto said, his grin widening as the laughter around them grew louder. "Better than being the dead last of the class, fox boy," Kiba shot back. From the side, Shikamaru sighed, his head resting on his arms as he said, "Troublesome. Can't you two ever just sit down without starting something?" Naruto shot Shikamaru a quick look before snapping back to Kiba. "I'll show you who's the dead last when I wipe the floor with you in sparring, dog breath." Kiba laughed, crossing his arms. "Yeah, right. You couldn't beat a log, let alone me." Choji, who was sitting nearby eating a bag of chips, also chimed in. "Naruto's got a point, Kiba. You do rely on Akamaru a lot." Kiba turned to Choji, frowning in disbelief. "Whose side are you on? Besides, Akamaru is my partner." Naruto grinned triumphantly, pointing at Kiba. "See? Even Choji knows you're all bark and no bite." The exchange earned a few chuckles from the random students in the room, though most still avoided looking directly at Naruto. Despite the playful insults, the air in the classroom felt lighter, if only for a moment. Naruto slumped into his seat in the back, crossing his arms and propping his feet up on the desk in front of him. "Keep talking, Kiba. I'll prove you wrong in class today," Naruto said, his grin wide and confident. "Whatever, loser," Kiba shot back. As Naruto and the others waited for the other students to arrive and class to begin, He turned his gaze to the window. He propped his chin in his hand, the warm sunlight streaming through the glass, casting soft patterns on his desk. His bright blue eyes reflected a mixture of boredom and thoughtfulness as he watched the leaves outside sway gently in the breeze. Why does everyone hate me so much? The question nagged at the back of his mind, surfacing uninvited as it always did in moments like this. He glanced around the classroom briefly, catching the occasional side-eye or sneer from his peers. I haven't done anything to them. So why? He clenched his jaw the thoughts, but then he forced himself to shake them off, ruffling his hair and sitting up straight. Nope, not thinking about that. Gotta stay focused, he said to himself, determination flaring in his chest as he clenched a fist. One day, I'll be Hokage, and they'll all see. A faint grin spread across his face, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. He leaned back in his chair and stretched his arms over his head, forcing his usual cheerful demeanor to return as he glanced back toward the window. Yeah, one day. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a pair of soft lavender eyes watched him from across the room. Hinata Hyuga sat quietly at her desk, her hands clasped together as she watched him. She saw the brief moment of sadness on his face, the way his shoulders slumped slightly before he straightened up and forced a smile. Her chest tightened at the sight. He's so strong, she thought, her cheeks flushing lightly as she watched him. No matter how they treat him, no matter what he goes through, he never gives up. I wish I could be that brave. Hinata's gaze lingered on the way his hair caught the sunlight streaming through the window, the golden tips glinting faintly against the deeper red beneath. It was striking, vibrant, so much like him. She'd never seen anyone else with hair like his, and though it often made him the target of teasing, she thought it was beautiful. Her gaze turned briefly towards Sakura Haruno, who sat across the room chatting with Ino. Hinata's expression faltered. She knew Naruto had a crush on Sakura. Everyone did. The way he lit up whenever Sakura spoke to him, even if it was to scold him or call him an idiot, was impossible to miss. I wish he'd look at me like that, she thought, the familiar ache of jealousy settling in her chest. She glanced back at Naruto, her face softening again. But even if he doesn't, I still want to see him smile. I just want him to be happy, Hinata thought to herself. Then the peacefulness of the classroom broke as the door slid open, all heads turning toward the figure who walked in. Sasuke Uchiha strolled into the room, his hands stuffed casually into his pockets, his sharp black eyes scanning the room with disinterest. Naruto, who had been leaning back in his chair, nearly fell over as he straightened up. Tsh, of course it's him, he muttered under his breath, slumping forward onto his desk. A few moments later, the classroom door was thrown open with enough force to rattle the frame, and chaos erupted. Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno burst through the doorway, shoving and elbowing each other in their desperate bid to get inside. Behind them, a swarm of other girls surged forward, each vying for position as they clamored to get closer to Sasuke. Move, forehead, Ino snapped, grabbing Sakura's arm to shove her back. Not a chance, Ino pig, Sakura shouted, elbowing her rival in the side. Calm down, there's enough Sasuke-kun for everyone, another girl chimed in, pushing her way through the crowd that was behind the two girls fighting to get in. Naruto groaned louder, slumping forward until his forehead hit his desk. Lucky, arrogant bastard, he said, glaring at Sasuke, who ignored the chaos entirely and had already taken his seat without so much as a glance at his admirers. Agreed, Kiba said, his voice carrying the same annoyed tone as Naruto's. Naruto turned his head toward Kiba, raising an eyebrow. The two rarely saw eye to eye, but in that moment, their mutual annoyance with Sasuke was undeniable. The stampede reached its climax as one of the girls, only Kami knows how, slipped past both Ino and Sakura and tripped over a desk leg, sending papers and books flying in every direction. This is ridiculous, Naruto said, watching as the girl scrambled to her feet, her face red with embarrassment as she scrambled to gather her scattered belongings. But the chaos didn't stop there. Another girl, in her haste to push through the crowd, accidentally knocked over a chair, which toppled into a desk, causing a bunch of noise. Kiba sighed, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. You'd think they're fighting for their lives or something. Fighting for Sasuke's attention is basically the same thing, Naruto replied, shaking his head. The chaos spiraled even further when a smaller girl at the back of the group attempted to squeeze past Sakura and Ino. only to be elbowed by both at the same time. Back of the line, Sakura shouted, her voice sharp as she shoved the girl aside. Finally, having had enough of the chaos and chatter, Irika slammed his hands on his desk. All right, that's enough. All of you, sit down and quiet down now, he shouted. The classroom fell silent instantly, and the students scrambled to find their seats under Irika's stern glare. Kiba snickered under his breath, but a single glance from Irika shut him up. Irika scanned the classroom, his dark eyes narrowing as he took in the scattered desks, the girls still flustered from their stampede toward Sasuke, and the overall mess left in the chaos. This is a classroom, not a battlefield. You're here to learn, not to cause a riot. Naruto raised his hand hesitantly. Technically, Irika-sensei, it wasn't a riot. Irika's glare pinned him in place. Naruto, I don't want to hear it. Right, got it, Naruto said as he sank into his seat with a nervous chuckle. Satisfied that the room was under control, Irika sighed and straightened up. Now, before we begin today's lesson, let's go over the door slid open abruptly, cutting him off. Mizuki stepped into the room with a pleasant smile plastered across his face. Good morning, Irika. Sorry for interrupting, Mizuki said, his tone warm and friendly. I just wanted to check in and help with the morning session. Irika nodded. Good morning, Mizuki. Thanks for coming. Mizuki's gaze swept across the classroom, landing briefly on Naruto. His smile didn't falter, but there was the faintest flicker of something in his eyes, disdain, perhaps, or irritation. Naruto, oblivious as ever, grinned brightly. Yo, Mizuki-sensei, he called out, waving enthusiastically. Mizuki's smile widened, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Good morning, Naruto, he replied. I hope you're ready to work hard today. Always, Naruto said, puffing out his chest proudly. Mizuki chuckled softly, but his thoughts were far from kind. Such an annoying little brat. He's got no idea how much everyone wishes he'd just disappear. Damn demon. You better enjoy yours, Lef. It won't be long before you're a corpse. Ruka cleared his throat, drawing Mizuki's attention. Let's get started, Irika said as Mizuki took a seat. As the students settled into their seats, Irika began explaining the day's lesson. All right, everyone, open your textbooks. Today, we'll be reviewing the history of the shinobi world, starting with the founding of Konoha. A collective groan rose from the classroom, echoed by Naruto's exaggerated sigh. He leaned back in his chair, holding his book upside down like it was a chore just to touch it. Ugh, why do we need to learn this history stuff? Naruto muttered to himself, flipping lazily through the pages without even looking at the words. What's the point? It's not like knowing about a bunch of old guys is going to help me become Hokage. Maybe it'll teach you how to not screw up, Naruto, Kiba said. Yeah, right, Naruto shot back, glaring at the book like it personally offended him. All this first Hokage this and Madara Uchiha that. Who cares? They're all dead. Irika's eyes twitched as he paused mid-sentence, glancing at Naruto. Naruto, this history isn't just about the past. It's about understanding the sacrifices that built this village and learning from them. Naruto rolled his eyes, grumbling under his breath. Sacrifices, schmifices. I'd rather be learning some cool jutsu instead of this boring junk. Meanwhile, inside of Naruto. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Sukuna sat lazily on his throne, his crimson eyes narrowing as he continued to observe the classroom through Naruto's senses. His posture was relaxed, as 3 of his 4 arms rested casually on the throne, while the 4th propped up his head as he leaned slightly forward. That's more like it. Finally something worth paying attention to. That fangirl nonsense was intolerable. Obsessing over a boy who barely acknowledges their existence, he said, irritated. As Irika's voice continued on, reciting passages from the textbook, Sukuna focused on the information being relayed. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju. So those are the names tied to this village's foundation. Both hailed from rival clans, yet forged an alliance powerful enough to create this village called Konoha. It's almost amusing, knowing peace rarely lasts between men of ambition. He leaned forward slightly, as he listened to Irika's voice and read the text through Naruto's eyes. History might be dull to you, brat, but I can assure you it's far more valuable than you realize. Sukuna continued his observations and briefly turned his attention to Sasuke. So that brooding child is an Uchiha, a descendant of one of the most feared clans in this history of yours. Yet, despite that lineage, The boy's chakra is laughably underwhelming compared to yours. Perhaps there's potential buried somewhere within him, and although it's nothing impressive now, they'll increase in due time. Unlike cursed energy, which is largely determined from birth, this chakra can be molded, increased, and refined. It's a curious system, one with far fewer limitations than I expected. Irika continued to read as the students followed along in their textbooks. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were two of the strongest shinobi of their time, Irika explained. Their combined efforts led to the founding of this village, bringing peace to an era of constant war. Hashirama was revered as the god of shinobi, a title earned through his unparalleled mastery of wood release, a Kekkai Genkai unique to him, his immense chakra reserves, and his ability to heal without hand signs. The classroom was unusually quiet, some of the students captivated by the story, though some were visibly struggling to stay awake. Naruto, slouched in his seat, stared blankly at the page in front of him, his mind already wandering. Irika continued. Madara Uchiha, on the other hand, was the leader of the Uchiha clan, wielding the Sharingan to its fullest potential and commanding overwhelming power on the battlefield. His power was said to rival Hashirama's, making them both feared and respected across the shinobi world. Together, they forged the foundation of what would become the Hidden Leaf Village. However, their alliance was not destined to last. Despite their efforts to bring peace, their conflicting ideals eventually drove them apart. Madara believed the Uchiha were being oppressed and sought power through domination, while Hashirama sought to unite all the clans under a single banner. Their disagreement culminated in a final battle at the Valley of the Battle was said to have shaped the very land itself. The two men fought with such ferocity that the valley was carved by their strength alone. A few students whispered among themselves, their curiosity piqued by the story. Even Sasuke seemed to listen more intently, his eyes narrowing slightly as he absorbed the information. Naruto blinked, sitting up slightly. Whoa, they were that strong. Irika gestured to the blackboard, where a map of Konoha's surrounding areas was pinned. The Valley of the End is now marked by two massive statues, one of Madara and one of Hashirama, standing as eternal reminders of their struggle. In their final clash, Hashirama emerged victorious, ultimately killing Madara to protect the peace they had both once dreamed of. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Sukuna's eyes narrowed, his posture shifting slightly as he absorbed the information. Interesting. So, these two were the ones who shaped this world, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Titles like God of Shinobi aren't given lightly. The Senju and Uchiha clan were definitely special. These two men alone were both feared and respected across the world. Not an easy feat, the strength they wielded. Hashirama with his mastery over nature itself, and Madara with those strange eyes. This world's potential for growth and refinement is unlike anything I've seen, but it seems few truly grasp it. Back in the classroom, Irika closed the textbook with a firm, "That's all for today's history review. Make sure to study this for the written exam next week. And remember, understanding the past is the key to shaping your future as shinobi." Naruto let out a loud groan, slumping back in his chair. Man, that's so much stuff to remember. You wouldn't have to remember it if you actually paid attention, Sakura snapped, turning to glare at him. Hey, I pay attention, Naruto protested. Sasuke, meanwhile, remained silent, his arms crossed as he stared out the window, seemingly lost in thought, probably thinking of killing his brother. Kiba leaned over to whisper to Naruto. Man, this is why I hate history. Too many names, too much stuff about dead people. Naruto snorted, whispering back. Yeah, but at least those dead guys sound awesome. Imagine carving a valley just by throwing hands. Irika cleared his throat loudly, cutting off any further chatter. All right, settle down. We're moving on to basic chakra control exercises. Everyone, head outside to the training field. Outside. The class moved outside to the academy training field, the mid-morning sun shining brightly overhead. The soft rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds provided a serene backdrop as the students gathered in a loose circle around Irika. All right, everyone. Irika began, holding up a leaf for emphasis. Today we're focusing on a foundational skill for all shinobi, chakra control. This exercise is called the leaf concentration practice. He placed the leaf on his own forehead as a demonstration. The goal is simple. Use your chakra to keep the leaf adhered to your forehead. This will help you learn to focus your chakra precisely and maintain your concentration and prevent distractions. Chakra control is the key to mastering jutsu, and diligent focus is what separates average ninja from exceptional ones. And if you pour too much chakra into a jutsu, it'll backfire or completely fail. A few students groaned at the prospect of such a seemingly simple task. Irika glanced around at the class, his gaze firm. No distractions, no goofing off. This exercise may seem simple, but mastering chakra control is one of the most important skills you'll develop as a ninja. Naruto's hands clenched into fists, determination sparking in his bright eyes. All right, this is it. No messing around. I'm gonna nail this. Irika handed out leaves to the students, who spread out across the training field to begin. Naruto placed his leaf on his forehead, pressing it firmly in place. He closed his eyes, his face scrunched in concentration as he focused on channeling his chakra. All right, let's get started, Irika continued, distributing a leaf to each student. Place the leaf on your forehead and concentrate. Remember, it's not about forcing the chakra, it's about balance and control. Too much or too little, and it'll fall off. Naruto grabbed his leaf with a grin, slapping it onto his forehead with perhaps a bit too much enthusiasm. He clenched his fists, his face scrunching in concentration as he tried to focus his chakra. He could feel his chakra stirring, faint and unsteady as it wavered between his forehead and the leaf. Okay, focus, balance, he muttered to himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. For a moment, the leaf stuck. Naruto's eyes shot open, a grin spreading across his face. Huh, I did it. Damn it, Naruto exclaimed, stomping his foot as he picked up the leaf and slapped it back onto his forehead. Come on, stick already. Nearby, Sakura sighed audibly. Naruto, you're supposed to stay calm and focused, not shout like an idiot. Sakura demonstrated placing her own leaf delicately on her forehead. It stuck almost immediately. You're trying too hard, Naruto, she said, her tone sharp. You're just dumping chakra into it. That's not how it works. Naruto frowned, crossing his arms. I am calm, and I'm not dumping it. I'm, distributing it. Yeah, that's it. Kiba, who was lounging nearby with Akamaru on his lap, chuckled. His leaf stuck effortlessly to his forehead. Face it, Naruto. You're just bad at this. I am not. Naruto shot back, slapping the leaf onto his forehead again. This time, he stood still, taking a deep breath. Okay, I've got this. Focus, focus. For a moment, the leaf stayed in place. Naruto's face lit up, and he pointed to his forehead. See? I told you I could do. Before he could finish, the leaf fell off again. Naruto's shoulders slumped, and he let out a frustrated groan. Irika approached Naruto, who was now furiously rubbing his forehead as if the problem lay there instead of his chakra control. Naruto, Irika said patiently, crouching down to meet his eye level. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. Chakra control isn't about brute force, it's about balance. You need to calm your mind and focus. Take a deep breath and try again. Naruto looked up at his teacher, his expression softening slightly. I'm trying, Irika-sensei, but it's so hard. I know it's hard, Irika said with a small smile. That's why we practice. No one gets it perfect on the first try, not even the best shinobi. What matters is that you keep trying. Take your time. You'll get there. Remember, chakra control is about precision, not force. Don't try to overwhelm the leaf with your chakra. Let it flow steadily. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Right. Steady flow. Got it. Sasuke, of course, had mastered the exercise almost immediately. His leaf stayed firmly in place as he stood with his arms crossed, looking utterly bored. Show off, Kiba muttered, glancing enviously at Sasuke before returning to his own attempt. Hinata, standing off to the side, focused intently on her own leaf. Her chakra flowed smoothly, the leaf barely wavering. But her attention kept drifting to Naruto, watching his repeated attempts with a mixture of admiration and concern. Despite his struggles, Naruto refused to give up. He tried again and again, his face scrunched in concentration as sweat dripped down his forehead. Each time the leaf fell, he growled in frustration, only to pick it up and try again. Why is this so hard? Naruto groaned, slapping the leaf back on his head. Kiba smirked from a few feet away. Maybe you're using too much chakra, Naruto. Or maybe your head's just too thick for it to stick. Shut up, da breath. Naruto snapped, his frustration boiling over. He slapped the leaf back onto his forehead, gritting his teeth. Damn it, why is it always like this for me? Everyone else always gets things so easy. A few feet away, Shikamaru Nara sighed heavily, the leaf on his forehead perfectly stable as he lay back on the grass with his hands behind his head. Man, what a drag. This exercise isn't even hard, he muttered, his voice carrying a bored tone. Ino Yamanaka, standing nearby with a satisfied grin, chimed in. Speak for yourself, Shikamaru. I got it on the first try too. She flicked the leaf on her forehead with a finger, showing off. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Yeah, we all know you're perfect, Ino. What was that, lazy bum? Ino snapped, her hands on her hips. At least I'm not lying around doing nothing all the time. Whatever, Shikamaru said, waving her off with a yawn. Naruto glanced over at them, his frustration deepening. Why is it so easy for them? He thought bitterly, his grip tightening on the leaf. Meanwhile, inside of Naruto. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Sukuna observed the exercise through Naruto's eyes. This exercise, I see its purpose. Focus, discipline, control. All essential skills for a shinobi. But for this boy, it's useless. They've handed him the same tools and methods as these brats, despite his chakra reserves eclipsing theirs by leagues. His chakra alone is overwhelming, and with that Fox's energy bleeding into his system, makes his reserves even more massive. It's like trying to pour an ocean into a teacup when he tries to mold his chakra. Sukuna frowned. The incompetence of these so-called teachers is astounding. Did they not bother to assess him properly? No, they're too blinded by fear of what he carries. Or perhaps it's jealousy. His potential far outstrips any of theirs, and they'd never admit it. Then there's the Irika fellow. Maybe he's just ignorant. Whether intentional or not, they're sabotaging the boy. And this boy he's too naive to notice. He throws himself into these futile exercises with everything he has, convinced it's his own failing. With Naruto. After what felt like an eternity, Irika clapped his hands together, signaling the end of the chakra control exercise. All right, everyone, bring your leaves back here and gather around, he called out. The students shuffled back to the center, some grumbling, others chatting excitedly about their success or lack thereof. Naruto trudged toward Irika, clutching his leaf with a look of sheer frustration. Don't look so down, Naruto, Irika said with a small smile. You'll get the hang of it if you keep practicing. Yeah, Naruto muttered, stuffing the leaf into his pocket as he joined the rest of the class. Irika straightened up, addressing the group. Now, for the next part of today's lesson, sparring practice. We'll be pairing you up to practice your taijutsu. Remember, the goal isn't to win, it's to improve. I want to see you all applying what you've learned. Strategy, focus, and control. A wave of excitement rippled through the group. For many of the students, this was the highlight of the day. Finally, something fun, Kiba said, cracking his knuckles. Naruto jumped up at the announcement, his earlier frustration momentarily forgotten. Sparring, huh? He said, his fists clenching with renewed energy. This is my chance to show everyone what I've got. Irika glanced around the group, noting the varying levels of excitement. All right, I'll be pairing you up. Remember, this is a learning exercise, so no dirty tricks or excessive force. His gaze lingered on Kiba and Naruto for a moment, as if anticipating trouble. He began listing off pairs, sending students to designated areas of the field to begin their matches. Shikamaru, you're with Kiba. Ino, you'll spar with Sakura. Hinata, you're with Shino. Naruto leaned forward, practically bouncing on the balls of his feet as he waited for his name to be called. And finally, Naruto, you're with Sasuke. Irika said. When Irika said their names, the other students immediately began whispering and snickering. A few placed bets, the glint of coins flashing in their hands. Naruto froze for a moment before breaking into a wide grin. All right, bring it on, Sasuke. I'm gonna wipe that smug look off your face. The fangirls immediately glared daggers at him. As if you could ever beat Sasuke-kun, one of them shouted. Irika sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Enough, everyone. Naruto and Sasuke, to the center of the field. The rest of you, sit quietly and observe. The two boys stepped forward as the students formed a loose circle around them. Naruto clenched his fists, his bright red and golden-tipped hair glinting in the sunlight. Determination burned in his blue eyes as he stared down his opponent. Sasuke stood calm and composed, his dark eyes scanning Naruto with faint disinterest, like he wasn't worth the effort. Irika stepped between them. Remember the rules. No jutsu, no weapons, and no hitting vital points. This is practice, not a grudge match. Understand? Both boys nodded. Sasuke's stance shifted, his weight distributed evenly, his feet planted firmly. Naruto crouched awkwardly, his fists too high and his legs spaced unevenly. Ready. Begin. Irika shouted. Naruto lunged forward immediately, fists swinging wildly. Take this, he shouted. Sasuke sidestepped the first punch and countered with a sharp jab to Naruto's ribs. Naruto grunted as he stumbled back, his hand clutching his side. Too slow, Sasuke said, his tone calm and dismissive. Naruto lunged again. His movements were faster this time, but just as sloppy. He aimed a low kick at Sasuke's legs. Sasuke hopped lightly over the strike, landing smoothly before countering with a spinning kick that struck Naruto's shoulder. Naruto gritted his teeth as he hit the ground, rolling to one knee before pushing himself upright. This time, Naruto hesitated. His eyes followed Sasuke's movements as the other boy stepped forward, testing his defenses. When Sasuke threw a jab, Naruto ducked low and surged forward, driving his shoulder into Sasuke's chest. Sasuke staggered slightly, his feet sliding back. Naruto pressed the attack, landing a quick jab to Sasuke's arm and another to his ribs. Sasuke winced but quickly adapted, deflecting Naruto's next punch with his forearm before stepping into his guard. Sasuke's counter came in a flash, a sharp elbow to Naruto's gut, followed by a quick sweep that sent Naruto tumbling onto his back. The crowd murmured, some students gasping at Sasuke's speed and precision. Meanwhile with Sukuna, "What the hell is that stance? And who taught you that garbage? It's wide open, unbalanced, and your footing's all wrong. You might as well be begging to get knocked over. This is pathetic. The boy has power, but no one's taught him how to use it. This is due to him being left to figure things out himself. But even so, that's the shittiest stance I've ever seen in my life." He witnessed Naruto throwing more punches and kicks, half of them not even coming close to landing. His attacks are wild and unfocused. He's instinctive, at least, even if he lacks training. But he relies too much on it and brute force, and instincts alone won't close the gap between him and the Uchiha. The boy's raw strength means nothing without the skill to back it up. If he could learn to control your power, he'd shatter Uchiha's ego in seconds. But with the way he's fighting now, watching this is almost painful. Back to the fight. "Still think you're going to wipe the smug look off my face?" Sasuke asked, his tone icy. Naruto scrambled to his feet. "You just got lucky," he shouted, charging forward again. This time, he feinted left before throwing a right hook aimed at Sasuke's jaw. Sasuke tilted his head slightly, the punch grazing past his cheek. His counter was swift, a palm strike to Naruto's chest that knocked the air from his lungs. Naruto stumbled but didn't fall, his fiery determination forcing him to stay upright. Without thinking, Naruto leapt into the air, twisting his hips into a flying kick aimed at Sasuke's chest. Sasuke watched, and at the last second, he stepped aside, letting Naruto sail harmlessly past him. Naruto landed hard, his knees buckling slightly as Sasuke spun behind him and swept his legs out from under him. Naruto hit the dirt face first, gasping as laughter erupted around him. "Nice one, Naruto," Kiba howled, doubling over. "I can't believe he thought that would work," one of Sasuke's fangirls giggled. Naruto groaned, his face burning with humiliation as he climbed to his feet. He could feel the other students' eyes on him, their sneers cutting deeper than any punch. His hands clenched into fists, dirt crumbling between his fingers as he glared at Sasuke. "Give up, loser. This is pointless," Sasuke said. "Not a chance," Naruto shouted. He rushed forward again. His movements were now even sloppier than before, with frustration clouding his judgment. He overcommit to a heavy punch. Sasuke caught his wrist mid-swing. He twisted lightly, forcing Naruto off balance, and swept his feet out from under him once more. This time, Sasuke pressed his forearm against Naruto's throat, pinning him to the ground. "Enough," Irika called out as he stepped forward. "That's enough for today." Sasuke released Naruto, stepping back and brushing dust from his sleeves. His face remained calm, almost bored, as he stood tall above his defeated opponent. Naruto lay on the ground for a moment, his chest heaving as dirt clung to his clothes and sweat dripped down his face. "Get up, Naruto," Irika said, his tone softer now. He crouched slightly, offering a hand, But Naruto shook his head and pushed himself to his feet unsteadily. His legs wobbled, but he stood on his own. Both of you, Iruka continued, gesturing between them. Seal of reconciliation. Now. Naruto froze, his hands twitching. The weight of his humiliation bore down on him like a lead weight, and for a moment, he couldn't move. He glanced at Sasuke, who stood calmly, his expression unreadable, as though the fight had been little more than a mild inconvenience. Sasuke raised his hand, extending it forward with a practiced indifference that made Naruto's blood boil. "Hurry up, loser," he said. Naruto clenched his teeth, his fingers digging into his palms as he stepped forward. Every muscle in his body screamed at him to walk away, to leave and nurse his pride in silence. But he knew Iruka wouldn't allow it. He raised his hand, trembling as he formed the half-ram seal. Their fingers touched briefly, and for a fleeting moment, Naruto thought he saw something flicker in Sasuke's dark eyes. Respect, or maybe acknowledgement, but it was gone before he could be sure. The union sign complete, Sasuke pulled his hand back, slipping it into his pocket as he turned on his heel. "Try harder next time," he said coldly, his back already turned as he walked away. Naruto's hand fell limply to his side. He stared at Sasuke's retreating figure, his chest tightening as the sting of his defeat sank in. Around him, the other students murmured, their voices a mix of admiration for Sasuke and laughter at his expense. But Naruto didn't listen. Iruka placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Good effort today, Naruto," he said quietly, his tone full of forced optimism. "There's always room to improve. Don't forget that." Naruto didn't respond. He just nodded stiffly, his eyes fixed on the ground as he turned and began walking away. With Sukuna. This is painful. What did I just watch? A sparring match or a comedy act? It's got worse by the minute." He leaned back, one of his four hands rubbing his face in exasperation. "Your form is atrocious. Your balance is non-existent. And that," Sukuna gestured vaguely toward Naruto's failed high kick, though no one could see him. "That wasn't even an attack. That was a self-inflicted embarrassment. Who taught you to fight like this? A drunk monkey? If this was an actual fight, you'd already be 6 feet under. I swear if I had a body right now, I'd walk out of this mess myself. This is beyond embarrassing. It's so bad it's secondhand embarrassment." Outside, as Naruto trudged back toward the group, the sound of laughter pierced his ears like sharp daggers. Each step felt heavier than the last, his body weighed down not just by the bruises from the fight, but by the sheer weight of humiliation pressing on his chest. Dirt clung to his sweat-soaked clothes, his red hair plastered messily to his forehead, and his bright blue eyes, normally filled with defiance, were now clouded with shame. The students' laughter seemed to echo endlessly in his mind, their voices hurting more than any punch Sasuke had landed. Naruto's fists clenched at his sides, and his face burned from embarrassment. He refused to look up, keeping his gaze fixed on the dirt beneath his feet as he walked towards them. When he reached the edge of the group and sat on the ground, wincing from the lingering pain of Sasuke's blows. But it was nothing compared to the hollow ache gnawing at his pride. The snickers and whispers didn't stop. He could feel the weight of their stares even though he refused to meet their eyes. "What a loser," someone muttered. "He actually thought he could beat Sasuke. Everyone knows he's the dead last. He should just give up already. He shouldn't even be here." Another boy scoffed. "I mean, this is the same idiot who couldn't control his chakra earlier," a girl said. Naruto heard all of this, and normally he'd just brush it off with a grin or laugh, but this time he didn't. He felt sad, humiliated, and most of all anger. "It's not fair," Naruto thought to himself. "They're all laughing at me. No matter how hard I try, it's never enough. They don't know what it's like to be me. I try so hard, and no one wants to help me. Maybe if they actually tried to help, I wouldn't be so bad. But they all push me away like I'm a plague, and I don't understand why. Why me? Why does everyone hate me? Is it because of my hair?" He tugged at a loose strand of red that had fallen in front of his face. "Is it because of this?" They'd always said it made him look weird, called him things like firehead, or tomato head, or red crazed freak. Minutes passed, though they felt like hours. He sat alone, his back turned to the others, shielding himself from their stares. The cheers and shouts from the sparring matches continued behind him, but they only reminded him of what he wasn't, of what he couldn't do. Later day. After the bell rang signaling the end of the day, the students poured out of the academy chatting and planning things, but Naruto was the last one to leave, trailing behind them. He had no one to chat with, no one to plan things with, and he still felt humiliated from the sparring match, if it could be called that from earlier. He, as always, was all alone. Naruto walked through the streets. He kept his gaze fixed on the ground, blocking out the whispers and glares of the villagers. Normally, he'd stop by Ichiraku for a bowl of ramen to cheer himself up, but today, he didn't feel like it. The thought of smiling or laughing felt impossible. Instead, he trudged toward the rundown part of the village where his apartment was. As he neared a corner, two familiar voices reached his ears, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. His heart gave a small leap, and for a moment, he hesitated. Maybe he could say hi, join their conversation. A flicker of hope stirred in his chest as he stepped toward them. But then he heard his name. I mean, can you believe it? That match with Naruto and Sasuke was so pathetic. Sasuke wasn't even trying, and Naruto was still falling all over himself. It was hilarious, Ino said. Sakura laughed, shaking her head. I know, right? He's such a loser. There's no way someone like him could ever match Sasuke. She scoffed. Honestly, I don't know why he even tries. It's like, just give up already. Naruto's heart sank. His hand, which had started to raise in greeting, dropped limply to his side. He ducked back behind the corner. His chest felt tight as their words echoed in his ears. His throat felt dry, and his fists clenched at his sides. A part of him said to leave, that he couldn't, or rather didn't, and he would soon regret it. Right? I mean, he's always acting like he's some kind of big shot, Ino added, rolling her eyes. Like, give me a break. You're not special, Naruto. You're just embarrassing. And loud, Sakura said, crossing her arms. He never shuts up, always yelling about being Hokage or trying to show off. It's so annoying. Oh, and don't forget the way he dresses, Ino said with a smirk. I mean, what is that? Bright orange? Does he think he's a traffic cone or something? Sakura snorted. He looks ridiculous. Honestly, it's no wonder he's still the dead last. He can't even figure out how to dress himself, let alone how to be a ninja. Ino grinned mischievously. Oh, and what about how he's always asking you out? Like, seriously, what does he think is going to happen? You'd never go out with someone like him. Ew, gross, Sakura said, her face twisting in disgust. You know I like Sasuke. Naruto's nothing like him. He's loud, annoying, and he'll never measure up. Honestly, it's pathetic how he keeps trying. Does he really think I would ever say yes? Not a chance. Ino giggled. Right? Like, does he even know how out of his league you are? Sakura rolled her eyes. I don't think he knows anything. He's just, ugh, everything about him is annoying. He's so clueless, and he can't even take a hint. You're way too good for him, Ino said smugly. Then she paused, her voice lowering slightly. And, I mean, he's an orphan. Like, no family, no legacy, nothing. What does he even have to offer? Sakura scoffed, crossing her arms. Exactly. No one cares about him. He's just a loudmouth who thinks yelling about being Hokage will make people notice him. Honestly, it's pathetic. He doesn't even have parents to teach him how to act or anything. And what's with that hair? I mean, come on. Who even has hair like that? It's like he's trying to stand out. Ino laughed, brushing her own hair over her shoulder. Right? It's so weird. All that red with those bits of golden blonde? He looks like I don't know, a carnival act or something. No wonder people stare at him. It's not because they like him. It's so unnatural, Sakura added, shaking her head. I bet even his parents would have hated it and those whisker marks. If he even remembers what they looked like, anyway. Yeah, those whisker marks, Ino said, her voice dripping with mockery. What's up with those? They make him look like some kind of freak. Sakura snorted. Right? It's like he's trying to look like a fox or a cat or something. They just make him look stupid. Ino giggled. Totally. They're so weird and creepy. I bet they're another reason people avoid him. I mean, who wants to talk to someone who looks like that? Sakura sighed, shaking her head. He probably thinks it makes him special or something, but it doesn't. It's just another thing that makes him stand out in all the wrong ways. He'll always just be Naruto, an annoying, loud orphan who thinks he can be something when he's really nothing. Ino smirked. You said it. No parents, no family, no future. And those whiskers? What's the point in even trying? Little did they know, Naruto was right there listening to them. Or maybe they did know and didn't give damn. He didn't know. Regardless, Naruto heard, and it felt as though he'd been stabbed in the chest, the pain sudden and sharp, making it hard to breathe. His heart sank, heavy and cold, before it felt as though someone had taken it, and shattered it like fragile glass. The weight of their laughter, their mocking tones, pressed down on him, and for a moment, he couldn't move. They really think that about me? The thoughts spiraled in his mind, tangled with the sound of Sakura's voice. He tried to swallow, but his throat was dry. And the word orphan echoed in his head until it felt like a kunai being twisted in his chest. His breath hitched, and he instinctively clutched at his chest as if he could stop the pain. No parents, no family, no future. Their words looped endlessly in his mind, stabbing deeper each time. He staggered back a step, his body trembling as though the world around him had turned freezing cold. It wasn't the first time someone had called him an orphan, but hearing it like this, and from Sakura of all people, made it unbearable. Naruto's knees felt weak, but he forced himself to stay upright. He clenched his fists, causing his nails to dig so deep that they drew blood, but the sting in his hands was nothing compared to the ache in his chest. A part of him wanted to run out and yell at them, to scream that they didn't know him, that they didn't understand, but no words came. What could he even say? The truth of their words, that he had no family, no one waiting for him at home, was a wound too deep to ignore. For all his stubbornness, all his loud declarations of becoming Hokage, this was a truth he couldn't shout away. He couldn't even dream it away at night. Instead, he took a shaky step back, then another, retreating further into the shadows as his chest heaved with shallow breaths. Why does it have to be this way? The question burned in his mind, but there was no answer. There never was. It didn't matter how hard he tried, how much he gave, people always looked at him the same way. A nuisance, a joke, a nobody. Naruto's vision blurred as tears threatened to spill, but he refused to let himself cry, not here, not where they could hear him. He swallowed hard, forcing the lump in his throat down, but the ache in his chest only grew heavier. He swallowed hard, forcing the lump in his throat down, but the ache in his chest only grew heavier. Naruto turned abruptly, and his feet took him back the way he came without even thinking. He didn't care where he was going anymore. He just had to get away, and he couldn't let them see him like this. He kept his head down as he walked. He didn't even care where he was going anymore, as long as it was away from them. He wanted to scream, to yell until his voice gave out, but instead, he kept moving, his legs carrying him toward the only place he could go, home. The streets blurred around him as he walked, his head down and his fists shoved deep into his pockets. By the time he reached his apartment building, the sun had dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched across the cracked pavement. Naruto stopped at the base of the exposed outdoor stairwell, looking upward to the top floor where his apartment was. The building was old, and the paint was faded and peeling. Naruto trudged up the stairs, and then the old wooden stairs creaked under his weight with each step. They were old and probably had never replaced. He reached his apartment and fumbled in his pockets for his keys. He checked one pocket, then the other, but they weren't there. He patted himself down once, twice, then groaned. Great, just great. I must have lost them somewhere. He turned to a loose brick in the wall near his door, carefully pulling it out to reveal the spare key he'd stashed there. It was dirty and slightly bent, but it was all he had. Naruto shoved the key into the rusty lock, twisting and jiggling it for about 10 minutes until it finally gave way with a loud click. He stepped inside, then he shut and locked the door behind him. His apartment was as small and shabby as ever. Naruto left his bag at the door and kicked off his sandals without a care, then headed to the bathroom. The cracked tiles of the bathroom floor felt cool under his feet as he turned the shower knob, waiting for the water to heat up. He reached a hand under the stream and immediately jerked it back. Cold, he muttered, narrowing his eyes at the faucet. He turned the knob all the way to the left, but the icy water didn't change. Son of a bitch. That goddamn landlord cut off the gas again. He snapped and slammed the faucet shut with more force than necessary. Cheap bastard. I pay rent, don't I? Stupid asshole. Naruto stormed out of the bathroom and into the small kitchen. If he couldn't shower with hot water, he'd just use hot water from the microwave. He grabbed a plastic container and filled it with water before shoving it into the microwave. He slammed the door shut and punched the buttons and watched the timer count down. It worked. For exactly 2 seconds. Then the microwave sputtered, then shut off. Naruto stared at it. Oh, come on. He smacked the side of the microwave a good few times. The old thing usually came back to life after a few hits, but this time it stayed stubbornly silent. He slammed it again, harder, but it didn't make a difference. Ugh, stupid piece of junk. Fine. Cold it is. Naruto stomped back to the bathroom, letting out a frustrated sigh. He stripped out of his clothes and stepped into the shower, bracing himself as he turned the knob again. The freezing water hit his skin like icy needles, and he bit back a yelp. His muscles tensed as he forced himself to stay under the stream. He clenched his teeth, shivering violently as the water drenched his hair. It was freezing, but he couldn't do anything about it, just like always. And then the shower head broke. The setting shifted with a loud click, and the stream turned into a high-pressure spray that rained down on him like hailstones. The water pelted his skin fast and hard, stinging as he struggled to adjust the settings back. His wet hands slipped on the knob, and the relentless spray continued to batter him, soaking the entire bathroom in the process. "Why won't you turn off?" Naruto growled. Finally, after several attempts, the faucet screeched to a stop. He stood there for a moment, dripping and shivering, his breath coming in uneven bursts. His red hair clung to his face in uneven clumps, and his shoulders slumped in defeat. Naruto grabbed the nearest towel, rubbing it over his arms and face before wrapping it around his waist. He glanced at his reflection in the cracked mirror and froze. The face staring back at him didn't feel like his. His blue eyes looked dull, tired, and the vibrant streaks in his red hair only made him feel more out of place. "Stupid hair, stupid apartment, stupid life," he muttered. Today it felt like the world was just against him. Naruto left the bathroom. Drying off, then he tossed the towel onto a chair before pulling on his shorts and an old shirt. Once he was dressed, Naruto headed back to the kitchen. He needed to eat something. Naruto opened the cabinet above the counter, scanning its nearly empty shelves. A few cups of instant ramen on the edge, their bright packaging mocking him with their cheerful colors. He grabbed one without even glancing at the flavor before ripping off the lid. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered. He turned to the stove, setting the cup down and twisting the knob to ignite the burner. Nothing happened. No flame. No heat. Just silence. He froze for a moment, his hand still gripping the knob, before realization dawned. The gas. The damn gas. Naruto's teeth clenched, his jaw tightening as anger flared in his chest. "That damn bastard," he spat, slamming the knob back to its original position. "A guy can't even have a nice warm cup of ramen around here. I swear I gra." His voice echoed in the empty apartment. Desperate, he turned to the microwave, shoving the cup inside and slamming the door. He pressed hard on the buttons. His frustration boiled over when nothing happened. The display remained blank, unlit. Naruto let out a growl of rage, hitting the side of the microwave with his fist. Of course, why wouldn't it work? Since that failed, he yanked the cup out, cold water sloshing onto his hand. He glared at the pathetic meal in his grasp before resigning himself to the inevitable. He poured cold water into the ramen cup, the noodles floating lifelessly as they soaked. With slow, deliberate movements, he carried the cup to the small table in the corner of the room and sat down. He held his chopsticks, his fingers trembling as he prepared to eat. But then he stopped. The words echoed in his mind. "He's an annoying orphan. No one cares about him. No family, no future. He'll always just be a loser." Naruto stared at the cup, his vision blurring as his chest tightened. His hands shook, the chopsticks wobbling between his fingers. The longer he looked, the more their laughter rang in his ears. What's the point in even trying? Something inside him snapped. The chopsticks cracked in his hand with a sharp snap. Before he hurled them to the side, his hand shot out, knocking the cup of ramen off the table. It flew across the room, water and soggy noodles splattering against the wall and floor. But that wasn't enough. Naruto grabbed the edge of the table, his knuckles white as he flipped it over with a guttural roar. It crashed into something, but he didn't stop to look. His chest heaved as his eyes darted around, wild and unfocused. His fist flew forward, slamming into the nearest wall with a loud thud. He hit it again and again. The dull ache in his knuckles grew, but he didn't care. His punches grew harder, the impact shaking the brittle wall as cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. His knuckles split, blood flowing and smearing across the plaster, but he didn't stop. "Why?" Thud. "Why is my life like this?" Thud. "What did I do wrong?" Thud. His voice cracked, raw and uneven, but he didn't stop. His fists pounded into the wall again and again, the dull impact reverberating through his arms. Each strike was harder than the last, matching the relentless torrent of questions hammering in his head. "Why am I all alone? Why do I always suffer? His voice rose to a scream, tearing from his throat like a wounded animal. His vision blurred with tears he refused to let fall, and the dull ache in his knuckles was eclipsed by the searing storm of emotions inside him. Why do they hate me? The plaster cracked under his fists, small fragments crumbling to the floor, but he didn't care. The sting of his split skin, the blood smearing the wall, it didn't matter. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. Over and over and over, and over, and over, and over, and over, and over, and over again. Just let me live already. He roared, as his fist slammed into the wall one last time, blood dripping from his knuckles and smearing across the fractured plaster. His body trembled violently, and he heaved heavily as he staggered back, his legs giving out beneath him, then slid down the wall slowly, leaving streaks of red behind as he crumpled to the floor. His hands hung limply at his sides, his head tilting forward as the first tears spilled down his cheek. And then another, and another. The tears came in an unstoppable wave, hot, unrelenting, and stinging as they rolled down his face. His shoulders shook uncontrollably, with silent sobs that grew louder, more ragged, with each breath, until they filled the empty apartment, a sound of pure anguish. Blood smeared the wall where his fists had struck, red stains marking the fractured plaster. The overturned table lay on its side, ramen noodles scattered across the floor like discarded fragments of a life barely held together. Naruto sat there, hunched over, his body cradling his despair as the anger and fury drained away, leaving only a hollow emptiness behind. His tears dripped onto the floor, merging with the spilled water, as he whispered hoarsely to himself, Why can't I just be happy?" The room didn't answer. It never did. 3 hours later, Naruto's sobs echoed in the silence, the sound sharp and broken, before fading into nothingness. He sat slumped against the wall, his bloodied hands resting limply at his sides, his breath shallow and uneven. But then, something shifted. The air around him grew heavy, oppressive, and the room seemed to tilt slightly as though the world itself had come unhinged. Naruto's heart raced, his eyes widening as the space around him blurred and twisted. The apartment walls faded, replaced by an unnatural darkness that seemed to swallow everything whole. His gaze traveled upward, and his stomach twisted. The ceiling, or what passed for one, was made of massive bones, curved and jagged, like the ribs of a giant beast. They stretched high above him, their stark whiteness contrasting with the eerie red glow that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air, or whatever filled this space, pressed heavily against him, making it hard to breathe. It felt as though an invisible weight was crushing his chest, threatening to force him to his knees. What is this? Naruto found himself standing knee-deep in liquid. He couldn't tell if it was blood or water dyed red, but it rippled and sloshed with each movement he made. The thick, metallic scent that filled his nose suggested something darker. Blood? Naruto's legs trembled, but he forced himself to move, the red liquid splashing with each step. His gaze fell ahead, and his heart nearly stopped. In front of him, stacked high like a grotesque monument, were countless skulls. Their hollow eye sockets seemed to stare back at him, accusing and lifeless. Some were human, others unrecognizable, twisted into shapes that made his skin crawl. The pile rose higher and higher until it formed a jagged pedestal, and atop it sat a throne. A throne of bones. And on that throne sat something that defied reason. It looked vaguely human, but the term barely applied. Its 4 muscular arms rested casually on the armrests, and each one had claw-like fingers that twitched ever so slightly, and its body was muscular but grotesque and covered in black markings. So far, all of that Naruto could tolerate. However, it was the faces that made him freeze. Yes, faces. The figure had 2 faces, and both pairs of crimson eyes bore into Naruto like they could see every inch of his soul, stripping him bare with their gaze. His presence alone was suffocating, the air, if it could even be called air, pressing down on Naruto's chest like a weight he couldn't shake. The pressure in the air intensified, forcing Naruto to stiffen as every nerve in his body screamed at him to flee. His legs trembled, but he refused to kneel. His fists clenched at his sides, blood from his earlier outburst dripping into the crimson liquid below. Sukuna's grin widened, the corners of his mouth stretching unnaturally as his head tilted ever so slightly. A low, rumbling chuckle escaped him, echoing like thunder in the vast space. Well, well, Sukuna said, his voice deep and resonant, vibrating through the very air. You didn't kneel. Interesting. The ki radiating from him was overwhelming, like a blade pressed against Naruto's throat. It felt as if the very space around him was alive and ready to crush him. His heart beat in his chest rapidly. One might think he'd have a heart attack, but he stood his ground. Despite his earlier despair, a part of him refused to show weakness. Whoever or whatever this was, he had to face it head on. He refused to run away. Who are you? Naruto stammered, his voice trembling but defiant. He clenched his fists tighter, nails biting into his palms. The Shinigami? You're here to make my life worse or kill me, aren't you? Sukuna let out another laugh, leaning forward slightly as his crimson eyes gleamed with amusement. Shinigami? Kill you? No, boy. I'm something far worse. His grin grew impossibly wider, bearing jagged teeth that seemed to glint in the faint, blood-red light of the space. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. As for making your life worse, well, that remains to be seen. Inside of Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists as he stood before Sukuna, his heart pounding in his chest. The overwhelming pressure of Sukuna's presence that radiated moments ago had vanished, but the memory of it lingered. It had been a test to see if Naruto would kneel. However, despite his fear, he didn't. The silence between them stretched on. Then after a few minutes, Naruto swallowed hard and finally spoke. If you're not the Shinigami, then who are you? What are you? What do you want? And where are we? He asked, but his uneasiness was evident in his voice. Sukuna didn't answer right away. He continued to watch Naruto, almost as though he were waiting for something. You ask good questions, brat. Guess you're not as dumb as you look, he said. Naruto frowned. That doesn't answer my questions. Stop playing games with me. I want answers. Sukuna leaned forward slightly. And what makes you think you have the right to demand anything from me? You're clueless about where you are, how you got here, or what I am. For all you know, I could kill you on a whim. Or better yet, take over your body, and there's not a damn thing you could do about it. You couldn't be more reckless if you tried. Naruto flinched, taking a slight step back in response. Look at you, Sukuna continued. Frail, weak, and yet, here you are, barking orders like a scared little dog trying to sound tough. You think you can hide your fear behind anger? What makes you think I owe you anything? You brought me here. Naruto raised his voice slightly. So yeah, you do owe me an explanation. You haven't even told me your name, if you even have one. And if you're planning to kill me or take over my body like you said, then why haven't you? Why haven't I? Sukuna chuckled, repeating it as though savoring the question. He tilted his head slightly with a calm expression. Because there's no fun in that. What? Naruto asked, confused. I like the hunt, to play with my prey before sinking my fangs in. To see how far I can push you before you break. To make you feel despair so overwhelming that you'll beg for death just to escape it. And show you how meaningless your existence really is. Sukuna grinned, and his tone became darker. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but Sukuna wasn't finished. Imagine it, your spirit reduced to dust, your body drenched in blood and guilt. Wanting to die but unable to, because I won't let you. Watching helplessly as your existence is ignored, your worth rejected, over and over again. Naruto clenched his fists tighter, drawing blood that dripped into the rippling red liquid beneath him. His chest heaved with shallow, uneven breaths as Sukuna's words echoed in his mind. His legs threatened to give out, but he planted his feet, refusing to back away. You think I'll just break that easily? You're wrong. I've been through worse than this. You don't scare me. Naruto shouted as his voice trembled. Sukuna chuckled. Oh really? You look like you're about to piss yourself. Or maybe you already have. Shut up. Naruto snapped. His face burned from embarrassment. I'm not scared of you. You're just some creepy monster trying to act like you're all high and mighty. Sukuna spread his forearms slightly, completely unbothered. Oh, is that what you think? That I'm just some creepy monster? His expression didn't change. Brat, you have no idea who you're talking to. I know enough. Naruto shot back. You're just a coward hiding behind a throne, running your mouth like you're invincible. Brave words from a boy who's shaking in his boots. Tell me, does it help? Lying to yourself? Naruto's jaw tightened. I'm not lying. I'm still standing, aren't I? Sukuna sighed, shaking his head. You really don't get it, do you? He shifted slightly, and his figure seemed to grow larger than it already was. I'm not here to play into your little hero fantasy. I'm here to see what's left of your spirit when I tear it apart. You're wasting your time, Naruto said. Am I? Sukuna's grin faded just a little. Do you know what true despair is, boy? Naruto didn't answer. It's not just pain or fear, Sukuna continued. It's knowing that no matter how hard you fight, no one will care. It's waking up every day knowing you'll never be enough. The harder you try, the deeper you'll sink, until you're nothing but a hollow shell, begging for an end that will never come. I said shut up, Naruto shouted. He didn't want to admit it, but this thing was getting to him. Sukuna ignored him. You think you've suffered? Hated by your village, mocked, ignored? That's nothing. I can make it far worse. And do you know the best part? He paused for a moment. You'll do it to yourself. Every step you take, every fight you put up, you'll destroy yourself, piece by piece, until there's nothing left to save. Every ounce of pain, every drop of blood, every scream. It'll mean nothing, because you are nothing. Naruto gritted his teeth. I've heard enough. Sukuna smirked. Oh, have I touched a nerve? You don't know me, Naruto insisted. Don't I? But I know everything there is to know about you. You're just a lonely orphan, despised by the very people you cling to. That's all you are. And that girl, what's her name? Sakura? Even she thinks you're pathetic. You heard her, didn't you? An annoying orphan. Naruto's face turned pale and his legs felt weak. An annoying orphan. The words echoed in his mind. It was like hearing Sakura say it all over again. Sukuna laughed at his expression. The one person you keep chasing doesn't even want you around. Now that must sting. She doesn't see you as anything but a nuisance. A loud, stupid boy who embarrasses himself at every turn. Do you know what's even funnier? She didn't even hesitate to say it. She laughed at you, boy, and there wasn't a trace of pity in her voice. Yet, you'll keep chasing her, thinking someday she'll see you. But she won't. None of them will. Naruto's shoulders shook, and his breathing was heavy as he stared at the ground, unable to meet Sukuna's piercing gaze. His body refused to move, caught between anger and despair. And you know what's worse? Sukuna whispered, you know I'm right. No matter how loud you scream, no matter how hard you fight, none of them will ever care. Not Sakura, not your precious village. No one. Naruto's chest heaved, his throat tightening as tears welled in his eyes. He tried to blink them away, but they came anyway, hot and unwelcome as they trailed down his face. His hands trembled at his sides, blood smeared across his palms. I said shut up, he shouted, but his words felt hollow, more like a plea than a demand. You don't know anything. I'm not going to listen to you. Sukuna chuckled. You can scream all you want, boy, but you know I'm right. And no amount of yelling will change that. Naruto's tears began to fall. Despite refuting, probably not right word, the words of the monster in front of him. A part of himself agreed with it, saying that it was telling the truth. That maybe all his efforts really were for nothing. That's what scared him the most. Because if that was true, then what was the point of what he was doing? Is this it? Is this all I am? A lifetime of rejection, of being overlooked, and reaching out only to be met with cold indifference. It all came rushing back like a tidal wave. An annoying orphan. The words stung more than they should have. It wasn't like he hadn't heard worse. But this time, it came from someone he had believed in. Someone he had hoped would one day acknowledge him. He just wanted someone, anyone to acknowledge him. Sure, he had the old man and the people at Ichiraku that cared about him. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't the same as being wanted. I've always been alone, hated, unacknowledged, with no one to love me. Naruto had fought so hard to change that. To prove he wasn't just some pest or the failure that everyone wrote off before he even had a chance to prove otherwise. He had pushed forward every single day, waiting for the moment when someone, anyone, would finally see him. And yet, here he was. Alone. Again. But even as he began to succumb, something deep inside him began to stir, a faint ember in the darkness. I'm still standing. After everything, I'm still standing. The fire grew, fueled by every scar he had carried since the day he could remember. The lonely nights, the empty stares, the aching in his chest that never quite went away. His breath became steady, though the weight in his chest remained. His legs no longer trembled. His fists remained clenched, but no longer from fear this time. It was something else. Resolve. Naruto lifted his head and met Sukuna's gaze. Shut the hell up. You don't get to tell me who I am. Sukuna's grin faded as he watched the boy before him. Yeah, maybe I am an orphan, Naruto continued, his voice growing steadier. Maybe no one cares about me. Maybe the whole damn village does hate me. But so what? You think that makes me weak? He pointed at Sukuna, filled with determination. You think you can break me just by throwing my pain in my face? You're wrong. I've been through hell my whole life. I've fallen and gotten back up more times than I can count. And yeah, I cry. And yeah, I get angry, but I don't stop. He took another step forward, his resolve solidifying with each word. If you want to kill me, then go ahead. Do it right now. He spread his arms wide, staring down the being in front of him. Like you said, I've got nothing to lose. I'll probably be reborn or something anyway. Sukuna's grin returned, but this time, it wasn't mocking. It was something else. Naruto continued, his voice unwavering. But I won't cower. I won't break. And I sure as hell won't be your plaything. He said, then he flipped Sukuna off. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. And Sukuna's gaze stayed on Naruto and his raised middle finger. Both of them stared each other down like it was some kind of cosmic showdown. Then, finally, Sukuna laughed. Ha ha ha. Oh, now that is priceless. He leaned back, gripping his throne, trying to steady himself, his laughter rolling like thunder through the endless void. That's real good. You've got some balls, brat. Out of all the... He trailed off as he continued laughing. Naruto scowled. What the hell is so funny? His face burned even redder, and he suddenly felt like an idiot standing there with his middle finger still raised. He quickly dropped his hand, scowling. TCH, son of a bitch. Great. Now I feel like an idiot. Here I am dead serious, throwing everything I've got at this bastard, and now he's just laughing at me. Naruto thought. After a while, Sukuna's laughter died finally down, and he wiped a non-existent tear from his eye. He exhaled sharply with a shit-eating grin on his face. Not bad, brat. Not bad at all. All right, you passed. Naruto blinked, confused. Wait, what? What are you? Did I stutter? Sukuna cut him off, his grin never fading. I said you passed. This was all a test. A test? What the hell does that even mean? Naruto shouted as he stepped forward. Sukuna sighed, rubbing his temple like he was dealing with a particularly slow child. Think, boy. Put those tiny scraps of brain power to use for once. Naruto's frown deepened as he stared at Sukuna. So you mean, Hen trailed off before realization hit him like a ton of bricks. You were just messing with me. Yep. Sukuna gestured lazily with one of his forearms. Took you long enough. You're telling me all of that. Everything you said was just a game to you. Naruto shouted, feeling even more embarrassed. Oh, how he wanted to knock that shit-eating grin right off that thing's face. Sukuna shrugged, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course, what's the point of testing someone if you don't push them to their limit? His tone shifted, losing some of its playfulness. This was about seeing how strong that resolve of yours really is. And what better time to test it than when you're at your absolute weakest? That's when you see who someone really is, the true nature of their soul. And for what it's worth, you lasted longer than I expected. That's messed up. Who the hell does something like this just to mess with someone? All that crap you said? About no one caring? About Sakura? About me being nothing? That was all just part of your stupid test. Naruto shouted, pointing his finger. What the hell is wrong with this thing? Or guy? Yep. What did you think this was? Some heartfelt confession? Boy, I don't swing that way. But even if I did, you wouldn't be my type. Sukuna said. Naruto felt his blood boil and his eye twitched so hard. He was half convinced it was trying to awaken the Rinnegan out of sheer spite. You're a real bastard. You know that. You're worse than Sasuke. Sukuna grinned like someone handed him a weapon. Oh, you want to compare me to the Uchiha boy? He chuckled. You mean the same one who humiliated you in front of everyone? The one who beat you so badly it was painful to watch. Naruto flinched and his face began heating up. Sukuna leaned forward, resting his chin on one hand. If humiliation were a weapon, you'd be unstoppable. He shook his head. It was like you were trying to set a record for the most pathetic performance possible. Honestly, you might as well have handed him a sign that said, please kick my ass in front of my peers, because he took that invitation very seriously. Okay, I get it. Damn it, enough, stop already. Naruto snapped. The last thing he wanted was to remember that, but it was too late now. His face burned even more as the memories of Sasuke standing over him, smug as hell, resurfaced. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. Why should I? It's not my fault you embarrassed yourself so thoroughly. Maybe if you spent less time yelling and more time fighting, you wouldn't have looked so pathetic. Okay, fine. You made your damn point, Naruto said, waving a hand in frustration. He wanted nothing more than to change the topic. Now answer my questions. Who are you? What are you? What do you want? And where the hell are we? Sukuna looked at Naruto with amusement, but for the first time since this conversation started, he finally seemed willing to answer. I am Ryaman Sukuna, king of Nevermind. He cut himself off. But Naruto caught it and frowned, folding his arms. King of curses? You're really full of yourself, huh? So what are you, some kind of ghost? You could say that, but in reality, I am human, just like you. Sukuna explained. Bullshit, Naruto said, not missing a beat. Sukuna chuckled. Oh, and what exactly do you think I am? Let's see, 4 freaking arms, a throne made of nightmares, 2 faces, 2 mouths, and an ego so big it probably has its own gravitational pull. Naruto gestured at him. Yeah, you really scream human to me. Sukuna gave him an unimpressed look. And yet, you call yourself a ninja while running around in bright orange, screaming your attacks before using them. Naruto frowned. Hey, that's okay, you've got a point there. But orange is a great color. Sure, Sukuna dismissed that. Anyways, as for this place, this is my innate domain, a small part of your mindscape. I suppose you could say it's tangled up with it. Or rather, coexisting. Tangled up? What the hell does that mean? Naruto frowned, trying to process what he'd just heard. It means I've taken root here, boy. Call it a side effect of your unique circumstances. Sukuna explained, but his answer only confused the boy even more. Enough riddles and strange talk. Ryama. Sukuna, what do you mean by unique circumstances? Enough games. I want answers, Naruto demanded. Right, of course you do. But that's the problem. Boy, you don't even know the right questions to ask. And why is that? Because the old man you call Hokage hasn't told you anything, Sukuna said. Naruto froze. What are you talking about? Sukuna turned fully serious now. I mean exactly what I said. There's a lot you don't know about yourself, brat. And because you're so dense. I am not, Naruto snapped. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, Sukuna countered. But fine, let's say you really want the truth. Are you sure about that? Once I tell you, there's no going back. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What's that supposed to mean? It means that everything you think you know about yourself, your past, your precious village, it'll never be the same. Once you hear it, boy, you'll be forever changed. The world you've built in that naive little head of yours, it'll crumble to dust. I don't care, enough games. Just tell me already. Naruto shouted at him. Very well, but don't say I didn't warn you. You have the 9-tailed demon fox within you, Sukuna said, pausing to let the weight of his words settle. And from what I've deduced, I was somehow dragged into this world and sealed alongside it, though the circumstances were different. Wait, what? Naruto stammered. I must have misheard. You heard me, Sukuna interrupted. Go ahead, ponder it for a while. Naruto stood there, his mind trying to process Sukuna's words. The 9-tailed demon fox within me. Suddenly, everything began to click. The hateful glares. The way the villagers ignored him like he didn't exist. The cruel names. Demon, monster, fox brat. He'd heard it all before, but he never understood why. But now, it all made sense. More memories resurfaced, the way adults would pull their children away when he walked by, the whispers that followed him everywhere, the accusations he could never defend himself against. They stayed away because they were scared of me. Sukuna observed him in silence, waiting for the realization to fully settle before speaking. It's starting to make sense now, isn't it, brat? No, that can't be. Naruto's voice wavered. No, you're wrong. The 4th Hokage defeated the 9-tails long ago. Everyone knows that. Oh, he defeated it, huh? Is that what they told you? Brat, do you even hear yourself? Sukuna gave him a pointed look. If the fox was truly defeated and it wasn't sealed in you, then why does your entire village still fear you? Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He couldn't. Sukuna continued. You really think something like the 9-tails could just be defeated and vanish without a trace? No, the 4th didn't destroy the beast. He sealed it. There was a pause before Sukuna spoke again, his words slow, deliberate. And guess where he put it? Naruto's stomach twisted. You're lying, he denied, shaking his head. That's not true. Sukuna clicked his tongue. Oh, it is, brat. And deep down, you know it. But here, let me help jog your memory. Before Naruto could react, the eerie red liquid beneath them rippled, and the air around him shifted. Suddenly, the space blurred, and he found himself standing in the middle of a familiar scene, the academy classroom from a couple of years ago. Memory began. The academy classroom was alive with energy, filled with the eager chatter of young students hanging onto every word of their instructor. At the front of the room, the instructor gestured to get the kids' attention as he told them a story about the fourth Hokage. And that's how the fourth Hokage saved the village from the nine-tailed demon fox, the instructor declared. He fought the beast head-on and defeated it, saving countless lives. Truly a hero unlike any other. A wave of excitement rippled through the classroom. Wow, the fourth Hokage was so strong, one kid exclaimed. He was the best, another added. I wish I could have seen him fight the Nine Tails. Off to the side, Naruto watched. Or rather, both Narutos did. The older Naruto, standing unseen in the middle of the memory, watched as his younger self sat at his desk, wide-eyed and leaning forward, drinking in every word. The awe in his expression was unmistakable. Then, hesitantly, the younger Naruto raised a hand. Wait, how did he defeat it? Did he use some special jutsu or something? The instructor's smile faltered, just slightly. The hesitation was almost impossible to detect, but the older Naruto caught it. Still, the man quickly covered it up, his voice remaining light. Well, the fourth Hokage was very resourceful. It was a combination of his unmatched skill and courage, Naruto. Now moving on. But enough, Naruto. The instructor cut him off before he could press further. This isn't the time for pointless questions. Younger Naruto flinched, and the curiosity in his eyes dimmed as he slumped back into his seat. And just like that, the lesson moved on. Memory end. The memory faded, and Sukuna spoke. They didn't tell you the truth, did they? Even then, they avoided the real answer. They fed you excuses the same way they always have. Naruto stood frozen. His mind raced, the pieces falling into place whether he wanted them to or not. The fourth Hokage saved the village by sealing the Nine Tails. But if he didn't destroy it, then where? And no, why? Naruto stammered, there must be a mistake. It doesn't make sense. Why would no one tell me? And why treat me like that? I'm human, a person. I'm not the Nine Tails. You're lying. You're just trying to. Sukuna cut him off. And what reason would I have to lie, brat? Naruto's hands clenched at his sides. I don't know. Maybe because you find it funny, he shouted, his voice cracking. Just like that sick test of yours. Maybe this is all just some twisted game to you. You're not wrong. I do enjoy watching you squirm. But the truth? The truth is staring you right in the face, whether you want to accept it or not. Naruto took a step back, shaking his head. No, that can't be true, it can't be. He clutched his head, trying to block out Sukuna's words. No, it's not true. It can't be true. Naruto. Sukuna saw that no matter what he said, the brat wouldn't believe it without proof, so he sighed before hopping off his throne and landed with a dull thud. Still clinging to denial, are we? Fine. He stretched slightly as he walked past Naruto. Since words alone won't do, I'll show you. Naruto hesitated, glancing back at the eerie throne before reluctantly following him. The scenery around them shifted with each step. The liquid beneath their feet, once red and murky, began to shift. It turned yellow, and the air around them grew stale. The oppressive red sky above twisted, was replaced by damp, grimy stone. The walls closed in, rusted pipes lining the passage. The sound of dripping water echoed around them, each plop echoing. It was a sewer. Naruto grimaced, wrinkling his nose as he looked around. What is this? This, Sukuna said, gesturing around them, is the seal. It's connected to your mindscape, to which my innate domain is connected. The three are tangled up, thanks to your unique circumstances. Naruto frowned, his expression scrunching in frustration. That doesn't make any sense. What does that even mean? Sigh, let me put it in a way your simple mind can understand. Sukuna said, glancing back at him, as they walked. Hey, I'm not stupid. Naruto crossed his arms defensively. Right. And the Uchiha didn't completely humiliate you. Sukuna shot back, his tone dry. Next, You'll tell me you totally had a strategy in that fight instead of just flailing around and hoping for the best. Naruto's eye twitched. For your information, I did have a strategy. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what was it? Get my ass kicked so badly even your ancestors cringe? TCH, whatever. Just keep talking. Naruto looked away, trying to hide his obvious embarrassment. Anyways, innate domain and a mindscape are essentially the same thing, at least in retrospect. Retro what? Naruto interrupted. Focus, boy. Sukuna snapped. Sorry, Naruto muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Sukuna sighed, continuing as they walked. Listen closely, Brad, because I'm not explaining this again. A mindscape is essentially your inner world. It's raw, chaotic, and reflects your subconscious. Every painful memory, every emotional scar, every hope or fear you've ever had exists here. It's part of you, whether you realize it or not. It's the space where your consciousness resides. Naruto tilted his head. So, like my brain? Sukuna groaned. No, not your brain, you idiot. Think bigger, think spiritual. Your mindscape is metaphysical, tied to both mind and soul. Now, an innate domain is different. Every being is born with one, but most never awaken it. Unlike the mindscape, it's structured, refined, a reflection of your truest self. It doesn't come from your subconscious chaos. It comes from your identity, your power, your essence. Naruto blinked, still struggling to grasp the concept. So, where we were before, with all the bones and blood, that was your innate domain. Exactly. That was my innate domain, a reflection of who and what I am. It's always existed within me. But now it's tangled with your mindscape due to the unique circumstances of our coexistence. It's not a natural part of you, but my presence forces it into your space. And this place? Naruto asked cautiously. This is the seal, Sukuna explained, gesturing at the walls and pipes. It's artificial, something created specifically to imprison the Nine Tails and manage its power. It isn't naturally part of your mindscape or domain, but it's become woven into your inner world due to necessity. Naruto frowned thoughtfully. But if everyone has a mindscape and an innate domain, does that mean everyone can come here to their own, domains? Not quite. Entering your mindscape consciously, or awakening your innate domain, is incredibly rare and difficult. It requires intense self-awareness, power, and training. Most people live their entire lives unaware they even have these inner worlds. So how come I can? Naruto asked. You're a special case, Sukuna answered. The seal makes you unique, binding you to the fox. That force connection opens doors for you that others can't easily access. With practice, you might enter and exit this space at will only because of the seal's interference. So this whole place is because of the Nine Tails? Naruto asked. Bingo. And now, thanks to me, your little inner world has a new tenant. Aren't you lucky? Naruto ignored his smug tone, rubbing the back of his head as he thought it over. So this seal, it's supposedly keeping the Nine Tails in, right? Correct, Sukuna answered. The seal is a barrier. It keeps the fox contained and protects you from its power. Without it, you'd be nothing but a puppet to its rage. Or dead, probably both. Naruto shuddered, glancing nervously at the pipes and walls around him. So, we're walking through this seal right now. Exactly. This space is the barrier between you and the fox. And because the seal is tied to your mindscape, I can navigate through it freely, just like you'll be able to with enough practice. But don't get too comfortable. This seal is fragile. Break it, and the fox is free. And trust me, Brad, that's the last thing you want. Sukuna warned. Naruto stopped in his tracks, staring down at the yellow liquid. So if this seal breaks, You die, Sukuna said bluntly. Or worse. The cage. After walking for a bit, Naruto and Sukuna stopped in front of an impossibly tall cage that stretched far beyond what Naruto could see. Massive iron bars loomed before him, and at the center, a single tag with kanji written on it read, Seal. Naruto stared at it before turning to Sukuna. What is this place? He asked. This is where the fox resides. It's inside the cage, Sukuna answered. Naruto gulped and turned back to the cage. Then before his brain could catch up, his legs moved on their own. He peered into the darkness beyond the bars, but saw nothing. I don't see anything, Naruto said. He was about to take another step, but something inside of him told him to stop. Then, without warning, a massive claw emerged from the shadows and slammed into the bars with a deafening crash. Ah! Naruto stumbled backward, fell on his butt. As he scrambled back to get away, he saw it. Two massive crimson eyes with slit pupils appeared, glowing ominously in the dark. They were larger than his body, unblinking and locked onto him. Then came the teeth, razor-sharp and impossibly large. Each tooth looked like it could crush him in an instant. The Nine-Tails' suffocating chakra surged outward, slamming into Naruto, paralyzing him. He tried to move, but couldn't. His legs refused to obey. The Nine-Tails stepped forward, until its full form now visible. So, the parasite brought my jailer to meet me. Foolish brat. What are you? Naruto stammered. Before the fox could respond, Sukuna grabbed Naruto by his collar and lifted him to his feet, as if he weighed nothing. Calm down, brat, Sukuna said. It can't get to you from over here. Though, I've got to say, you're either the bravest or dumbest person I've ever met. Even I didn't stand that close when I first met it. Naruto looked up at him. You've met it before? Of course. But do you get it now? Everything I've told you is true. You're the one who has to deal with it now, boy. So you'd better learn quickly. And guess what? For all its power, this thing is only half of what it's supposed to be. Half? What the hell do you mean half? Do you even see this thing? How do you even know that? Naruto asked in disbelief. Because I can see what you can't. Out of the three of us, I understand the soul better than either of you, so it wasn't too hard to figure it out. Though it wasn't apparent at first, but after talking to it for a bit, that's when I noticed its soul is fractured. Sukuna explained as he glanced back at the cage. This isn't even close to its full power, yet it could wipe out this village with ease. Naruto turned pale hearing that. How could something this powerful be only half? He didn't even want to think about what its full power could do. His cage rattled as let out a low growl. Shut your mouth, parasite. You know nothing about me. The Nine-Tails growled, flexing its enormous claws against the bars. Then why are you getting so worked up, huh? If I'm just an annoying parasite, why not stay quiet? Seems like I hit a nerve, Sukuna said. The Nine-Tails growl deepened and flared its chakra again. Watch yourself, fool. You have no idea who you're dealing with. And neither do you, Sukuna said, crossing two of his arms while the others gestured toward the fox. You're not the only one who knows what it's like to be bound, to be caged. But you're not even whole. I've had my soul split into 20 pieces before, so noticing a fracture like this? No big deal for me. Naruto stared at him, his confusion turning into disbelief. Wait, what? Split into 20 pieces? How does someone even, never mind. What do you mean that's not all? Sukuna ignored him. The real question isn't how it happened. The question is, where's the other half of this beast's soul? Then do you know where it is? Naruto asked. I don't, but I'd bet this thing does. Sukuna nodded toward the Nine-Tails. And here's where it gets interesting. Remember how I told you the seal is connected to you? Naruto hesitated before nodding. Yeah, you said something about it being tied to my innate domain or whatever. Well, from what I see, based on your souls, not only does this fox's chakra leak into yours bit by bit, but if you die. Sukuna paused. It dies too. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, hold on. You're saying if I die, it dies too? How does that even work? Sukuna glanced at Naruto. It works because this seal is an unbreakable tie between the two of you. And let's face it, the fox here isn't thrilled about that little detail, is it? The Nine-Tails growl deepened, its massive form pressing against the bars as its chakra rippled outward. Do not speak as if you know my thoughts, parasite. You're nothing but an invader. Invader, Sukuna repeated. How rude. I prefer the term tenant. After all, I'm as much a part of this mess now as you are. Naruto let out a shaky breath, trying to process everything. So, let me get this straight. This thing's tied to me, and if something happens to me, it goes down with me? And on top of that, its chakra is leaking into mine. Sukuna nodded. Bingo. You're catching on, brat. Slowly but surely. The Nine-Tails snarled. Do not listen to this parasite, boy. He seeks only to manipulate you. Maybe I do, but that doesn't make me wrong. Naruto clenched his fists. Why? Why me? His voice trembled with pain and confusion. I don't understand. Why did the fourth Hokage do this to me? Why seal this thing into me? Neither the Nine-Tails nor Sukuna answered, and Sukuna couldn't. They watched as his emotions spilled over. Why didn't anyone tell me? Why didn't the old man just tell me the truth? They all treat me like I'm the fox, like I'm some kind of monster. But I'm not. I'm just me, Naruto. It's not fair. His shoulders trembled, and his voice cracked as the sobs poured out. It's not fair. They treat me like this and don't even tell me why. Why not someone else? Why did it have to be me? His voice echoed in the silence that followed. His chest heaved as he stood there, enraged, hurt, and lost all at once. Tears streamed down his face, spilling over in waves he couldn't contain. The Ninetales watched him silently. Its massive eyes narrowed slightly, and for a brief moment, the snarl on its face faded, but it said nothing. You were right, Sukuna, Naruto said through choked sobs. No matter what I do, no matter how hard I try, I'll never be accepted. I'll always be rejected. I'll always be hated because I have the nine tails inside of me. He clenched his fists tighter. I thought that if I worked as hard as everyone else, if I worked harder, they'd stop treating me like this. But no, I was wrong. Get up, Sukuna said suddenly. Naruto didn't move. What's the point? I said stand up. Sukuna repeated. Naruto stayed where he was. Where's the boy who stood defiantly before me and told me to fuck off? Where's that fire? Look at you now, pathetic. If your parents could see you, they'd be disappointed. Naruto's head snapped up, and his blue eyes blazed with anger. You don't get it. You don't know what it's like to be me. To be hated and despised by everyone. Oh, is that so? Sukuna walked closer, then enlighten me, boy. Tell me, what's it like to be you? Naruto's rage boiled over. You know nothing about me. Nothing. You don't know what it feels like to live like this. To wake up every day knowing no one wants you. That everyone looks at you like you're some kind of monster. To live with people whispering behind your back, glaring at you, treating you like you're not even human. Go on. Don't stop now. Keep going. Sukuna prodded. Naruto's chest heaved as he glared at Sukuna. You don't know what it's like to eat alone, to be ignored, to have no one. You don't know what it's like to want so badly to be acknowledged, to be seen, and have it ripped away from you again and again. The Ninetales watched silently from behind the bars, its crimson eyes narrowing. Sukuna's smirk widened as he crossed two of his arms and rested another hand on his chin. Feel better now? Or do you need more time to wallow in your little pity party? I'm not wallowing, Naruto shouted as he stepped forward. I'm telling you the truth. You don't know what it's like to live in constant pain and loneliness. Sukuna let out a low chuckle. Oh, but I do, boy. More than you realize. He took a step forward, but before he could say more, the Ninetales cut in. Boy, don't listen to this parasite's nonsense. He doesn't care about you. He only wants to twist you, to make you doubt yourself. I, on the other hand, can offer you something real. Power. Freedom. A chance to rise above the misery they've forced you to endure. Naruto hesitated, caught off guard by the Ninetales' offer. This is it, the Ninetales thought. The brat is at his weakest. If I can just convince him to release me. Think about it, boy. Your entire life, you've been nothing but a scapegoat. A punching bag. You've done nothing to deserve the hatred they show you. Yet they treat you like dirt. Even the children shun you, don't they? Because their parents filled their heads with fear and lies. They've stolen everything from you, any shred of happiness. And for what? So they could sleep at night while you carry their burden? While you rot under their stares and suffer in silence. Naruto stammered, I don't. They will never see you as anything but a monster, the Ninetales interrupted. It doesn't matter how hard you try, how much you sacrifice, or how much you bleed for them. It's as you said, so long as you have me, they will always hate you. Naruto took a shaky step back. Stop it, he muttered. You know it's the truth, the Ninetales said. Its tone dropped to a sinister purr. And deep down, you've always known. That's why you try so hard. That's why you work yourself to exhaustion. You think that if you're strong enough, if you're good enough, they'll finally see you. But they won't. No matter what you do, no matter how many times you save them, they will never acknowledge you. I said stop, Naruto repeated, but his voice lacked any strength. Release me, the Ninetales urged, ignoring his words. With my power, you won't have to fight for their acknowledgement. You'll take it. You'll make them kneel before you. You'll show them what happens when they reject you. I can give you power beyond your imagination. All you have to do is remove the seal. Remove the seal? Naruto repeated. Exactly, it's that simple. Remove the seal, and I will give you everything. Strength, respect, acknowledgement, all of it. You will become more than they could ever dream of. They will fear you, yes, but they will also bow to you. Sukuna watched as the Nine Tails tried to convince Naruto. But then he narrowed his eyes, seeing a shadowy form solidifying behind the boy that the Nine Tails was drawing out. So he decided to cut in. Well, isn't this interesting? The great Nine Tails, reduced to begging for freedom like a common prisoner. The Nine Tails shifted its attention to Sukuna. Watch your tongue, parasite. Unlike you, I am no prisoner by choice. And yet here you are, making deals like a desperate merchant. Pathetic. Sukuna shot back. Why would you offer me that? Naruto, interrupting the two, he looked at the fox. Why would you want me to let you out? Because, boy, our fates are tied. My power is already yours. You feel it, don't you? Leaking into your chakra, making you stronger. But this seal keeps you from using it fully. Release me, and you will have everything. You will never be weak again. Ninetail's voice was smooth, almost comforting. You can make them regret every insult, every glare, every ounce of pain they've ever caused you. Don't be stupid, brat. Sukuna interrupted. Do you really think it's offering this out of kindness? This beast doesn't care about you. It just wants out. And once it's free, it won't bow to anyone, especially not you. The Nine Tails growled, its massive body pressing closer to the bars. Silence, parasite. You are no better. You offer him nothing but riddles and pain. At least I offer him power. Naruto didn't say anything. He just stood there. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, the fox words were getting to him. The Nine Tails' voice dropped even lower, coaxing Naruto. Why hesitate? What have they ever done for you? The ones who shun you, who hate you for nothing more than existing. They would let you die in the dirt without a second thought. Don't you hate them? Want to strike back? To make them pay for their injustice? The weight of its words bore down on Naruto, and his life flashed before his eyes. All the pain and suffering he endured. Maybe the Nine Tails had a point. Why try to earn their approval? Why care? Why not make them pay for all the pain they caused him? Make them suffer like he has so they can understand how he feels. You really think you're alone in this? You think you're the first to be abandoned? To be treated like you're less than human? Sukuna asked, standing over him. Naruto looked up, his anger faltered for just a moment. I know exactly what it's like, to be hated the moment you're born, to be feared and despised, to walk through life thinking that no matter what you do, no one will ever see you as anything but a monster. Sukuna paused to let his words sink in. I was an unloved, unwanted, wretched brat. No one cared if I lived or died. To them, I was a monster, a curse, something that should never have existed. Naruto stared at Sukuna, surprised by his words. Sukuna continued. They never gave me a chance. My mother didn't want me, and others. No one could look me in the eye and see anything other than the beast they thought I was. I was an abomination in their eyes, and they made sure I knew it. They didn't just reject me, they feared me. And do you know what fear does to people, boy? It makes them cruel, violent, and irrational. They didn't just ignore me. They hunted me like I was an animal. They tried to destroy me before I could destroy them. So, I stopped trying to prove them wrong. I stopped begging for acceptance. And do you know what I did instead? Naruto shook his head. I carved my name into history. Through blood and battles, I became something they could never ignore. Sukuna answered. What do you mean? Naruto asked. I killed all that made me suffer. And I tore through armies, crushed heroes, those hailed as being strong. I burned entire villages to the ground. I was a god to some and a demon to others. They feared and worshipped me. But above all, they could never forget me. I didn't need their acceptance. I didn't need their love. I became more than any of them could ever hope to be. And I did it all with my own hands. I became the thing they feared most, a monster they couldn't stop. But that's not the same as being happy, Naruto responded. No, it's not. But it's the strong that write the rules. The strong decide what's right and wrong. And the strong don't beg for scraps of love and kindness. They take what they want and destroy anyone who stands in their way. And me? I stood at the top of the world, unmatched as the strongest. No one could rival me, and every battle only reminded me of how far above them I was. Sukuna says. Naruto's heart pounded as he listened to Sukuna's words. And do you know what I did? Because I was bored of a world too weak to challenge me. I had my soul split into 20 pieces that were sealed into my fingers so I could incarnate into new vessels long after my death. You did that to yourself? I did. And when I returned, I wreaked havoc and chaos upon the world. I killed millions. And some of them. Sukuna paused. Some of them died simply because I existed. But near the end, I had the fight of my life. A man who was known in that new era as the strongest stood before me. His name was Satoru Gojo. And let me tell you, it was glorious. The best fight I've ever had. A true test of my strength. And in the end, I killed him. Naruto felt his stomach twist, but Sukuna wasn't finished. After that, I fought his students, his comrades, and even my own nephew, my previous vessel, after I moved to another which was his friend. They threw everything they had at me. And for all my power, all my skill, all my tactical ingenuity and might, I lost and died. Naruto's eyes widened. You lost. I did. And I died. But do you know what stayed with me, boy? Even as I lay there, defeated, with all the power and strength I'd ever dreamed of, that bitterness, that loneliness, the pain I felt as a child, it never left me. Even after I carved my name into history, even after I became a god to some and a demon to others, I was still alone. The only person beside me at the end was my servant, Yuram, the one who followed me through it all. But even then, I rejected love. I rejected peace. And when my own nephew, the one who had every right to hate me, offered to spare my life out of pity, I rejected that too. Why? Naruto asked. Because I couldn't accept it. I couldn't let anyone see me as weak, not even at the very end. I chose death over pity. I chose destruction over peace. Because that's all I ever knew. That's all they ever gave me. Sukuna said. Why are you telling me all this? What's your point? Naruto asked. Sukuna's crimson eyes bore into Naruto's. Don't you see, brat? Like me, you could become the strongest. You could tower above everyone, make the world tremble at your feet. But in the end, you'll still be alone. All that power will be meaningless, and you'll just end up like me. This power the fox is offering you, it won't heal the void in your heart. Naruto shook his head. No, you're wrong. I'm nothing like you. But you are. Like me, you have been ostracized and mistreated for something you have no control over. You can deny it all you want, but underneath that mask of happiness beware, you resent this village and its people. You want to make them pay. Naruto didn't respond. He looked away. He didn't want Sukuna to be right. Yet, in ways you are different from me, boy. Sukuna continued. You've chosen to reject the darkness, to fight against it. Even as it pulls at you, even as it tries to drag you down, you keep fighting. Like my nephew, you possess an indomitable will, and people who care even if it's a few. You hold onto those sparks and nourish them within yourself. Something I couldn't do, partly because I lack people like that. I'm not like you, Naruto shouted. I'll never be like you. I don't care about being the strongest or making people fear me. I just want to be loved, Sukuna finished for him. You just want someone to look at you and see you. Not the fox, not the failure, not the outcast. Just Naruto. Naruto froze with his mouth hung open, the rest of his sentence withering before it ever reached the air. He wanted to argue, to throw more defiance at Sukuna's face, but what was left to say? Sukuna had reached inside and ripped the words right out of his chest. He looked away, fists trembling, shame burning across his skin like fire. He hated that he'd said it, hated that it was true. Sukuna crouched in front of him. You can't lie to me, brat. I understand your pain better than anyone in this village ever could, because I've walked the same path as you. Why? Why are you trying to help me? You could probably try to take advantage of me like you say the fox is. Naruto muttered. My nephew Yuji Itadori, he defeated me in more ways than one. His victory forced me to see that my path, my ideology was flawed. He proved to me that strength isn't just measured by fear or bloodshed, and for the first time, I had to confront what I'd spent my life running from. That's why I'm bothering to help you now, brat. Because the difference between us, aside from the people in our lives, is the choices we've made. And long ago, I made the wrong one. You still have a chance I didn't. You want to become Hokage, right? To sit atop this village, to finally have the respect and acknowledgement you've chased your entire life? Naruto's expression hardened. So what if it is? What's wrong with wanting that? What's wrong with it? Everything. Because even if you do it, even if you achieve that lofty dream, it won't change a damn thing. Naruto flinched. What are you talking about? Do you think sitting in that chair will erase the years of hatred and fear they've shown you? Your dream isn't about just protecting the village. It's about proving yourself to people who don't see you the way you want them to. Naruto, that's not true. You just want to stop feeling like this, and you think if you become Hokage, the pain will stop. But what if it doesn't? You'll get to the top and might still feel the same emptiness, the same rejection. Naruto muttered, I don't believe you. You can admire a blooming flower, but you can't ask it to understand you. Naruto looked up, confused. What's that supposed to mean? Sukuna sighed, meeting Naruto's eyes directly. It means you're expecting something nearly impossible. Even if you become Hokage, even if they finally acknowledge you, admiration isn't understanding. You'll be that flower, respected, praised, placed above everyone else, but still alone. They'll see your strength, your courage, your sacrifice, sure, but they'll never truly grasp your pain or loneliness. That's something no title can fix. You're chasing their approval, but approval and acceptance aren't the same. You think being Hokage will erase the loneliness? It won't, because admiration from afar will never heal the emptiness inside. Naruto stared silently as the meaning sank in, feeling the weight of Sukuna's words tightening in his chest. What if he's right? What if becoming Hokage really doesn't change anything? I've spent my whole life believing it would fix everything, that it would make people see me differently. But if it doesn't, then what have I been fighting for all this time? You seek acknowledgement, Sukuna continued, breaking Naruto out of his thoughts. And if that's truly what you want, then stop begging for it. If you want something in this world, you seize it with your own hands. The world isn't going to give it to you just because you ask. It isn't Santa Claus. Naruto blinked. Wait, are you saying Santa Claus isn't real? Sukuna groaned, rubbing his temples. That's not the point, he snapped. Naruto scowled. Well, you could have said it better. Sukuna sighed, crossing his arms. Focus, boy. The point is, you're chaining yourself down by what others think of you, by what they want, expect, or fear. You're so desperate for them to acknowledge you. You've built your entire identity around their approval. I did the same thing long ago. I was chained down by hatred, by resentment, by needing them to fear and acknowledge my power. And it took 1,000 years of bloodshed and rage, and ultimately losing everything to my nephew, to realize how pointless it all was. I thought becoming stronger would free me, but instead, it bound me even tighter to the very world I despised. You think becoming Hokage will free you, but it won't. Not as long as your worth is measured by their acceptance. The cage you're in isn't locked by the village, brat. It's locked by you. Naruto looked up, confusion and frustration etched across his face. But what about my dreams, my goals? Becoming Hokage was my reason to keep going. If I let that go, if I stop caring about what they think, then who am I? You need to find value in yourself first. True strength comes when you no longer need their approval to feel worthy. Become someone who stands tall even if no one else understands. Naruto stared at his trembling fists, Sukuna's words echoing in his head. How do I do that? Start by accepting yourself, even if the village never does. Break your chains by realizing you don't need them. Don't live to prove others wrong. Instead, live because your life has meaning beyond their approval. Stop asking for someone to feed you. Be self-dependent, self-sufficient, independent. Yes, you might need help from others occasionally, but you must be the one to make the decision. You must seize your destiny with your own hands and shatter fate itself if you have to. Naruto's eyes widened. Seize my destiny? Sukuna nodded. Yes, but none of that matters if you still hate the boy staring back at you in the mirror. First, brat, you need to look yourself in the eyes and accept everything you are. The loneliness, the rage, the pain, the fox, all of it. Stop fighting to be someone else. Stop trying to earn a version of yourself that they'll finally love. Start being the version you can live with. Because until you do that, until you truly accept who you are, even the strongest dream will crumble under your own doubt. And I've seen what that kind of self-hate becomes. I was it. Naruto exhaled. He felt like something was shifting inside him. Sukuna continued. For too long, you've been chasing after people who will never give you what you want. It's time to stop running. He stretched out his hand. If you're tired of the way you're treated, of feeling powerless, then take my hand. I see potential in you. Potential I would like to see grow. Naruto stared at the outstretched hand unsure. The fox doesn't want that, Sukuna went on. It only cares about itself. It doesn't care if you suffer. It just wants out. But freeing it will kill you. My life has already ended. But yours is just beginning. Naruto eyed the outstretched hand warily. And what's the catch? He asked. Sukuna chuckled. Smart. I do have a few conditions. Conditions? Naruto repeated. Yes. For things. I am stuck with you after all. Don't worry, they're nothing extreme. Naruto frowned. What are they? 1. I want to learn more about this world. Its history, its people, its power. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. That one seemed harmless enough. 2. I want to borrow your body occasionally. Naruto froze. Wait, what? How does that even work? Borrow my body. What the hell does that mean? Sukuna rolled his eyes. Relax, brat. I don't mean permanently. Just brief moments, when necessary. If I see a battle worth my attention, I want the chance to stretch my legs. Naruto frowned. That sounds pretty damn extreme to me. Sukuna waved a hand dismissively. We'll figure out the details later. 3rd condition. I want to fight you at full strength one day. Naruto blinked. Huh. A real battle. No restraints, no holding back. One day, when you're strong enough, I'll fight you. A true test of strength. A battle where we both go all out. Naruto stared at him confused. Why the hell would you want that? Sukuna grinned. Because watching someone grow into their power is interesting, and fighting them at their peak. He let out a low chuckle. That's exhilarating. Naruto was skeptical, his gut telling him that this deal was dangerous. But at the same time, Sukuna had a point. The fox didn't care about him. And if Sukuna really wanted to take control, wouldn't he have already? He mentioned something like that before. Naruto's gaze drifted back to Sukuna's hand, still outstretched. No one had ever offered him anything before. Not like this. Not with power. Not with a way forward. People had pushed him away, cast him aside, glared at him like he didn't belong. Even the few who didn't outright hate him still kept their distance. But Sukuna was offering him something real. Not false promises. Power, knowledge, strength, and a path forward. A chance to stop waiting for things to change and start changing himself. A chance to stop feeling powerless. Sukuna watched him mentally weighing his options. What's it going to be, boy? He asked. Naruto hesitated and swallowed hard. Then, cautiously, he reached forward for a second as he realized. Sukuna had 4 hands. Which one do I? Before Naruto could finish, one of Sukuna's hands shot forward and grabbed him first. It was way too fast, way too strong, and for a simple handshake. Ga? You could have just let me pick one. Naruto yelped, his legs flailing for a second before he caught his balance. Sukuna just smirked, tightening his grip briefly before letting go. Took too long. I got impatient. Naruto scowled, rubbing his wrist. Yeah, well, you could have warned me. That felt like getting picked up by a damn gorilla. Sukuna chuckled, crossing 2 of his arms while keeping the other 2 relaxed. You're the one who hesitated. Not my fault you got decision paralysis. Naruto grumbled, shaking out his arm. This was already starting to feel like a bad idea. Then came the roar. It shook the very foundation of the seal, a monstrous, ear-splitting sound that reverberated through the air like a thunderclap. The bars of the cage trembled, the water beneath them rippling violently as the fox's rage boiled over. Foolish brat, you would listen to this parasite over me? You would trust his lies, his manipulations, while rejecting the power I offer you. You are even more pathetic than I thought. Naruto didn't flinch this time. He stood firm, his blue eyes burning with determination. Sorry, Fox, but he's right. I've spent my whole life waiting for someone to acknowledge me, for someone to tell me I was worth something. But no more. Sukuna, on the other hand, let out a sigh as he cleaned out his ear with his pinky. Oh right, you're still here, Fox. He inspected his pinky for a second before flicking away whatever he got. Thought you took a nap or something. The Ninetales immediately shifted its burning gaze toward him. TCH. And I thought a parasite like you would have shut up by now. Unlike you, I am no mere squatter. I am hatred incarnate. Sukuna just rolled his eyes. Yeah. Big scary beast, trapped in a cage. Super intimidating. The Ninetales lunged forward, its claws scraping against the bars. If these bars weren't here, I'd tear you limb from limb. Sukuna smirked. Oh, you mean if you weren't completely useless right now? Yeah, I'm shaking. The Ninetales was about to respond. But Naruto finally cut in. All right, both of you shut up. Both of them actually paused. Naruto sighed. For once, can we not have a battle of egos? I swear, you two are worse than Ino and Sakura fawning over Sasuke. You two could probably argue in your sleep. Sukuna couldn't help but comment. Well, I don't sleep, so that's actually possible. Naruto just stared at him. That wasn't an invitation to be proud about it. The Ninetales growled, but Naruto finally turned back to face the beast head-on, his expression hardening. Look, Fox, I know you want out. I know you think your power is the only way I can survive. But you're wrong. I'm done waiting for people to acknowledge me. I'll get strong, but it won't be by taking shortcuts. Do not be a fool, boy. You cannot survive this world without power, and I can give you more than you could ever imagine. Strength beyond your wildest dreams. And yet you reject me, the Ninetales growled. Naruto folded his arms. Yeah, and that so-called power. It'd end with me dead. Let's not pretend you actually care about me, Fox. You just want out. The Ninetales bared its massive teeth, its enormous form pressing harder against the bars of the cage as its crimson eyes locked onto Naruto. You are a fool to think you can fight this world alone. You are nothing without power. You will crawl back to me when you realize the truth, when this so-called strength of yours fails. Naruto shook his head, his voice unwavering. Maybe I'll fail. Maybe I'll fall. But if I do, I'll get back up. Again and again. The Ninetales let out a furious roar, but Naruto had already began walking away. Sukuna followed. Then he paused and glanced over his shoulder at the seething Ninetales. Sorry, Fox, but he chose me. You shouldn't have been so selfish. All it did was hurt you. That's something I learned in my previous life. The Ninetales wanted to reach out and crush Sukuna, but it could do nothing as they faded into the shadows of the seal. The beast began to recede into the depths of the cage. You'll regret this, both of you. Sukuna's innate domain. The oppressive atmosphere of the Ninetales cage faded into nothing, the towering bars vanishing like mist. Naruto blinked, his vision adjusting as he found himself once again in Sukuna's domain. Ahead of him sat Sukuna, lounged lazily on his throne. Well, feeling any different, brat? Sukuna asked. Naruto flexed his fingers and rolled his shoulders. Nothing felt off. No sudden power surge, no mind-breaking pain, no eerie sensations crawling over his skin. Not really, Naruto admitted, giving himself another once-over. I thought something would happen the moment I took your hand. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. Power doesn't just flip on like a damn light switch, boy. You have potential, not mastery. That's what training is for. Naruto exhaled, still processing everything. So what now? Sukuna leaned forward slightly, resting his chin on one hand. You rest. Tomorrow, we begin your training. No point in breaking you before we even start. And you'll need every ounce of strength you can get. Naruto frowned. Training? For what exactly? Sukuna smirked. For everything. His tone was casual, but the weight behind his words wasn't. Your body, your mind, your abilities, all of it needs refining. Strength without understanding is wasted potential. And I don't waste potential. You'll thank me when you're strong enough to actually do something with that stubborn will of yours. Naruto clicked his tongue. So what? You're my teacher now. Sukuna scoffed. TCH, don't flatter yourself. You're not worth the title of student yet. You're just some brat who stumbled into something bigger than he understands. Naruto gritted his teeth, but before he could shoot back, Sukuna waved a hand dismissively. Spare me the wounded pride. We'll deal with all that later. Naruto exhaled again, rubbing the back of his neck. This was really happening. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't hallucinating. He'd just made a deal with a damn demon, and there was no turning back. Right, he muttered. Then how do I get out of here? We'll deal with that later, Sukuna said with a devious grin that promised pain. Before Naruto could even process what that meant, a force like a herd of bulls slammed into him. His vision blurred, and it felt like it was being violently pulled backward, and then, boy, what the? Then everything went white. Then, thud. He found himself on floor of his apartment. For a moment, he just laid there. His brain was still catching up to reality. His whole body felt heavy, like he'd been thrown back into it without warning. He groaned, slowly pushing himself up onto his elbows. Damn bastard. He could have sworn he heard Sukuna laughing in his head. The next morning, Naruto woke up with a slight groan as he sat up in bed and rubbed his eyes. For a moment, he just laid there staring at the stained ceiling of his rundown apartment. The musty smell of moldy wood and old ramen hung in the air. He yawned and stretched his arms above his head, then scratched his stomach as he made his way to the bathroom. Once there, he lifted the toilet lid and did his business, sighing quietly in relief. A few seconds later, he flushed the toilet, washed his hands, and walked out of the bathroom, but then he froze. Naruto blinked a few times, trying to process what he was seeing. The wall across from him had a massive dent, almost like a crater with smears of blood, and chunks of the drywall were on the floor. Dried noodles were stuck to the wall, and his small table was flipped over. One leg was snapped clean off, and broken glass was on the floor next to the table. It looked like some kind of bizarre battle had taken place. What the hell happened yesterday? Naruto said as he stepped closer to the mess. Then he stopped. Suddenly it clicked. His memories were jumbled up, but they slowly came back, and he began to piece together what had happened. Wait, was that a dream? Naruto asked, no one in particular, but more like he was trying to convince himself. Not a dream, brat. Naruto heard a voice and froze. He looked around trying to figure out where it came from. Look down. Naruto heard it again and followed the sound of the voice and its instruction to look down, but he still didn't see anything. Then he caught sight of something moving in his peripheral vision slowly. Naruto looked down at his cheek, and his heart skipped a beat. He saw that an eye and a mouth had appeared on his cheek. "Oh!" Naruto screamed, smacking himself across the face like a madman. "Really? That's your first move?" the voice asked, unimpressed. Naruto didn't answer. He screamed again and slapped his cheek harder like a mosquito had landed on him. But the mouth disappeared only to reappear on his other cheek. "Seriously? Are you done?" Sukuna asked. Naruto's response was another slap, but the mouth moved to the back to the other side, so he slapped himself again, only for it to move again. This happened for a good 10 minutes, and the sound echoed through his apartment before he finally stopped. Naruto winced, rubbing his now throbbing cheeks. What the hell?" Sukuna sighed and shifted down to Naruto's hand. He appeared on the back of it. "All right, brat. Are you gonna listen now? Or are you just gonna slap yourself like an idiot into next week?" Naruto froze, then slowly looked down and saw the face now on his hand. H. He screamed again, acting on his first instinct, which was to punch the wall, only to regret it immediately. The shock of pain shot up his arm. Sukuna laughed at him hard. "Ha, you done, brat." Naruto groaned in pain, holding his throbbing hand. "Ouch. Wait, you're actually real?" Sukuna chuckled, finally catching on. What gave it away? The fact that I'm literally on your damn hand." Naruto groaned again. "This is way too much for the morning." Sukuna ignored Naruto's complaint entirely. "Well, rise and shine. We've got a lot to cover today." Naruto held up his hand and glared at the grinning face on it. "Seriously? You couldn't have warned you could do this last night?" Sukuna laughed again. "And why would I do that? There's no fun in that, is there? I mean, compared to scaring you and watching you slap yourself like an idiot. That wasn't my fault. You scared me on purpose," he shouted, trying to mask his embarrassment. "And you're the one who let yourself get scared so easily," Sukuna retorted. "You little..." Naruto stopped himself and sighed, realizing anything he said would just give Sukuna more material to fire back at him. But before he could think of anything else, his stomach growled loudly. "Right food," Naruto muttered, turning to the kitchen. He glanced at the microwave, then at the stove. A moment later, realization hit, and his shoulders slumped. "The gas is still cut off, and the microwave is still busted," he groaned, running a hand through his hair. "Damn it. No ramen, no food. I can't eat it cold, and I can't even afford to eat at Ichiraku today. Damn you, landlord." Sukuna yawned. "You're whining too much." Naruto held up his hand and gave him an annoyed look. "Of course I'm complaining. What the hell else am I supposed to do? You could just go back to that ramen stand and beg them for food. Or go steal something like you used to." Naruto frowned at the suggestion. "Yeah, no." But now that Sukuna had brought it up, Naruto thought about Ichiraku for a moment. Tochi and Ayam had already done enough for him, giving him free meals when he had nothing, looking out for him when no one else did. The last thing he wanted was to start taking advantage of their kindness. And stealing? He wasn't about to go through that again. He could already imagine the old man yelling at him about it, going on about how a shinobi must have honor, or some crap like that. No way was he dealing with that today. Sukuna let out a sigh. "Are you stupid? Just go hunting." "Hunting?" "Yes, brat. You did it when you were younger, didn't you?" Naruto thought for a moment, then he had a flashback of him younger, catching fish in the river, setting up small traps, and foraging for whatever scraps he could find. "I mean, yeah, but I haven't done that in a while." "Then get back to it. Or do you want to starve like an idiot?" Naruto crossed his arms thinking. He really didn't have much choice. Either he went out and caught his own food, or he'd be stuck drinking water to pretend he wasn't hungry. Fine, guess I'm going hunting, Naruto grumbled. He got dressed, grabbed his weapons pouch, and headed out the door. After locking the door, Naruto stepped outside and glanced up at the sky. It was early, way earlier than he usually got up. The horizon was still painted in soft shades of orange and pink, with faint traces of the night lingering in the corners of the sky. He took a deep breath, taking in the cool morning air. Then Naruto began moving across the rooftops. His sandals made the faintest sounds against the tiles as he hopped from roof to roof with the cool breeze rushing against his face. The village below was quiet. Very few were up this early, and Naruto had no interest in dealing with a cranky villager or shinobi. It was already bad enough when they weren't cranky, so the last thing he wanted was for them to try to pick a fight. Later on, the forest. Naruto made his way deep into the woods, further than most people usually ventured. He scanned his surroundings in the dim morning light. The forest was quiet, still waking up from the night. Tall trees stood like sentinels, their thick canopies filtering the golden rays of the rising sun, casting long shadows across the moss-covered ground. The scent of damp earth, fresh leaves, and distant water drifted through the crisp air. A soft breeze rustled the branches, causing dappled light to shift along the forest floor. Naruto walked quietly through the forest, keeping his footsteps light and careful not to startle any nearby animals or give away his presence. The slightest rustle could alert prey or worse, something hunting him. He focused his hearing, listening for the faintest movements, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, the distant calls of birds. Then there was his nose. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his sense of smell was sharper than most because of the 9 tails. Naruto never questioned why. He just knew he could pick up scents most other people couldn't. It wasn't as sharp as Kiba's, but it was still better than most. He could tell when food had gone bad before even tasting it, as long as he was paying attention. Sometimes, he even recognized people by the faint traces of their sweat, soap, or whatever they had eaten last. And now, his nose picked up scents in the air: damp soil, fresh wood, and the faint musk of nearby wildlife. No one had taught Naruto how to hunt, but he had picked up survival tricks through trial and error, learning through painful mistakes. He watched how stray animals stalked their prey, observed how villagers handled food or livestock, and figured out what worked by necessity. The first time he went hunting was out of desperation, and back then, he had barely managed to catch some fish. Today, he could have just gone straight to his usual fishing spot, but he wasn't sure if there would be any fish there. They often flowed in from a nearby stream that connected to a larger river carried in by the shifting currents. If the water was too low or too still, he'd have to search elsewhere. And he'd rather not pass up any opportunities that he might miss by going there. So he continued walking through the forest. 30 minutes later. It took a while, but eventually Naruto spotted something. A rabbit. He crouched, slowly adjusting his stance, as he reached into his weapons pouch grabbing a kunai. Knowing how fast rabbits were, Naruto tried to get as close as possible. He didn't want to mess this up by throwing the kunai. But then, as he got closer, a twig he didn't see snapped beneath his foot. Crap. The rabbit instantly looked up, saw Naruto, and took off running. Naruto didn't even bother chasing. He knew it was pointless. "Oh, come on!" Naruto shouted, frustrated. Sukuna appeared on his left cheek. Well, that was pathetic. Naruto only got more frustrated hearing Sukuna's voice. "It's harder than it looks." "Not really, brat. Your problem is that you don't commit, you hesitate, overthink. Your body moves, but your mind isn't keeping up." Naruto frowned, but stayed quiet, listening to Sukuna's critique. Sukuna continued, "Your instincts aren't bad, but they're nowhere near refined. You're quiet when you need to be, but your awareness is sloppy. You pick up scents well, but you don't process them fast enough. And your footwork? Don't even get me started. A trained hunter would have already caught something by now." Naruto's scowl deepened. "Oh yeah? I don't see you doing anything." Sukuna snorted. "Because I already know how to hunt. You, on the other hand, need serious work." Naruto huffed and crossed his arms. "Well, if you're such an expert, then teach me. Aren't you supposed to make me stronger?" "Fine, brat. I'll teach you. Just don't embarrass yourself," Sukuna said. Naruto was caught off guard. Wait, really? He was expecting an insult or something, not for Sukuna to agree. "Yes. Now shut up and listen." I'm only doing this because I have to. No one taught you at all. Sukuna's tone was as dry as ever. First, control your breathing. You're too loud. If you can hear it, so can the prey. Naruto muttered something about bossy people, but began adjusting, focusing on the rise and fall of his chest, slowing his breaths until they were quiet and even. Good. Now pay attention to your surroundings. Look for tracks, hoof prints, broken branches, disturbed grass. Use your eyes. Naruto scanned the forest floor as he moved cautiously, and he eventually spotted faint crescent-shaped marks pressed into the soil. Those are hoof prints from a deer, probably not far from here. Follow them. Naruto hesitated. Wait, hold on. A deer? You want me to hunt a deer? Yes, a deer. What? Did you think I'd make you chase another rabbit? A deer is worth the effort. Consider it real practice. Naruto followed the tracks with his kunai ready in his hand. Sukuna continued instructing him. Watch for movement ahead. A flash of brown fur, and the rustling of leaves. Deer are cautious. They'll bolt at the slightest sound, so move quietly. Stay low, and step where the ground is solid. Avoid dry leaves and twigs unless you want to scare it off. Naruto crouched slightly, moving carefully as he focused on his steps. The forest grew quieter the further he went. Look at the trees. Deer often graze near low-hanging leaves or fallen branches. They leave marks like ripped leaves, bitten bark. Do you see anything? Naruto scanned the area and he spotted a branch with its edges torn and ragged, faint traces of saliva visible in the morning light. There. It's close. Keep moving, but stay sharp. Even one mistake, and it's gone. Naruto crept forward. His heart began to pound, fine anticipation and excitement. Ahead, he caught a glimpse of movement, brown fur against green foliage. The deer stood grazing in a small clearing. Its ears twitched every so often. Every part of its body was alert for danger. Now's your chance, but don't rush it. Watch its movements. Wait until it lowers its head to graze, then you strike. Naruto gripped his kunai tightly and crouched lower as he observed the deer. His breathing slowed further, and he felt his focus narrow to the single moment Sukuna described. Steady, and now. Naruto moved as fast as possible. The deer noticed him and started to run away, but it was too late. The blade sunk deep into its neck, and Naruto used his momentum to push it onto the ground. For a split second, nothing happened. Then the deer thrashed violently. Move, brat. Naruto barely dodged a powerful kick as the deer thrashed on the floor. If one of those landed, it would have broken something. He stumbled back, still holding his kunai as the animal thrashed in the dirt. Blood poured from its neck, staining the ground beneath it, but it wasn't dead, yet the wound was too shallow. The deer struggled, muscles twitching, gasping for air as blood poured from the deep wound. Its survival instincts refused to let go. Naruto moved in before it could regain control, ducking under another kick as he reached for its head. The animal shuddered violently, its hooves scraping at the dirt in a final, frantic attempt to escape. Finish it quickly, or it'll run off, Sukuna warned him. Naruto didn't hesitate, grabbing hold of its head. He forced his kunai across its throat, dragging deep. More blood spilled, warm and slick against his fingers. The deer's movements turned frantic, jerking violently one last time, then it collapsed. This time it stayed down. Okay, now stop. Don't touch it again, the heart is still pumping. If you touch it now, you're just making a mess. Naruto waited as instructed, watching as the deer's chest rose and fell with dying breaths. Blood poured onto the ground in heavy spurts, each in sync with the animal's heartbeat. See that? That's the heart pushing the blood out. If you kill it too fast, the blood stays inside, and the meat spoils faster. You want it to drain while the heart's still working. Naruto remained where he was, still gripping his kunai tightly. His heart pounded as the adrenaline was still surging through his veins, and his hands were soaked in blood. He watched as the kicks weakened and spasms slowed. Then finally it stopped. Life faded from its eyes. Not bad. For a first-timer anyways, Sukuna said. Naruto didn't reply. He stared at the deer. He had hunted rabbits, caught fish, but this was different. The size, the struggle, the way it fought until the last second. He felt a sense of accomplishment. His chest swelled with pride. Now gut it. Time to see if you can handle the rest. Naruto crouched next to the body and gripped his kunai. The reality of the kill had settled in, but now came the next step. All right, Let's get this over with. He pressed the blade to the deer's belly, ready to make the first cut. Stop. Naruto stiffened. What? I've cleaned fish before. I just gotta. Fish are nothing like this, brat. Naruto frowned, but didn't argue. You slice this thing open the wrong way, and you'll ruin the meat. Do you want your first real hunt to go to waste? He pulled his hand back. Fine. Then how do I do it? Sukuna chuckled. Watch and learn. Naruto adjusted his grip, listening as Sukuna walked him through every step. First, the hide is thicker than you think. Don't stab straight in like an idiot. Angle the blade and make a shallow cut along the belly. Just deep enough to get through the skin, not the muscles underneath. Naruto followed his instructions, pressing the kunai carefully against the hide. The blade sliced through fur and skin, revealing the first layers of tissue beneath. The sharp scent of blood filled the air. Good. Now don't just hack at it. Use your fingers and pull the skin apart as you cut. Naruto did as he was told, tugging the edges open while guiding the blade downward. His fingers were slick with warmth, the deer's body still holding onto the last traces of life. Sukuna didn't say anything for a moment, watching as Naruto worked. Next, the moment you see the stomach, slow the hell down. Puncture that, and the guts will spill everywhere. Your food will be covered in filth. Naruto winced. That sounded disgusting. He eased up, moving slower as the knife exposed the insides of the deer. The warmth of the animal's body was still there, so as he cut, steam rose faintly in the cool morning air. Naruto hesitated. His fingers were already coated in blood, but this felt different. Grabbing the insides of a deer wasn't the same as cutting into one. He reached in. It was slimy and warm. The organs shifted under his grip, and for a split second, he almost lost his nerve. Sukuna saw his hesitation and called him out on it. Don't half-ass it. Grip them and pull. Naruto gritted his teeth and did as he was told. The intestines, stomach, and other organs slid free, spilling onto the ground with a wet noise. His stomach twisted slightly at the sight, but he shook it off. Not bad. Now clean the inside out. Get rid of the waste. Naruto wiped the back of his bloody hand against his forehead. Can't I just toss it somewhere? Sukuna clicked his tongue. And have wolves or bears sniffing around. No, burn it. Naruto glanced at the pile of steaming organs and did as instructed. He grabbed a handful of dried twigs and leaves, setting them in a small pit near the remains. A few quick sparks from a flint, and flames roared to life. One by one, he tossed the organs into the fire. The stomach hissed as trapped gases escaped, the liver sizzled, and the intestines curled as they blackened in the heat. Eventually, the last remnants of the deer's insides turned to ash. No trace, no scent left for scavengers. All right, now clean out the cavity. Scrape it out, make sure nothing's left to rot in there. Naruto sighed and went back to work, wiping away the last bits of tissue from the inside of the ribcage. The hollowed-out body no longer looked like an animal. Now it looked like food. 15 minutes later. With the carcass cleaned out, Naruto skinned the meat, slicing through the thick hide, while Sukuna pointed out the best cuts to use immediately. Take the tender parts. The rest, bury it. Naruto frowned. Bury it. You don't have a way to dry or smoke the meat right now, Sukuna explained. If you leave it out, animals will take it. But if you wrap it and bury it deep enough, the ground keeps it cool. You can come back for it later. Naruto nodded and worked quickly, slicing off the best sections for now and wrapping the rest in large leaves. He dug a deep pit nearby, placed the extra meat inside, then covered it with dirt and stones. With that handled, he set up a fire, skewering the fresh strips on sharpened sticks to roast. The rich, smoky scent of cooking meat filled the air, and his stomach tightened with hunger, an ache so deep it nearly hurt. The fire crackled, juices sizzling off the skewered meat. The moment the first piece looked done, Naruto grabbed it, and in the process burned his fingers slightly from the heat. But he didn't care. He tore into the meat. Juices burst onto his tongue, hot and rich, smoky flavor coating his mouth. It was nothing like the food he would scrounge up in the village or instant ramen. Naruto devoured the first piece, barely chewing before reaching for another. He ate like a starved animal. His fingers were slick with grease. The meat was hot, rich, and the best damn thing he'd ever tasted. Sukuna chuckled, watching him. Look at you, brat. You finally worked hard enough to enjoy something. Tastes better when you work for it, doesn't it? Naruto didn't answer. He was too busy eating. Each bite filled a void he never realized was there. For the first time in what felt like forever, he was actually full. For so long, food had just been fuel. Something he swallowed quickly, something he ate alone. But this was his. A warm, satisfying victory. He leaned back, sighing happily. Then his thoughts shifted to the orphanage. The nights they forgot to feed him, muttering about how the demon should learn what suffering means. The shopkeepers who turned him away, raising prices, and some even throwing food out right in front of him. At night, he was forced to drink water just to pretend his stomach wasn't empty, curling up against the ache, knowing no one cared if he woke up the next morning. He had always thought it was bad luck. Maybe if he tried harder, smiled wider, they'd let him belong. But that was the trick. It was never about food. It was about control. This felt like freedom, and he wouldn't let anyone or anything take it away from him. As he reached for another skewer of roasted meat, his hand suddenly moved on its own. His fingers lifted the skewer away from his mouth, stopping just short of his face. Then, before he could react, Sukuna's face appeared on his palm and took a bite. "You're eating all the damn food, brat," Sukuna said, his voice muffled slightly as he took a bite out of the meat. Naruto sat there stunned for a moment. Then he snapped. "Hey, that's mine." Sukuna ignored him and kept chewing. "TCH, I had to sit through your pathetic attempt at hunting, listen to you whine about gutting a deer, and endure your slow-ass butchering. I've earned this." Naruto's eye twitched. "You didn't do anything." Sukuna took another bite. "I gave instructions. That counts." Naruto sighed, glancing at the remaining skewers. He had plenty, and if he fought Sukuna on this, he'd probably just take more anyway. Naruto just got himself another piece to eat. As he ate, he looked down at his hand, then shook his head watching as Sukuna ate at his own pace. It was weird, sharing a meal with someone who wasn't really there. Still, it wasn't so bad, at least he wasn't alone. Naruto sat back with a satisfied sigh. His stomach was full, the lingering taste of roasted meat still on his tongue. It was a rare moment of peace after everything earlier, and he was content to just sit and relax for a while. That didn't last long. Sukuna appeared on his right cheek. "Now that you've eaten, it's time to train." Naruto sat up, confused. "Huh? But?" "No buts." Sukuna cut in. "Your body is weak. That changes now." Naruto groaned, flopping back down. "Man, can we wait a little? I just finished eating. Can't I at least digest first?" Sukuna wasn't having it. "No, that's the whole point. Eating gives you energy to burn through." "Yeah, but I feel lazy now," Naruto grumbled. He sat up slowly, rubbing his stomach. "Should have done this before I ate." "That's exactly why we're doing this now." Naruto frowned, but listened. "Your body needs to learn how to function under stress, even after a meal. Get used to it." His scowl deepened. "The hell's that supposed to mean? You think resting after eating is normal? Those academy teachers who told you otherwise are dumb as hell. Energy isn't for sitting around. The moment you start moving, your body uses it. You'll feel sluggish at first, but once you begin, you'll burn through all of that," Sukuna said. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Wait, then why do I feel like lying down?" Sukuna continued explaining, "Because your body's lazy. And so is your brain. Instinct tells you to stay still after eating because your body thinks you're safe. But if you start moving now, your body adapts over time. You'll feel awake, stronger, more capable." Naruto sighed and pushed himself to his feet. His stomach still felt heavy, and a wave of sluggishness hit him like a ton of bricks. "Ugh, this is gonna suck. Fine, what are we doing?" Sukuna had a devious grin. "Push-ups, squats, sprints, core exercises. Everything your weak body needs. Now, drop down and give me 100 push-ups." And so, Naruto's first brutal workout under Sukuna began. The first few push-ups weren't bad. His arms moved easily, his breathing stayed steady, and for a moment, he thought, this isn't so bad. Then he hit 20. The weight of his meal started working against him. His stomach felt heavier, pressing down uncomfortably with every push. His arms, which had started strong, began to drag. The motion that had felt effortless at first now required more effort just to keep pace. By 25, sweat was beading on his forehead. His movement slowed, each push a little shakier than the last. "Man, I feel horrible. This was a mistake." Naruto's arms trembled under him as he struggled to continue. "A mistake? No, this is just the beginning." You're going to push past your limits, whether you like it or not. Naruto barely finished his 50th push-up before collapsing onto his stomach. Done, he wheezed. Get up. Squats next. 150. Naruto's eye twitched. Are you trying to kill me? If this is enough to kill you, then you were never strong to begin with, Sukuna said. Now move. Gritting his teeth, Naruto forced himself up. His legs already felt stiff from sitting too long, and squatting after a full meal was torture. But he did it anyway. Each rep made him feel heavier, and by the time he hit 50, sweat dripped down his face. Sukuna, however, wasn't satisfied. Lower. Your form is sloppy. Naruto cursed but fixed his stance, feeling the burn intensify. By the time he reached 100, his legs were shaking. He flopped onto his butt, panting. You sadistic bastard. That's Lord Sadistic Bastard to you, Sukuna said with amusement. Now sprints. 50 meters, back and forth. 60 times. Naruto nearly choked. Are you serious? Dead serious. You want power? Then move. With a growl, Naruto forced himself up and stumbled forward. His stomach sloshed uncomfortably with every step, and he could already tell this was going to be the worst part. The first few sprints were manageable, but halfway through, his body started protesting. By the 7th sprint, Naruto's legs felt like lead. His lungs burned, his stomach twisted, and every step felt slower than the last. This is the worst idea ever, he gasped, doubling over after his 7th sprint. Sukuna wasn't having it. Straighten up and keep going. If you stop now, you start over. Naruto paled. You're bluffing. Try me. Cursing everything, Naruto pushed himself forward, forcing his burning legs to move. By the 10th sprint, he practically collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Sukuna let him lay there for about 10 seconds. Core exercises. Sit-ups. Now. Naruto didn't even have the energy to complain anymore. He just groaned and started. 1, 2, 3. Each rep felt like a knife stabbing into his abs. But he kept going. 20, 30, 40. By the time he reached 50, his vision blurred. Keep going, Sukuna ordered. Naruto gritted his teeth and pushed past his limit. 60, 70, 80. His body screamed in protest, but he refused to quit. He could hear Sukuna's voice in his head, telling him to push harder, to stop being weak. And as much as he hated to admit it, the bastard had a point. By the time he reached 150, Naruto collapsed onto his back, chest heaving. Sukuna finally relented. Good. You're still pathetic, but at least you're improving. Naruto let out a breathless laugh. Gee, thanks. Don't thank me yet, Sukuna said with a sinister chuckle. This was just the warm-up. Naruto's heart nearly stopped. You've got to be kidding me. Sukuna's grin didn't fade. If anything, it grew sharper. Oh, you'll be begging for mercy soon enough, brat. Naruto swallowed hard. Kami, help me. After finishing the grueling workout, Naruto left the forest and headed to the academy. His entire body ached. Every step sent a dull throb through his legs, and his arms felt like they were going to fall off. His movements were stiff and sluggish, like he'd been hit by a boulder. Man, I feel as stiff as a board, Naruto muttered, dragging his feet along the dirt path. You're a real slave driver, you know that? Did you really have to push me that hard? Sukuna sighed. Brat, do you want to get stronger or not? And stop complaining. I went easy on you. This is nothing compared to what you'll do in the future. You call that going easy? Naruto threw his arms in the air, grimacing as the motion made his shoulders throb. It felt like I was going to die. You really don't get it. You don't even know how building muscle works, do you? Sukuna asked, though it was more of a statement than a question. Of course I do. Naruto puffed out his chest, wincing at the ache in his ribs. You work out, do it a bunch, work real hard, and then bam. You get muscle. No, idiot, that's not how it works. It's not. Naruto frowned, scratching the back of his head. Well, no one ever really explained it to me. Sukuna sighed again. Obviously. All right, listen, brat. Building muscle is a process of breaking your body down so it can rebuild itself stronger. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Breaking my body down? Yes. Sukuna continued his explanation. Every time you train, you're tearing your muscles apart at the microscopic level. That soreness you feel, that's the damage. Your body responds by repairing those fibers, making them thicker and stronger than before. That's how you build muscle. Naruto frowned, rubbing at his shoulder. So, I have to break myself over and over just to get stronger? That's right. Sukuna didn't miss a beat. Pain is part of the process. You stress the muscle, it tears, it heals, and it grows back tougher. It's why you feel like shit right now. Training isn't just about working hard. It's about recovering properly too. Your body needs time to repair, and when it does, the muscles grow back stronger. That's how real strength is built. Naruto's steps slowed as he processed Sukuna's words. Wait, so if I train nonstop, I won't get stronger? Exactly. If you never let your body repair itself, you'll just keep breaking it down without ever getting stronger. Sukuna continued explaining, you'll be weaker, slower, and eventually, you'll collapse from exhaustion. Great. So I can't just train like crazy and expect results? That sucks. Naruto groaned, dragging a hand down his face. It's about balance, brat. Push yourself hard enough to grow, but not so much that you destroy yourself. The key is consistency. Train, recover, and repeat. That's how you get real strength. And that's exactly why, despite pushing yourself so hard, your strength hasn't built up properly. Naruto frowned, adjusting the strap on his jumpsuit. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're strong, sure. Stronger than most brats your age, physically at least. But not as strong as you could be. Not even close. What? But I've always trained hard. Yeah, and you did it wrong. Sukuna cut him off. All that effort, all those years you spent exhausting yourself, and what did you get? Half-baked results. Naruto clenched his jaw. TCH, you're really just going to talk down on everything I've done. It's not about talking down, it's about reality. You trained hard, but you didn't train smart. No one ever taught you how to build strength the right way, so you just pushed yourself blindly. That got you far, but not as far as you could have gone. Sukuna explained. Naruto didn't answer right away. His mind ran through all the nights spent training alone. The thousands of punches, the endless laps, the exhaustion, the hunger. He did everything he could think of, but Sukuna was saying it wasn't enough. Or rather, that it wasn't done right. This is the reality of having to teach yourself, brat. Sukuna's said matter of fact. You worked your ass off with no real guidance, no structure, just raw effort. That's why your body never adapted the way it should have. You got stronger, but not at the rate you could have. That changes now. Naruto exhaled slowly. So what you're saying is, with the right training, I'll get even stronger? Yes, brat. Now you're catching on. You'll be stronger, faster, more efficient. You won't just be tough, you'll be built for real combat. The difference will be night and day. All right then. I'm listening, Naruto said with a slow nod. Another thing, brat. You're seriously underestimating yourself. Sukuna continued. Huh? Naruto frowned, kicking at a loose pebble as he walked. Your body is different. Special. Stronger than you realize. Naruto scratched at his cheek, confused. I mean, I know I'm kinda tough, but… Tough? Sukuna scoffed. That's an understatement. Your stamina and durability are ridiculous. Most kids your age would have collapsed halfway through that workout, but you're still standing. Barely. Naruto huffed, rubbing his sore arm. That's my point. Sukuna went deeper. You're exhausted, sore as hell, but you're still moving. That's not normal, brat. You've spent your whole life thinking you're just some scrappy kid, but you've been selling yourself short. Your potential is way beyond that. You just never had anyone to push it out of you. You really think so? Naruto asked, kicking another rock. I know so. Sukuna answered without hesitation. And I'll prove it. Once we train properly, you'll see exactly what your body is capable of. You've been running on instinct alone up until now. That's why you're strong, but not as strong as you could be. Naruto put his hands behind his head and thought. He always knew he could take a beating and keep going, but the way Sukuna was putting it, it wasn't just that. He was built for more. Wait, so is my body special because of the 9 tails? Sukuna clicked his tongue. No, the fox has nothing to do with that. Your stamina and endurance, that's all you. Naruto crossed his arms, not really believing it. Seriously? If anything, the fox plays a bit of a role in why you're so damn hyperactive. Like a kid hyped up on too much sugar or drugs. But your physical resilience? That's got nothing to do with it. That's all you, brat. Naruto scowled. I am not hyperactive. Says the kid who can't shut up for more than 5 minutes. Sukuna shot back. Naruto muttered something under his breath, but didn't argue. But you're healing? Sukuna moved on. That's different. The fox does play a role in that. Naruto rubbed at his elbow, still thinking it over. Really? I thought it was just, medicine and stuff. People patch me up, and I always end up fine, so I figured it was just that. Nope. Your body naturally heals fast, brat. That's just how you're built. But the fox speeds it up even more, especially if you were to take real damage. Wait, so you're saying I already heal faster than normal? He asked cautiously. That's exactly what I'm saying. Think about it. How many times have you been hurt, badly hurt, and still bounced back way faster than normal? Ever notice how you wake up fine after getting roughed up the night before? Naruto's steps slowed even more as he thought back. He'd been beaten up plenty, sometimes really badly if it was a bad day. But by the next morning, sometimes even hours later, he was always fine. Wait, you're saying that's not normal? Not even close, brat. Naruto looked at his hands like they suddenly didn't belong to him. It had always just been that way. He never questioned it. So then, why does the fox heal me? Like I told you, this body is special. Some people are just built tougher and heal faster. You're one of them. The fox just boosts what's already there, though if you were hurt bad enough, it'd probably kick into overdrive. Could be built into the seal, or could be because the fox doesn't want you to die. Either way, you're damn hard to kill. Naruto kicked at the dirt, still trying to process it. Never really thought about it like that. Well, you better start thinking about more you understand your body, the better you can use it. Yeah, I got it, Naruto muttered, waving a hand dismissively. A few villagers turned to look at him as he walked. Their reactions weren't anything new. Most of them only muttered under their breath, but the way their eyes lingered made Naruto's skin crawl. He didn't need to hear their words to know what they were thinking. It was always the same, always whispers about the demon child and how unstable he seemed. This time, though, it wasn't just his presence that drew attention. It was the fact that he was very obviously talking to himself. Talking to yourself now, brat? Sukuna sounded way too amused. Shut up, Naruto grumbled, lowering his voice and keeping his head down. He shoved his hands into his pockets, hoping it would somehow make him invisible to the judging stares. A woman passing by heard him talking. Disgusting, talking to himself like a lunatic. She scoffed under her breath. Her voice was loud enough to reach him, and her words stung even though he tried to ignore them. Feeling embarrassed, Naruto sped up his pace slightly, but he couldn't shake the heat rising to his face. It wasn't like he wasn't used to insults by now, but hearing someone call him a lunatic for something that wasn't even his fault? That was new. Oh great, now they think I'm crazy, Naruto mumbled, doing his best to ignore the growing whispers around him. Well, to be fair, you are arguing with a voice in your head. Naruto's glare dropped to the dirt beneath his feet as he tried to focus on walking, but the words escaped before he could stop them. Yeah, but it's your fault, you damn freeloader, Naruto shot back. A man nearby stopped what he was doing to give Naruto a long, uneasy stare. He shifted on his feet. His body language screamed that he wanted to put as much distance between himself and the boy as possible. He didn't even bother hiding it when he crossed to the other side of the street. The interaction only fueled Naruto's irritation, and he felt the urge to shout at the man, but he held himself back. Did you see that? The idiot thought you were about to lose it completely. Sukuna laughed. Naruto groaned audibly, dragging a hand down his face as if that would wipe away the embarrassment crawling over him. This is the worst. You say that, but it's hilarious. Up ahead, a group of academy kids caught sight of him and froze for a moment before whispering among themselves. Naruto heard some of it. He's always been weird, but now he's talking to himself. I bet the demon finally broke his brain. Figures. Naruto clenched his jaw, forcing his focus forward as he kept walking. He told himself not to react, to just ignore them, but it was easier said than done. See, brat, you don't even have to do anything, and they'll still find a reason to talk crap about you. Yeah, no kidding. Naruto kicked another rock down the street. It bounced a few times before rolling into a gutter. Guess I gotta be more careful when I talk to you. Or, Sukuna began, dragging out the word like he was savoring it. You could just embrace it, start screaming at me in public. Let's really give them a show. Oh yeah, great idea, Naruto deadpanned, his lips twitching in irritation. Let's make them think I've completely lost it. The bread maker opening his store stopped, his hand frozen on the key. He blinked once, clearly debating whether to step inside or leave. After a moment, he shook his head and went in, muttering something Naruto couldn't hear. Too late for that, brat. Naruto sighed heavily, dragging his feet forward in defeat. Shut up. You know, you should really work on not reacting so much. Sukuna's voice drifted through Naruto's head, amused as ever. People already think you're a freak. Now they're gonna think you're actually cursed. You're the one making me look like an idiot. Naruto shot back, keeping his voice low this time. Brat, I've been talking inside your head this whole time. You're the one who decided to answer out loud. Wait, what? Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, confusion forming on his face. Oh, now you get it. He paused, raising his hands to examine them in his face. Something felt different. Sukuna, usually when he spoke, his voice came from somewhere external, a mouth on his hand or his face, something Naruto could see. But this time, there was nothing. Naruto had a bad feeling about this, and he hoped he was wrong. But Sukuna sounded way too smug about this. Hold on. So this whole time, you were talking in my head? Yes, Sukuna confirmed. Took you long enough to catch on. And I was answering out loud? Also yes. Naruto's stomach dropped as he looked around. Villagers were staring, some looked wary, others just confused. A mother who was with her baby shielded it, as if Naruto's look alone would give it a disease. An older woman across the street was staring at him, clutching her purse like he might attack her. And an old man squinted like he was deciding if Naruto was possessed. Oh, this is priceless. You thought I was still talking through that stupid little mouth, didn't you? But nope. This one was all on you, brat. Sukuna laughed at him. Heat crept up Naruto's neck and spread across his cheeks. Asha realized just how stupid he must have looked. Then, of course, it got worse. A group of shinobi across the street whispered among themselves, their voices low but still loud enough for him to hear. Look at that thing. Now it's talking to itself. This is why Lord Third shouldn't let it walk around. It'd have it locked up. Naruto gritted his teeth, eyes fixed straight ahead as he forced himself to keep walking. I hate you. This is the worst. Correction, Sukuna said, unable to resist. You made it the worst. I've been talking in your head just fine. You were the one running your mouth in public. Well, what else was I supposed to do? Ignore you? Naruto snapped in frustration. Yes, actually. Sukuna's tone was maddeningly calm. All you had to do was think your thoughts. Just think what you want to say in your head, brat. That's all there is to it. Don't speak it out loud. Simple, isn't it? Naruto paused mid-step, trying it. Wait, so like this? Exactly. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? His voice carried the same smug satisfaction that made Naruto's blood boil, and he knew it too. Taking a deep breath, Naruto tried it as he continued walking, his lips pressing into a thin line as he tested the method again. Okay, so all I have to do is think what I want to say, and you'll hear it? That's what I've been saying. Now maybe you'll stop embarrassing yourself in public. Naruto's eye twitched dangerously as he clenched his fists in his pockets. And you didn't think to mention that before I made a total fool of myself? Where's the fun in that? Sukuna's tone was light, but Naruto could practically feel the smug grin stretching across his face. It made him want to punch the bastard, even if it was just in his imagination. He again exhaled heavily, forcing himself to calm down. Villagers were still staring, but at least now he wasn't talking out loud like some crazy person. Still, the weight of their glares and whispers pressed down on him like a suffocating blanket. Oh, come on, brat. Don't sulk, Sukuna said, clearly enjoying himself. You should be thanking me. Now you won't look like a lunatic anymore. Well, unless you wanted your call. You should be grateful. Grateful? Naruto felt like he was going to explode. Yeah, now you know how to talk to me without looking like a lunatic. Naruto scoffed, shoving his hands into his pockets as he kicked a loose stone down the path. Oh wow, lucky me, he muttered under his breath. The academy. Naruto's grumbling carried him all the way to the academy, his feet dragging slightly as he approached the building. The weight of the villagers' stares still clung to him, though he tried to shake it off. By the time he reached the gates, his expression was back to its usual mix of mild irritation and determination, or so he hoped. The courtyard was already bustling with students, and Naruto slipped through the crowd, keeping his head down to avoid the usual crap. He didn't have the energy to deal with it today. Naruto reached the classroom and slid open the door. The moment he did, eyes fell on him. Not all of them. Most of the class couldn't care less. But a few heads turned, some whispering, others snickering under their breath. A few just outright glared at him. He ignored it and made his way to his seat, dropping his bag beside him as he pulled out a few things. A notebook, pencil, and the usual stuff. He leaned back in his chair, arms resting lazily over the desk as he waited for class to begin. Whatever. He'd just get through the day like he always did. Across the room, Kiba was having a conversation with Shino about something when he suddenly froze. His nose twitched, and he sniffed the air. Kiba. Shino adjusted his glasses slightly, noticing the shift in his posture. What is it? Kiba didn't answer right away. He sniffed the air again, trying to locate the source of smell. His gaze swept the room before landing on Naruto, who was leaning back in his chair. Shikamaru, who was lazing at his desk, cracked an eye open and raised an eyebrow. He wasn't the type to care about much, but even he noticed when something was off. What's wrong, Kiba? Shikamaru asked, his tone as lazy as ever. You look like something's off. Kiba didn't look away from Naruto as he spoke. Do you smell that? It's weird. Like blood. Yeah, and it's coming from Naruto. Huh, what do you mean? Shikamaru asked, shifting in his seat slightly. Kiba didn't respond. Instead, he stood and walked over to Naruto, stopping beside his desk. This drew the attention of some of the other students, who shifted their gazes toward them. Some looked wary, others just curious. But all of them were watching now. Hey Naruto, why do you smell like blood? The room got quieter. Even the ones who weren't paying attention before had turned their heads. Whispers started up like wildfire. Naruto blinked, caught off guard for a second, but quickly forced a casual grin. What? Oh, he scratched his cheek, playing it off like it was nothing. Bumped into a butcher on the way here. That's probably what that is, dog boy. What? Are you going to start sniffing me like Akamaru now? He threw the joke out quickly, hoping to throw Kiba off. Kiba didn't look convinced. He sniffed the air again, and his frown deepened. No way. It's not just from getting a bit of blood on you or touching someone. It's old blood, like it's been there for hours, at least 3. And a lot of it. A ripple passed through the class. Some students shifted uncomfortably. Others frowned, their gazes darkening. Wait, why would Naruto have blood on him for hours? Someone muttered. He does heal freakishly fast. Maybe it's his own, another whispered. But their tone wasn't one of concern. It was suspicion. TCH. Just great, a boy near the back scoffed. Like we needed another reason for the freak to stand out. Even Sasuke, who normally ignored everyone, looked toward Naruto with a stoic expression before shifting to Kiba. You sure about that, Inuzuka? Sasuke asked. Kiba crossed his arms, unimpressed. I don't need to be sure. I can smell it. Naruto's grin twitched at the edges, but he kept it in place. He wasn't about to let them see that this was getting under his skin. No way. Crap, I forgot about Kiba. He had rubbed his hands in the dirt and washed them in the stream. He had checked and double-checked that there was no blood left on him before coming here. But it wasn't enough. Kiba's nose was too sharp. He hadn't counted on that. Naruto forced a laugh, leaning back further in his chair like Kiba was being ridiculous. Come on, dog boy. You're really sniffing me out like I committed a crime or something. Kiba still didn't look convinced. I'm serious, Naruto. It's not just a little bit of blood, it's strong. Old. Like it's been on you for hours. Interesting. Sukuna spoke up suddenly. That one's got a sharp nose. Everyone else missed it. But not him. Too bad he's wasting it on something so small. Naruto kept his face neutral, but internally, he was panicking a bit. Think. Come on, Uzumaki. Unable to come up with anything, he resorted to one thing that usually sometimes worked. Bullshit your way out of trouble. Dude, you're overthinking this. I was near the butcher earlier. What? You think I killed a guy? Naruto snorted, waving a hand dismissively. I barely even got any blood on me. You're making a big deal out of nothing. Come on. You're really sniffing me out like I committed a crime or something. That's when the whispers started. Wait, did he just say killed a guy? A girl near the front muttered. You don't think he actually? Another student began. TCH, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I mean, he's the demon brat, right? Maybe he finally snapped. Damn, Kiba, if he actually murdered someone, do you really want to be standing that close? Someone snickered. Another student laughed under their breath, but it was nervous, uncertain. Bet he just dumped the body somewhere, one of the older students whispered, loud enough for a few people to hear. That's why the smell's still on him. Ugh, creepy, a girl gagged. Naruto didn't react. He didn't need to. He dealt with this crap his whole life. As long as he played it cool, he'd be fine, he told himself. Kiba still had his gaze fixed on Naruto, except he hesitated now. Maybe the redhead was right. Maybe he was overthinking it. The logic wasn't impossible, but something still didn't feel right. TCH, whatever, Kiba said, finally stepping back and crossing his arms. If you say so. Even as he backed off, his expression stayed thoughtful. That smell wasn't normal. Naruto wasn't normal. And maybe Kiba did let it go, but Shikamaru was still watching. The Nara's gaze shifted between Naruto and Kiba like he was quietly filing this whole exchange away. He didn't say anything, but Shikamaru was sharp. Maybe he had noticed something. And just because he wasn't pressing now didn't mean he'd forget. Naruto shifted in his seat, feeling suddenly uncomfortable. He needed to be more careful next time. A few of the other students lost interest, turning back to their own conversations. Even Sasuke, who had been watching quietly, finally looked away with a small tsh under his breath, clearly deciding this wasn't worth his time. Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He'd gotten through this. Barely. That could have been worse, he thought. Oh, it definitely could have, Sukuna spoke up suddenly. Brat, you're awful at lying. Maybe I should start handling that for you. Yeah, hard pass, Naruto shot back internally. Then the door slid open again, drawing his attention as Ino and Sakura strolled in talking about something. He almost stood up, ready to greet Sakura like he always did, out of habit, out of blind hope. But then he stopped. Their words from the other day echoed in his mind. Flashback. Can you believe that match? Sasuke wasn't even trying, and Naruto still embarrassed himself. It was pathetic. He never shuts up about being Hokage. Like, please, no one's ever going to take him seriously. Bright orange? That stupid hair? He looks like a circus act trying to be a ninja. Honestly, even his parents would have hated it, if they were even around. What does he even have to offer? No clan, no parents, just a loudmouth orphan begging to be noticed. Those whisker marks? Freakish. Just another reason no one wants him around. He'll always just be Naruto, an annoying, desperate orphan pretending he can be something when he's really nothing. Flashback end. They hadn't just mocked his loss to Sasuke. No, that wasn't enough for them. They laughed about him, called him a loser, said he was pathetic for even trying, made fun of his clothes, his hair, his whiskers. They said he looked like a freak, that he was just desperate for attention. But the worst part? They dragged his parents into it. They said even his own parents would have hated how he looked, that he had nothing to offer because he was an orphan with no family, no legacy, no future. It wasn't just insults. It was rejection. Like he wasn't even human. And now? Now those girls just walked in like nothing happened. Like they never said any of it. And in their minds, they hadn't. Because they didn't know he heard them. And to them, he was just an afterthought. Naruto looked away, refusing to look at them. His knuckles turned white from gripping the desk so hard. He was still hurt by what they said. And due to all that happened recently, he nearly forgot about it. But now his heart throbbed in anger and pain. It would have been one thing if Ino was talking bad about him. But so had Sakura, and that's what made it hurt. Sukuna watched his vessel's reaction, but chose not to comment on it. Naruto watched as the two girls walked over to Sasuke. They greeted him talking loudly as they usually did. Sasuke, it's always Sasuke, Naruto thought, glaring at the back of the Uchiha head. That stuck-up bastard had everything, yet I have nothing. No one cared about me, no one respects me, no one cared if I starved or not. Why? Because the fourth Hokage sealed the 9 tails inside of me. Ever since learning that, despite his interactions with Sukuna, the hunting, the workout, and funny moments, unknown to Naruto, there was something else that had taken root inside him. A deep-seated anger that burned low in his gut, slow and unyielding. The whole village hated him for something he had no control over, something he was never even given a choice in. They despised him for it, but none of them ever stopped to ask if he even wanted this in the first place. They never gave him a choice. His fate was decided before he was even old enough to understand it. Naruto didn't know the circumstances behind his birth, but it must have happened the night he was born. It had to be, because no one ever spoke of parents, no one ever hinted at who they were. All he knew was that before he could even understand what life was, a decision had been made for him. And worse, when he really thought about it, when he put all the pieces together, it became so damn obvious that it made his blood boil. The only reason the Nine Tails wasn't running loose right now, the only reason the village still stood, was because of him. It wasn't the Hokage keeping the seal in place, not the village's shinobi or some powerful barrier protecting them. It was him, his body, his existence. He was the cage keeping the Nine Tails locked away. Because without him, Konoha would be gone, burned to the ground, crushed under the weight of the Nine Tails' rage. Without him, there would be no Hokage monument, no villagers walking around carefree, no children playing in the streets. And yet, they still hated him. They still looked at him like he was a mistake, a problem, a nuisance, as if he wasn't the only thing standing between them and total annihilation. They still whispered behind his back, shot him dirty looks in the streets, treated him like filth, like he was some ticking time bomb, ready to go off. They saw him as a monster, but never stopped to consider that the only reason they weren't dead was because of that very same monster being locked away. Because of him. Didn't they realize? Didn't they understand? They should have been thanking him. He should be a hero. Instead, he was treated like trash, scorned for an existence he never asked for. The hypocrisy of it all made something twist inside him. It wasn't just unfair. It was wrong. And yet, they would never see it that way. They never questioned why he was still here, why the village still stood, why they were still breathing. They just continued hating. Always looking at him like he was beneath them, like he didn't belong, like he wasn't even human. The thought made something tighten in his chest, an ache he couldn't put words to. He wasn't just angry. It wasn't just frustration. It was something deeper, something that ran through his blood like poison. He didn't even realize how much of it was there, how much of it was building inside him, brick by brick, layer by layer. And again, Sasuke. Sure, Sasuke had lost his family, but at least he had one to begin with. At least he had people who loved him. A mother, a father, a clan, a place where he belonged. He had memories of warmth, of home, of a family that cared about him. He could remember his mother's voice, his father's approval, the way his clan looked at him with pride. He had their love, even if it was ripped away from him. Even now, after everything, the village still respected him. The teachers still looked at him with admiration. The girls still fawned over him, and the guys still saw him as a rival worth acknowledging. But Naruto? What did he have? Nothing. No parents. No clan. No home waiting for him at the end of the day. Just an empty apartment, an empty stomach, and an entire village that wished he didn't exist. People looked at Sasuke with sympathy. They whispered about the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, about how sad it was that a boy so young had to suffer so much loss. They called him a prodigy, a genius, the last of a powerful bloodline. He had status, respect, admiration. People mourned for what he had lost. Naruto had lost everything before he even had a chance to have it. But no one mourned for him. Sasuke could sit there in silence, acting all cool and untouchable, and people would still admire him for it. They'd still whisper about how talented he was, how much potential he had, how he was carrying on the Uchiha legacy. But Naruto? If he dared to sit in silence, they called him creepy. If he spoke too much, they called him annoying. If he trained hard, they called him desperate. If he dreamed big, they called him delusional. He couldn't win. He never could. He was a ghost in his own village, no worse than that. A pariah, an outcast, a stain, a shadow of something they wanted to forget but never could. He didn't even know why it hit him so hard now. Maybe because it had always been there, just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to bubble over. Maybe because he had spent years pushing it down, forcing himself to smile, to act like it didn't matter. Maybe because now, for the first time, he was really letting himself feel it. Sasuke had lost everything, but at least he'd had something to lose. Naruto never had anything to begin with. Just an empty apartment. Just an empty name. Just empty hands reaching out for something that was never there. Sasuke was allowed to be angry. Sasuke was allowed to grieve. Sasuke was allowed to hate. But Naruto? Naruto was just supposed to take it, to laugh it off, to keep pushing forward no matter how much it hurts. His fingers dug deeper into the wood of his desk, and his heartbeat was loud in his ears, but he barely noticed it. Naruto. The voice barely registered at first. He was too lost in his own head, too deep in thoughts that twisted and turned like tangled wires, fraying at the ends. His fingers had gone stiff against the desk, his shoulders locked in place. Naruto. Someone was calling him. Loudly. Naruto. His head jerked up just as a hand smacked down on his desk. Earth to Naruto. He blinked. The world around him snapped back into focus. Iruka stood beside his desk with arms crossed and a frown on his face. Behind him, Mizuki was watching with an amused expression and a clipboard in his hand. Finally, Iruka said, shaking his head, "I've called your name 10 times, Naruto. Where were you just now?" There were a few quiet snickers from students around the room, but Naruto barely noticed them. His brain was still catching up, still peeling itself away from the thoughts that had been swallowing him whole just moments ago. "Huh?" he mumbled before quickly covering it up with a laugh. "Oh, sorry, Iruka-sensei. Just deep in thought, you know?" Yeah, whatever." Iruka sighed before marking something on his clipboard. "Just try to stay with us this time." Naruto nodded absently, but as he settled back in his seat, he felt a gaze watching him. He didn't need to look to know who it was. He could already picture the face in his mind. Sakura. Sakura felt like something was off. Normally, the moment she walked in, Naruto would have been right there, trying to talk to her, get her attention, make her notice him. And she would have brushed him off like always, acted annoyed, and complained about how he was bothering her. But she never told him to stop completely, did she? Maybe she never thought about it. Maybe it was subconscious. But some part of her had gotten used to it. To him always being there. Always looking her way. Always trying. And now? Now he didn't look at her at all. He kept his gaze forward, didn't even spare her a glance. The usual routine, the one she barely acknowledged but had still come to expect, was gone. And Sakura, whether she realized it or not, had noticed. Her gaze lingered for just a second too long before she looked away. If she felt anything about it, she didn't show it. And Sakura wasn't the only one who noticed, either. Ino, sitting beside her, glanced between them, an unreadable look in her eyes before she smirked slightly to herself. Naruto didn't react. He kept his head turned towards the window. It wasn't just a stupid crush he had on Sakura. Not anymore. Not after what they said. Not after the things he heard. Later on, class went on as usual, with Naruto drowning out most of what Iruka was saying. Something about chakra control, a bit of chakra theory, both of which he sucked at. He put his head onto his folded arms, a sigh slipping out as he stared blankly at the desk. "Man, this is so boring. Can we move on already?" "Pay attention, brat." Sukuna interrupted his thoughts. "This is part of our deal, remember? I can only learn through your senses right now. Otherwise it'd cause issues." Naruto groaned. He nearly forgot about Sukuna. Yeah, I know," Naruto said. "But this sucks. I don't understand half of it." "Of course you don't," Sukuna scoffed. "Because you're an idiot. And your teacher isn't explaining it properly." "Wait, you actually agree with me?" "Look to your left, brat." Naruto turned his head, and sure enough, several students were either dozing off, staring at the window, or absently doodling on their notes. One kid was straight up asleep, his head tilted back, mouth slightly open. "See my point? Why do I even need to learn this?" Naruto complained. "Because knowledge is power, brat. And more importantly, we made a deal. Even if you don't understand, that doesn't mean I don't." Naruto sighed, shifting in his seat. Fine. He'd pay attention. A deal was a deal. Chakra is the foundation of all shinobi techniques. Iruka continued, gesturing to the board. It's created when the body's physical energy and spiritual energy are combined. Mastering this balance is the key to effective chakra control. Naruto tried to focus, but chakra theory had always been a headache for him. It never came easy, no matter how much he tried. His chakra never listened to him the way it did for other kids. Right now it felt like he was getting beat in the head. "You're absorbing this, right?" Naruto asked. "Obviously. Unlike you, I actually know how to pay attention." "You don't have to be a dick about it." Naruto scowled. "Brat, you see? This isn't just about you being dumb. That's only half the problem." "Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" "You were never taught properly. So the fact that you are struggling with this isn't a surprise. It's not just about intelligence. It's the fact that you've been set up to fail." "Huh? What are you saying?" "No one ever taught you the way they should have. You've been figuring things out alone while everyone else had guidance and structure. You had to teach yourself practically everything, and now you're playing catch-up. Even this pathetic excuse for a lesson won't make up for years of being left in the dark." Naruto didn't say anything. He didn't like thinking about that part. It wasn't like he had a choice. He either figured things out alone, or he got left behind. That was just how it was. No one ever sat him down and explained anything. He had to watch, copy, and guess his way through things. Your foundation is weak, Sukuna continued, because no one gave a damn whether you succeeded or not. They expect you to keep up, but they never gave you the chance to. You were set up to fail. They let you stumble, then act surprised when you don't get it. All these years Naruto thought he was just bad at this. That something was wrong with him. That no matter how hard he tried, he'd never catch up because he was just too dumb. But now? Naruto was already still upset from earlier, so now he was livid. He had believed it, because what else could he do? It was easier than thinking about the truth. Because this wasn't about him being stupid. It never was. They didn't help him because they never wanted him to wasn't just abandoned. He was left behind on purpose. The more he thought about it, the more it made his blood boil. Nobody ever taught him properly. Nobody ever gave a damn if he got left behind. And now he was supposed to just accept that like it wasn't the most unfair thing in the damn world? So what? You're saying this was never on me. You're telling me I was just thrown in with no help and expected to keep up? Exactly. And that leaf on the forehead nonsense. It's designed for the weak. For the ones with barely any chakra to begin with. But you're not weak. Your chakra isn't like theirs. You have too much of it. It's not just your natural reserves. You're carrying that fox's energy too. And combined, you have more chakra than that old man you call Hokage. Wait, you're saying? I'm saying you could single-handedly wipe this village off the map, and you wouldn't even break a sweat. Are you serious? Dead serious. You met the fox yourself, so you know I'm not joking. Damn, Naruto said, mulling over it. He had more chakra than the Hokage. Naruto had always struggled with chakra control. No matter how hard he tried, he could never get it down like the others. His clones always came out messed up, his jutsu were inefficient, and teachers never even bothered to help him correct it. They never questioned why it didn't work for him or try to give him a different method. They just treated him like a lost cause. That's why you struggle, brat. You've been trying to force your chakra into their mold when you were never meant to fit in it. It's like trying to pour a raging river into a tiny cup and wondering why it overflows. Or trying to cram a raging wildfire into a tiny lantern. No matter how much you try to contain it, it'll either burn everything down or suffocate before it can shine properly. The more Sukuna spoke, the more everything started to fall into place. Every failure, every moment of struggle, every time he'd been told he wasn't good enough, it was never about him lacking the ability. It was because the system itself was never built for someone like him. Naruto took a deep breath and let it out before he did something stupid. His entire body felt like it was burning from the sheer frustration bubbling inside of him. He wanted to stand up and yell at Iruka, at the entire academy, at the whole damn village. He wanted to tell them everything Sukuna had just said. He wanted to demand why. Why was he left behind? Why was he thrown into this world with no guidance, expected to just figure it out, while everyone else got proper training? They wanted me to fail. It all made sense now. Why the instructors barely paid him any attention. Why they never really corrected him. Why they brushed off his struggles with dismissive words and never actually tried to help him improve. They didn't expect him to succeed. No, they didn't want him to. A sickening realization settled in his gut like a weight. What if he had never met Sukuna? If he had just kept going like this, would he have ever realized the truth? Would he have just kept thinking he was a failure? A lost cause? Would he have spent his whole life struggling for approval from people who didn't even want him to exist? Brat. Naruto barely noticed Sukuna's voice in his mind. His thoughts were spinning too fast. Brat. Naruto inhaled sharply through his nose. What? He snapped back mentally. Sukuna's voice was level, but there was an underlying command to it. Calm yourself. Now. Naruto frowned. Why the hell should I? I'm pissed. And I have every damn right to be. And you're proving them right by losing your temper like an idiot. Naruto stopped. Sukuna continued. You're mad. Good. You should be. But anger without control is just wasted energy. If you storm out of here now, if you start yelling, what do you think will happen? Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it. The answer was obvious. The class would laugh. The teachers would scold him. The villagers would sneer and call him an unstable freak, confirming what they already believed about him. It wouldn't change anything. So what am I supposed to do then? Just sit here and take it? No, brat. You use it. You let that anger fuel you. You sharpen it into something useful. You don't lash out. You get stronger. You make them regret it in a way they'll never forget. Sukuna replied. Naruto's breathing rage was still there, simmering under his skin like an untamed flame. But Sukuna was right. If he just exploded now, it would be pointless. No, he wouldn't let them win that easily. Fine, then what do I do? Naruto said, having calmed down some. Simple. You do exactly what they don't expect. You learn. You train. You grow. And when the time comes, you make sure they have no choice but to acknowledge you. Not because you begged for it, but because they have no other option. Naruto exhaled slowly, his shoulders lowering just slightly. Yeah, that was a much better idea. He looked back up, just in time to see Iruka finishing his lecture. The class was mostly ignoring him. Kiba was picking at his nails. Shikamaru was already asleep. Sasuke, as usual, was staring out the window like none of this concerned him. Naruto narrowed his eyes. All right then, Sukuna. Teach me. Teach me everything they never did. Sukuna's grin was practically audible. Now you're speaking my language. After school, we're heading to the library.